Country of Rain, Hidden Rain Village. On top of the rain shadow building, a middle-aged man with a naked upper body and a filter mask on his head sat cross-legged on the ground. Next to him lay a chain sickle, black and white, with a cold light flashing on the black tip. Lin Yang exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. The memory fragments in his brain had been digested by him, and he looked at the strange environment around him in a trance. Didn't I get killed by a runaway truck? Also, am I reincarnated as Hanzo? Hanzo, who is called a demigod in Naruto and gave the title of Konoha Sannin? Lin Yang's head was still a little heavy. After sitting on the ground for a while, he got up and began to move this strange body. Strength. I feel full of strength now. Lin Yang threw a few punches in the air and easily punched out the wind. And it's not just that. Lin Yang made several marks with one hand very skillfully. His figure suddenly disappeared out of thin air. When he reappeared, he was already in another corner of the office. There are more powerful moves, but this office is too small to use them. Lin Yang felt a little sorry. From an ordinary person, he became a strong man who controlled extraordinary power in a blink of an eye. Lin Yang felt that no matter who it was, he would be eager to experience the extraordinary power. But why did I travel to the Naruto world and also travel to the body of Hanzo, a well-known strong man in Naruto? Thinking of this, Lin Yang was a little confused. He was a social animal in his previous life, so of course he watched the entire 720 episodes of Naruto Shippuden. But when it came to the later Boruto, Lin Yang never watched it again. At most, he knew the heaven-defying content in Boruto from the editing video in a certain audio. What Uchiha hug and throw, what shuriken breaking Susanoo. Then the Good Eye legend was adapted into a 5-element fight. Lin Yang could only describe it as against the will of heaven. However, if I traveled through time, what about my golden finger? Deep Blue? System? Lin Yang called his golden finger with his consciousness in his mind, but unfortunately he did not get any response. Lin Yang was not discouraged. He was a shadow-level strongman at the beginning, and he had the advantage of the plot. Lin Yang thought that he could make a difference in this war-torn world of Naruto without the golden finger. In any case, it was definitely better than Hanzo himself in the plot. Lin Yang picked up his weapon, the chain sickle. The cold touch made his mind flash with the opponents killed by this sickle one after another. Lin Yang said, softly with a firm look in his eyes, "From now on, I am your master." Lin Yang put on a black coat, came to the French window, and looked down at the scene outside the window. It was raining outside, and the raindrops dripped on the windows, forming a light mist. What caught Lin Yang's eyes were the black buildings made of reinforced concrete and soil. They were tall and short, standing in a staggered manner on the land. Just as Lin Yang was admiring them, there was a sudden banging sound from the office door. Lin Yang turned around and spoke in a low and majestic voice in the way Hanzo used to speak. "Come in." Lin Yang's words fell, and the office door was slowly pushed open. A man wearing a gas mask and the same jacket as Lin Yang approached him. Lin Yang also recognized the person in front of him with Hanzo's memory. This man was called Nashi, Hanzo's confidant. Nashi waved his hand at Lin Yang, and then said respectfully, "Master Hanzo, the elite ninjas in the village have assembled. We're just waiting for your order, and we can set out to attack the Iron Country immediately." Lin Yang nodded and looked down at Nashi. "Well done. Let the troops wait for me outside the Hidden Rain Village for a while. I will be there soon." "Yes." Nashi agreed immediately. In order not to waste time, he used the instant body technique and quickly left the Hidden Rain office and closed the door. The whole office was once again filled with only Lin Yang. "Attack the Iron Country." Lin Yang repeated what Nashi had just said. "Then we will attack the 5 major ninja villages." Lin Yang blurted out Hanzo's previous thoughts unconsciously, secretly admiring Hanzo's audacity. As we all know, in Naruto, the beginning of the Second Ninja World War was caused by the provocation of various ninja villages by Hanzo the Salamander. And why did Hanzo the Salamander look for trouble everywhere? That's because his ambition is too high, and his strength is not enough to own a small rain village. In addition, the ninjas of the big country invaded the territory of the rain country without any bottom line, just like the toilet at home. This resulted in a result. Hanzo, who thought he had grown up, was angry. Then he began to challenge the authority of the big country's ninja village, and Konoha, who could no longer bear it, declared war on Rain Village as soon as possible. So far, the Second Ninja World War has officially begun. But through the plot, we can know Salamander Hanzo finally failed, although he finally won the title of honorable defeat. and he conferred Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, who were defeated by him, as the three ninjas of Konoha. How brilliant and glorious it was for a while. But in the end, he ended up being killed by Pain's six paths who broke into the territory. The end could be said to be extremely bleak. To describe Hanzo's life in one sentence, that is, born in adversity, established in troubled times, but corrupted after becoming famous and died in comfort. With this example, Lin Yang must not be blinded by fame. He must always be vigilant. And Hanzo doesn't know how much he weighs, so doesn't he? Let's not talk about anything else. The only fighting force that Yuin can show at present is him and his salamander. For the rest, Lin Yang can only describe them as cannon fodder. Although the poisonous mist sprayed by the salamander is a range damage, but it can't be resisted, the number of enemies is endless. And he and the salamander are both living beings, not machines. There will always be a day when they are exhausted. When that day comes, it will be the death of Yuin. Lin Yang should say it or not. In the plot, Hanzo let the three ninjas go. At best, he appreciated them and saved the three lives. At worst, if one of these three people got into trouble, then Hanzo would face the raging anger of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was basically a matter of time before the village was destroyed. With this move, Hanzo not only saved his life, but also gained a huge reputation. It was worthy of the word wonderful. At this moment, a ding-dong sounded in his mind. Lin Yang was shocked, his frown immediately relaxed, and he shouted in his heart, "System?" A blue panel then appeared in front of Lin Yang. War System loaded congratulations to the host, successfully bound to the Hidden Rain Village. The host is currently in the same boat with the Hidden Rain Village and will suffer together. If the Rain Village is strong, the host will be strong. Please do your best to start a war and make the Hidden Rain Village stronger. War System, and bound to the Hidden Rain Village, and will prosper and suffer together. Lin Yang's face remained unchanged. Continue to look at the panel. Currently bound to Hidden Rain Village status. General, surviving in the cracks prosperity, 2100. Host, Lin Yang Hanzo age, 42 chakra, 160094. Ninjutsu, summoning technique, fire style, exploding talisman flame formation, water instant body technique. 42 years old. Lin Yang couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw this age. You know, now that World War II hasn't started yet, he's already 42. If he waits for the official Fourth World War in the future, wouldn't he become an old man in his 70s? Thinking of this, Lin Yang couldn't help trembling all over. And what is this prosperity? Lin Yang asked the system in his heart. System explanation. Prosperity is the prosperity of a village, fame, land area, population, and famous strongmen. These can improve the prosperity of the village. With the improvement of prosperity, the host can also get rewards from it. Reminder, if the prosperity of the village is 0, then the village is also broken, and the host's life will come to an end. Lin Yang couldn't help swallowing his saliva and thought to himself, "It seems that I have to find a way to increase the prosperity." The system said again, "Host, do you want to receive the newcomer gift package now?" This line of text also appeared in front of Lin Yang. "What are you waiting for?" "Of course. Receive it," Lin Yang replied mentally. Chapter 2. The Assault on the Iron Nation. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a vitality pill. Vitality pill. This can restore all bodily metrics to their peak conditions soon. A small blue pill, roughly the size of half a pinky finger, appeared in Lin Yang's hand. With impending battle on the horizon, he did not hesitate to swallow the pill whole. The capsule slid down Lin Yang's throat, entering his stomach. In an instant, the effects took hold. His heart began to thump vigorously, resonating within his chest like a drum. He felt as if he were a flame, beads of sweat cascading down his body, only to evaporate instantly, rising in wisps of steam that clung to his skin. Lin Yang promptly shed his outer coat, bearing his torso to the air. Enduring the excruciating pain of his body reverting to its youthful state, he silently seated himself on the ground. Minutes passed, and the filtration mask over his mouth became enveloped in a thick white mist. As he slowly removed the mask, he revealed a strikingly handsome visage, with sharp brows and bright eyes. The wrinkles that had marred his forehead were now entirely absent. The contours of his muscles were more defined and robust than ever before. With each breath, visible tendrils of purple smoke were expelled from his body. Poison, remnants of the pufferfish toxin harvested from Hanzo's abdomen. Hanzo donned the filtration mask not out of vanity, but to protect those around him from the toxic fumes. Hastily, Lin Yang retrieved a fresh mask from his desk, preventing any further toxins from escaping. A frown creased his brow. He needed a solution for the poison within him, as he certainly did not wish to live perpetually masked. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have returned to your physical zenith. With this in mind, how could a fervent battle be absent? Please, host. Lead the Rain Ninjas in an assault on the Iron Nation. Reward. Antidote pill. Note. This pill grants immunity to all poisons in existence, seemingly anticipating Lin Yang's thoughts. The system proactively assigned him this mission. It was a timely intervention indeed. Lin Yang gazed longingly at the antidote pill displayed on the screen. He felt a pang of remorse for the samurai of the Iron Nation. To expedite his liberation from the filtration mask, he would have to impose upon them. With his physical capabilities restored to their apex, Lin Yang could distinctly sense that his overall athleticism had ascended to an unprecedented level. This was the pinnacle of Lin Yang Hanzo in all his history. He first encased his body in a layer of internal armor, then donned a black cloak. Grasping his chain scythe, his gaze fixed toward the east, the direction of the Iron Nation. Fully equipped, Lin Yang's figure vanished from the office in an instant. Moments later, he materialized before the main contingent at the gates of Hidden Rain Village. Lord Hanzo. Lord Hanzo. The Rain Ninjas greeted their leader with enthusiasm upon his arrival. Lin Yang nodded, subsequently surveying the ranks around him, an aura of power emanating from his very being. At the forefront of the group stood Yu Ji. Gazing at Lin Yang with deep respect, though a flicker of confusion danced in his heart. In just a short time apart, why does it feel as though Lord Han's presence has intensified considerably? He pondered. Truly, Lord Hans is remarkable. With this thought, Yi Ji's admiration for Lin Yang deepened. After thoroughly assessing his team, Lin Yang commanded, 1st, 2nd, 3rd squads, and 6th squad, you shall accompany me. The rest are to safeguard the Hidden Rain Village. Yes. The Rain Ninjas responded in unison. For the sake of their home's safety, Lin Yang chose not to take all the ninjas with him, leaving half behind in the village. After all, he was now inextricably linked to the Hidden Rain Village. Should it fall, so too would he. As the sound of shuffling footsteps echoed, the once densely packed ninja ranks thinned dramatically within seconds. Those who did not accompany Lin Yang to the Land of Iron adhered to his orders, returning to the Hidden Rain Village to await his return. This movement did not go unnoticed by the scouts of Konoha and Sunagakure stationed in the Land of Rain. The ninjas moved swiftly and under Lin Yang's guidance. They soon exited the Land of Rain. The previously overcast sky gradually cleared, revealing the sun shining brightly, and the air became less humid. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Lin Yang paused, contemplating his next move. To traverse from the Land of Rain to the Land of Iron. 2 paths lay before him. The first route was direct, as the Land of Fire bordered the Land of Iron. Lin Yang could simply head east through the Land of Fire to quickly reach his destination. However, this path bore its own risks. The Land of Fire was not easily traversable, as it was home to the formidable Konoha, the strongest of the 5 great shinobi villages. The second route entailed a longer detour, passing through the Land of Grass and the Land of Frost before reaching the Land of Iron. While Lin Yang held no fear of these 3 nations, the lengthy journey posed a significant concern. He could ill afford to waste time. The rear of the Hidden Rain Village was exceedingly vulnerable. Although it was a time of peace, unforeseen circumstances could arise at any moment. After all, Lin Yang was tightly bound to the fate of the Hidden Rain Village. Its triumphs and tribulations were his own. At the moment of his deliberation, the system intervened to make the choice for him. Who in their right mind would take the long way around? The host is none other than the illustrious Hans of the Salamander. Surely the Land of Fire will grant the host a clear path. Please proceed directly east through the Land of Fire. Reward, 10,000 chakra points. 10,000 chakra points. Lin Yang's heart raced in disbelief. This amount represented 1/16 of the chakra he possessed within him. For a shadow-level powerhouse like Lin Yang, Hans, a sudden increase of 10,000 chakra was a considerable advancement, greatly enhancing his combat capabilities. Certainly, the 2 individuals accompanying Naruto do not count. To be precise, what they possess can no longer be termed chakra. It has evidently transformed into something far more potent. The disparity in chakra levels is glaringly evident. Kakashi, even when deploying 2 Kamuis, appears utterly ineffective. In contrast, Naruto in his youth can summon hundreds of shadow clones without so much as a hint of fatigue. The gap in chakra is staggering. If we were to quantify 10,000 chakra in relation to Kakashi's measurement, Lin Yang contemplated that Kakashi had yet to be born at this point, equating to 0 chakra. Meanwhile, Lin Yang instantaneously acquires 10,000 chakra. By merely traversing the land of fire, he can obtain this remarkable amount. Should Lin Yang attempt to refine 10,000 chakra on his own, it would require several months, and this figure pertains to the time when Hanzo was still in his youth. Now, having regained his 18-year-old physique, the speed of chakra extraction should indeed accelerate. Had he remained in Hanzo's 42-year-old body, enhancing his chakra by 10,000 would have necessitated years. As the inevitable decline in mental acuity and physical vitality accompanies aging, adversely affecting chakra extraction, since chakra is a synthesis of mental and physical prowess. The arduous journey to amplify chakra becomes apparent, igniting a spark of ambition within Lin Yang. As for potential retribution from Konoha, in the narrative, even Hanzo navigates through unscathed. Thus, Lin Yang, possessing greater strength and insight into the storyline, believes he too shall emerge unscathed. Rewards are often commensurate with risk, and Lin Yang considers himself capable of bearing the consequences that follow such rewards. Furthermore, Hanzo presumably traversed from the land of fire to the land of iron. If Hanzo could achieve this, so too could Lin Yang. Consequently, he grasped the chain scythe, its blade pointed resolutely towards the land of fire, undeterred. All squats, follow me into the land of fire. Chapter 3 Arrival in the land of iron. The Rain ninjas held no dissent, for Hanzo was both their idol and their deity. Each ninja in the ranks held an immense reverence for Hanzo, thus they harbored no doubts regarding Lin Yang's orders. The entire entourage journeyed eastward, swiftly reaching the borders of the land of fire. Lin Yang, in turn, successfully received a reward from the system. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Shall the reward be dispensed now? Yes, Lin Yang thought. Suddenly, a warm current surged into his abdomen as he stood at the forefront of the group. The chakra expended during their travels replenished in an instant, rendering Lin Yang's chakra more abundant and full. The entry of a ninja squad numbering in the hundreds into the land of fire was no trivial matter. Shortly after Lin Yang crossed into the land of fire, he was intercepted by the Umbu of Konohagakure. One Umbu ninja, adorned with a cat-faced mask, momentarily froze upon seeing Lin Yang's distinctive attire, evidently recognizing his identity, and then questioned him. Lord Hanzo, are you leading an invasion into our land of fire to instigate war? Lin Yang hesitated for a moment, causing the group behind him to come to an abrupt stop. He replied with utmost honesty, No, I am merely passing through. However, it was clear that the Umbu did not believe Lin Yang's words. A slender Umbu clad in a fox mask interjected, Lord Hanzo, I implore you to return promptly. Do not make our task more difficult. You from the land of rain, a mere speck on the map, should be aware that the land of fire is not a place you can trespass at will. A burly man donning a bear mask crossed his arms in agreement. How dare you speak to our Lord Hanzo in such a manner? Yeji could not contain himself and retorted, What of our land of rain? Are you so impressive? An increasing number of rain ninjas chose to voice their discontent. Lin Yang, at this moment, remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the emerging blue panel. If it poses a challenge, then do not engage. How dare the diminutive Umbu of Konoha mock the formidable Hanzo of the Salamander? Host, execute a decisive response immediately. Deliver a two-part service of killing and disposing of the bodies. Reward, evolve a summoning beast. The 5 Umbu from Konoha were utterly outmatched by the hundreds of rain ninjas. Consequently, the Umbu captain turned his attention to Lin Yang. Hanzo of the Salamander, though your strength is formidable, the prowess of your rain village is not to be underestimated. But I must ask you one thing. Are you truly prepared to become adversaries with Konoha? In response to the Umbu captain's inquiry, Lin Yang simply gestured to his team and calmly stated, Everyone, continue forward. Those who dare obstruct our path shall be slain. At this proclamation, the expressions of the 5 Konoha Umbu shifted dramatically. The Umbu captain stared at Lin Yang in astonishment. How dare he utter such words? He was backed by Konoha, the foremost ninja village. The captain was momentarily rendered speechless. Before him lay an overwhelming barrage of attacks, surging towards them. Run. I must flee swiftly. Moreover, I must report this matter to the Hokage. Let the Hokage deliver a harsh lesson to this enigmatic rain ninja village. He paid no heed to his comrades. The strongest captain of the Umbu, utilizing the body flicker technique, decided to escape first. In his eyes, this crucial intelligence outweighed the lives of his teammates. Before departing, he declared, You all cover me. I shall inform the Hokage of this matter. The 4 teammates nodded in agreement, each employing their bodies and techniques to block the incoming assaults, granting the Umbu captain a chance to escape. Lin Yang observed the lone Umbu fleeing across the way and shook his head, saying, "You cannot escape." Navigating through the dense forest, the Umbu captain relentlessly channeled his chakra, occasionally glancing back. Fortunately, no pursuers were in sight. He breathed a sigh of relief, but soon a ruthless expression crossed his face. "Hanzo of the Salamander, after today, you shall witness that the might of Konoha is not to be trifled with." Suddenly, he spotted a figure plummeting from above. What? How is this possible? The Umbu captain was struck with horror. There stood Lin Yang, swiftly forming hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. In an instant, a colossal water dragon, extending dozens of meters, coalesced rapidly behind Lin Yang and surged forth like a bolt from a crossbow. The Umbu captain, in a state of panic, hastily formed his own seals. Being a member of the Sarutobi clan, he invoked his fire technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. His throat moved slightly, and with a forceful expulsion, he unleashed a torrent of flames akin to a fiery column. The flames and water collided rapidly, producing a hissing sound as mist enveloped the forest in a veil. The fire showed signs of dwindling, but the water dragon merely shrank slightly in size before surmounting the flames and barreling towards the Umbu captain. This is bad. The body flicker technique activated abruptly, allowing the Umbu captain to narrowly evade the oncoming water dragon. However, he soon heard a whistle of air slicing through the atmosphere. A black chain, moving with lightning speed, ensnared his neck. His pupils constricted in terror as his face flushed crimson from the constriction of the chain. With all his might, he managed to utter a single word. "You." Just then, a flash of black light appeared, akin to the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe to claim his life. The Umbu captain's head thudded to the ground, followed closely by his headless corpse. Lin Yang landed gracefully, casting his gaze upon the lifeless body of the Umbu captain, and replied nonchalantly, "This is my answer." With that, Lin Yang formed hand seals and struck the ground forcefully. Summoning technique. In an instant, a large cloud of white smoke erupted within the forest. As the smoke dissipated, a massive, purple-scaled giant salamander, covered in warts, came into view. "Abufo, this is your lunch." Lin Yang pointed downward. The giant pepper fish named Jingfu instantly comprehended Lin Yang's intentions. With a swift motion, it opened its cavernous maw and engulfed the head and body of the dark squad leader entirely. Thus, the task of body disposal was accomplished. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Would you like to designate a target to utilize the reward now? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yang replied, "Designate Jingfu, and use it now." Detected that the host has not yet bound a spirit beast. Does the host wish to bind the pepper fish Jingfu as a spirit beast? This binding requires the consent of the pepper fish Jingfu. Once bound, Jingfu will become the host's most loyal combat partner. Understanding the system's meaning, Lin Yang solemnly inquired of Jingfu, "Do you wish to become my spirit beast? Together, we shall become the strongest duo in the ninja world, both brothers and friends." Jingfu, somewhat puzzled by Hanzo's words, wondered why he was being asked this question when, in its understanding, it was already Hanzo's spirit beast. Nonetheless, in its naivete, it agreed to Lin Yang. Receiving Jingfu's affirmative message, Lin Yang promptly addressed the system. "System, bind Jingfu as my spirit beast." Ding, binding successful. Lin Yang observed that a new line of text had unexpectedly appeared on the original blue panel, stating, "Spirit beast, pepper fish Jingfu." As Lin Yang bound Jingfu as a spirit beast, he felt an intensified connection with it, as if they could instinctively understand each other's thoughts. Furthermore, he realized he could view Jingfu's information panel, which subsequently unfolded before his eyes. Spirit beast, pepper fish Jingfu. Talent, advanced ninja beast. Strength, weak shadow. Influence, none regarding talent. The system informed Lin Yang that above the advanced ninja beast tier was the sage-level ninja beast, indicating that Jingfu's talent, while notable, was not top tier in the ninja world. As for influence, it referred to locations akin to Mayaboka Mountain, Sherbone Rain, and Ri Cave. Currently, Jingfu had no established influence of its own. Is the binding complete now? System? Lin Yang inquired. "I designate Jingfu, and I wish to use the reward immediately." As Lin Yang's words concluded, a resounding bang echoed as Jingfu, previously on all fours, suddenly dropped to the ground, emitting a cry of anguish. Lin Yang stepped forward, approached Jingfu, and gently caressed its rough body, saying, "Jingfu, if you endure this moment, you shall undergo an unimaginable transformation. Now, return." With that, Lin Yang promptly dispelled the summoning technique. The pepper fish Jingfu vanished in an instant. Through the system, Lin Yang could also observe Jingfu's current evolutionary progress. Current evolution level 1. He pondered curiously what it might evolve into. Gazing at the panel, Lin Yang felt a flicker of anticipation. Subsequently, Lin Yang traversed the land of fire with little hindrance, encountering no further dark squad interceptions. After spending some time, they swiftly arrived in the land of iron. Chapter 4, Mifyun, the land of iron. This is a remarkably unconventional nation. It is widely acknowledged that the dominant focus in the world of Naruto is ninjutsu. In contrast, the land of iron is a realm that possesses no ninjutsu skills, relying solely on martial prowess. Nestled against the land of fire, the environment of the land of iron is considerably more picturesque than that of the land of rain. Lin Yang and his companions first ventured into a lush bamboo grove, where the verdant bamboo leaves glistened enticingly. As a gentle breeze swept through, the emerald foliage swayed gracefully, resembling a green ocean rippling with waves. As they proceeded deeper, Lin Yang beheld a magnificent waterfall cascading down thousands of feet, reminiscent of the Milky Way spilling from the heavens, alongside a house precariously perched on a cliff. It was also in this moment that Lin Yang encountered a group of warriors from the land of iron, numbering approximately 50. In stark contrast, Lin Yang's entourage comprised several hundred individuals. Moreover, Lin Yang had earned a formidable reputation in the ninja world as the dreaded Hanzo of the Salamander, a name that struck fear into the hearts of his adversaries. Everyone, flee. It's Hanzo of the Salamander. What? Hanzo of the Salamander. I do not wish to perish. Run, run. In the blink of an eye, the warriors from the land of iron, upon realizing that Lin Yang was among the visitors from the land of rain, were seized by terror and fled in disarray, leaving only one young warrior with a resolute expression, wielding a katana, standing firm. The rain ninjas could not help but burst into laughter at this scene. Indeed, our Lord Hanzo's mere name is sufficient to send the enemy scurrying in panic. These warriors from the land of iron are utterly inept. Their martial skills must be woefully lacking. They claim to excel in martial arts, yet all I see are their exceptional abilities in evasion. Ha ha. Truly a bunch of fools. The lone warrior, Mifyun, felt his countenance darken upon hearing the derisive comments from the rain ninjas. Yaji, Lin Yang called out. Present. Yaji promptly responded, employing the body flicker technique to appear before Lin Yang, bowing respectfully. I command you to lead the rain ninjas in pursuit of those warriors from the land of iron. As for that warrior over there, I shall handle him myself. Lin Yang declared, casting a glance at Mifyun. Understood. Yaji affirmed before swiftly leading the rain ninjas in the direction of the fleeing warriors. Brothers, follow me, Yaji urged, with the other rain ninjas trailing closely behind him. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the task. Rewards are now available for collection. Lin Yang, noticing the sudden appearance of the panel, realized that he had accomplished his mission. However, he deemed it inappropriate to claim his rewards at that moment, reasoning internally. I shall wait for a while. Mifyun, his face pale with fury, resolutely plunged into the throng of rain ninjas. Observing this, Lin Yang could only shake his head, leaning forward and darting forth like an arrow released from its bow. In an instant, he positioned himself before Mifyun, where the blade of his chain scythe clashed with Mifyun's katana, sending the latter flying. Your sole objective now is to exert every effort to defeat me. As Mitsuhana staggered backwards several meters before regaining his balance and kneeling upon the ground, he gasped for breath. His gaze filled with a mixture of fear and admiration as he beheld Lin Yang. So formidable, he exclaimed. Yet, no matter how strong you are, you cannot shatter my warrior spirit. With that, Mitsuhana swiftly rose to his feet, gripping his katana firmly and gazing at Lin Yang with unwavering resolve. Such a pure warrior. How could he not be of use to the master? Please, master, defeat Mitsuhana to win him over with your strength and then recruit him. Reward, mastery of Iron Country martial arts. Upon witnessing the generous reward, Lin Yang turned to Mitsuhana and praised him. Your warrior spirit has earned my admiration, Hans. Now, please reveal your name, for I, Sanjuibi Hans, do not slay nameless foes. I am Mitsuhana, and I humbly request your guidance, he replied. In an instant, Mitsuhana unleashed all the chakra within him, channeling it into his katana, which then transformed into a fleeting shadow as he struck towards Lin Yang. Lin Yang mirrored his stance. Han's own martial prowess was exceptional, and with Lin Yang's body restored to its peak condition, the power of their techniques soared to new heights. Swish, swish. The two shadows intertwined, their fierce clash abruptly halting. Crack. Mitsuhana's katana was severed in two by Lin Yang. blood gushing from the right side of his face as he collapsed onto the ground, shaken. Lin Yang sheathed his weapon and glanced back at Mitsuhana with a hint of appreciation. You have lost. The blade I wield is laced with the poison of the Sanj-YB. It won't be long before your body succumbs to paralysis and your life draws to a close. Have I truly lost? Mitsuhana lay sprawled on the ground, gazing at the azure sky and white clouds, a sense of resignation washing over him. To be defeated by such a master as you, I, Mitsuhana, have no regrets in death. I hold you in high regard, Lin Yang continued. In my eyes, you are a keenly honed blade. Compared to those warriors who flee at the mere mention of my name, you undoubtedly stand apart. Join my village, Amigakure, and I shall offer you greater rewards than those in the Iron Country. Lin Yang extended an olive branch to Mitsuhana. Amigakure? Mitsuhana pondered his dwindling time and the hasty retreat of his comrades. With closed eyes, he resignedly replied, Lord Hans, before I join Amigakure, I ask that you grant me one request. Oh, what is it that you wish to request? Lin Yang inquired. Please spare the lives of my comrades, Mitsuhana implored. Spare their lives? Lin Yang responded. You must understand, they just betrayed you. Nevertheless, I shall grant your request. Lin Yang approached Mitsuhana, producing an antidote for the Sanj-YB poison. He crouched down and poured it into Mitsuhana's mouth. This is the antidote. Drink it and rest peacefully. As for your request, I, Sanj-YB Hans, shall honor it. I swear upon my name. Thank you, Lord Hans. After consuming the antidote, Mitsuhana, lulled by Lin Yang's words, drifted into a deep slumber, harboring no doubts. After all, the trustworthiness of a master of Lin Yang's caliber was undeniably high. Congratulations, master. On completing the task, shall the reward be claimed immediately? Yes, Lin Yang mentally replied. In an instant, Lin Yang's mind was inundated with an abundance of warrior techniques, and the chain scythe in his hand began to move of its own accord. He became thoroughly immersed in this state. Several minutes elapsed before his hand's movements gradually ceased. Observing the weapon in his grasp, Lin Yang felt as though the chain scythe had become an extension of his very arm. He realized he could wield the scythe with the finesse of his own fingers. Lin Yang couldn't help but muse that, within the entire ninja realm, there should be no one capable of surpassing him in swordsmanship. Once he had assimilated the rewards from this experience, he addressed the system, requesting the reward for the previous task. A small orb of light slowly coalesced in the palm of his hand, taking the form of a diminutive blue capsule. Despite its seemingly trivial size, this capsule had the potential to alleviate Lin Yang's pressing concerns. The venomous sac of the pufferfish in his abdomen remained a persistent threat, and he had no desire to continue living with a filtration mask. Without hesitation, he swallowed the capsule. After a brief moment, the effects of the medicine commenced, enveloping him in a refreshing sensation akin to savoring an ice pop on a sweltering summer day. Lin Yang could not suppress a tingling gasp of delight. In this state, the once encroaching pufferfish toxin within him began to dissipate and dissolve, akin to snow melting on a mountain peak. The venomous sac in his abdomen no longer posed a threat, and thus Lin Yang achieved a state of immunity to toxins. Subsequently, he removed the filtration mask that had been his constant companion for decades. Accustomed to exhaling through his mouth, he now inhaled through his nose. A wave of cool, fresh air filled his nostrils before being expelled. Devoid of the purple pufferfish toxin fog, only pure carbon dioxide remained. Lin Yang let out a sigh of relief, at last. His body was free from the filtration mask and could lead a normal life. However, for certain specific reasons, he chose to don the filtration mask once more. In the ninja world, it was common knowledge that Hanzo the salamander always wore a filtration mask. If he were to suddenly remove it without warning, it might arouse suspicion. Thus, he resolved to wear the mask when interacting with others, reserving its removal for moments of solitude. After digesting the two rewards, a considerable amount of time had passed. Yeji successfully reunited with Ninja and Lin Yang. Yeji approached Lin Yang with an expression of resolute determination, stating, Lord Hanzo, the fleeing samurai from the land of iron have now been eradicated. Lin Yang regarded Yeji with a peculiar expression. Yeji, puzzled, asked with a hint of trepidation. What is it, Lord Hanzo? Have I faltered in any way? Not at all. You performed admirably, Lin Yang praised, feeling a pang of regret for Sanbu. His initial intention had been to spare the lives of those samurai, but alas, his rain ninjas were swift in their lethal efficiency. This could hardly be blamed on him. He swore in the name of Manus Hans. What concern was it of Lin Yang's? The system detected that the host had already arrived in the land of iron. As the renowned Mantis Hans, the host shockingly had not received a personal welcome from the general of the land of iron. which clearly indicated a lack of regard for the host. The host is tasked with successfully eliminating the dismissive general of the Land of Iron. Reward: 1 weapon upgrade. Having arrived in the Land of Iron, how could the host return empty-handed? The host is encouraged to recruit as many warriors from the Land of Iron as possible. Those who refuse may be slain. Reward: 500 chakra for each warrior recruited, and 500 chakra for each warrior of the Land of Iron defeated by the host. Lin Yang was taken aback. He had not anticipated triggering 2 tasks simultaneously, both of which offered remarkably generous rewards. Killing a warrior from the Land of Iron yielded 500 chakra, and recruiting one as an ally granted the same. While taking a life was straightforward, persuading someone to defect posed a greater challenge. Lin Yang felt a pang of guilt towards Mitsubian. He regretted that in pursuit of rewards, he would have to sacrifice some of the reputation of Mantis Hans. Surely, Mitsubian would understand this predicament to some extent. With this thought, Lin Yang found a semblance of self-forgiveness and then spoke to the Rain Ninja. Leave 2 individuals here to attend to that lad lying on the ground. The rest shall accompany me deeper into the Land of Iron. Chapter 5, The Legendary 3 Ninjas of Konoha. No, please, save me. The detestable Hanzo of the Salamander. I shall fight you to the bitter end. The cries for help and desperate screams echoed relentlessly. The Land of Iron had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Although the area of effect attacks from the formidable Hanzo were no longer present, Lin Yang, a master of swordsmanship, wove through the ranks of the Iron Country's warriors. His chained sickle became a harbinger of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of the Iron Country's defenders. Hanzo, your wanton invasion of the Iron Country will inevitably lead to your judgment by the 5 great ninja villages, bellowed the general of the Iron Country, his eyes bulging with fury. By then, it is likely you will not witness the scene, Lin Yang retorted, forming hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. In an instant, a water dragon, stretching several dozen meters, emerged, its body writhing as it surged towards the general of the Iron Country. The general, unable to evade the attack, was caught in the jaws of the water dragon. His body crashed heavily to the ground, his dark armor showing signs of damage. Damn it, the general grunted, struggling to rise, only to hear a sound slicing through the air. Almost immediately, a long chain ensnared his neck, rendering him speechless. His eyes widened in horror as a scythe, bearing the weight of judgment, descended upon his head. With a sickening thud, his massive head rolled onto the ground. His eyes still wide open, refusing to close. The warriors of the Iron Country were left in despair, while the Rain Ninjas erupted in excitement. Haha, your general is dead. Let us see how you warriors continue to act with such arrogance. Kill, brothers, kill. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Would you like to claim your reward immediately? Lin Yang disregarded the notification from the system and shouted to the remaining warriors of the Iron Country. Surrender by dropping your weapons or face the consequences without mercy. Upon hearing this, many warriors, desperate to save their lives, discarded their weapons. Others, driven by their convictions, fought valiantly. A faint smile crept across Lin Yang's face at this sight. In the Hokage's office at the Konoha headquarters, Sarutobi Hiruzen tightened his brow as he inhaled deeply from his pipe after receiving intelligence from a scout. Hanzo, noticing Hiruzen's frustration, slammed his hand on the table. Hiruzen, Hanzo is merely the leader of a small village, yet he dares to challenge the authority of Konoha. What are we waiting for? We should send forces to eradicate them immediately. The other 2 Hokage advisors, Mito Kazuma and Tsurugi Komatsu, nodded in agreement with Hanzo's assertion. Peace in the ninja world has lingered for too long. It seems time to remind the world of the strength of the foremost ninja village, Tsurugi Komatsu stated calmly. Hanzo is right. Komatsu speaks the truth. Hiruzen, why do you hesitate? Mito Kazuma added. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, finally addressing the assembly under the weight of their collective gaze. Once Konoha declares war on the Rain Village, the conflict will inevitably spread throughout the entire shinobi world. At present, it appears that Hanzo is in the Land of Iron. I shall first dispatch a contingent to negotiate with him. Danzo suddenly scoffed. Hiruzen, you are far too indecisive. If our sensei were still with us, he would never allow outsiders to trample upon the dignity of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast an irritated glance at his old friend Danzo. Danzo, you are overstepping your bounds. I am the Hokage here. Danzo's expression darkened abruptly as he stormed towards the door of the conference room. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. I shall bear any consequences as Hokage. Sarutobi replied calmly. With a loud slam, Danzo could no longer contain his fury and stormed out. Danzo remains as impulsive as ever, Tsunade remarked with a sigh. Indeed. After all these years, his temperament has not changed, Mito Minion agreed. Sarutobi seemed accustomed to Danzo's departure and then addressed Tsunade and Mito with his decision. This matter is of utmost importance. I will send my 3 disciples to demand an explanation from Hanzo, should he fail to provide a reasonable account. Konoha will not hesitate to engage in this war. Agreed. Agreed. Both Mito Minion and Tsunade concurred. In the Land of Iron, Hate gazed at the kneeling samurai captives. I shall ask you once more. Are you willing to join the Rain Ninja Village and become my subordinates? I am willing. I am willing. The samurai eagerly shouted in response. They had surrendered out of a desire to preserve their lives, and now that they had a chance to live, they were determined to seize it. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Would you like to claim your reward? The reward for this task is the same as that of the second task. The reason Hate did not claim the first task's reward directly is that he was uncertain how long the weapon upgrade would take. Much like the evolution of the well, which has now reached 83 completion, Hate estimated it would not be long before it fully evolved. He anticipated that upon their return from the Land of Iron to the Rain Village, they would inevitably face obstruction from the Konoha ninjas. After all, the Konoha ninjas were not foolish. Several hours had passed since the demise of those Umbu. If the Konoha ninjas failed to notice this, then the title of the foremost ninja village among the 5 great nations would indeed be meaningless. Thus, Hate opted to claim the second task reward before upgrading his weapon. System, grant me the second task reward. Calculating. Detected that the host has slain a total of 358 samurai from the Land of Iron, with 93 samurai pledging allegiance to the host, totaling 225,500 chakra. In an instant, the chakra Hate had expended was fully restored. His momentum gradually increased as his chakra surged. Hate let out a deep sigh, surveying the scene of carnage around him, and expressed his gratitude. I truly thank you all. Lin Yang continued his journey through the Land of Fire, retracing his steps. After departing from the Land of Iron, they returned once more to the Land of Fire. At this moment, the 3 vessels remained in slumber. However, one could only imagine the expression on their faces upon awakening to discover that the commander from the Land of Iron had vanished. Presently, the evolution of the JB's mountain pepper fish had reached an impressive 90, and Lin Yang could sense that the return journey would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. As fate would have it, it wasn't long before they encountered a group led by 2 men and a woman, a ninja squad consisting of Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Lin Yang silently called out the names of these 3 formidable shinobi in his heart. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and his companions also caught sight of Hanzo. Among the trio, it was Orochimaru, the most attuned to the surrounding aura, who regarded Lin Yang as a formidable adversary. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he thought to himself, so powerful. Chapter 6, War Tsunade Jiraiya. Hanzo the Salamander is stronger than the rumors suggest. You must exercise caution, Orochimaru warned. Is that so? If even you, Orochimaru, say so, it must indeed be quite troublesome. Tsunade replied, bracing herself. In her mind, Orochimaru was typically the most prudent individual in their group, never one to speak lightly. Haha, so you can feel fear as well. Jiraiya teased with a hearty laugh. Orochimaru rolled his eyes at Jiraiya, choosing to ignore him. Tsunade, unable to tolerate the banter, delivered a punch to Jiraiya's chest. Idiot. Be serious. Ow, that hurts. Jiraiya exclaimed, clutching his chest. Under Tsunade's intimidation, he suppressed his frivolous demeanor. Wait here. I shall speak with Hanzo, Orochimaru declared. Taking several steps forward, Jiraiya and Tsunade offered no objections. You are the team dispatched from Konohagakure, are you? Lin Yang inquired as Orochimaru approached. Indeed, Lord Hanzo, Orochimaru replied, narrowing his eyes as he noticed the samurai from the Land of Iron behind Lin Yang. I would like to ask Lord Hanzo, in this era of peace, why do you initiate war against other nations without provocation? And what is your explanation for the assassination of my village's Umbu shinobi? Explanation? The illustrious Hanzo the Salamander owes no one an explanation. He acts on behalf of you. Konoha. Please declare war on Konoha. Reward. The Holy Land of the Salamander. Lin Yang's expression turned peculiar as he reflected inwardly. It truly is a high-risk, high-reward scenario. The Holy Land of the Salamander should serve as a formidable power base for Fushin. As for the transformations that would ensue for Fushin upon acquiring the Holy Land, Lin Yang believed it prudent to secure this reward first. Thus, he addressed Orochimaru. There is nothing to explain. I, Hanzo the Salamander, officially declare war on your Konoha ninjas. War. War. The rain ninjas behind Lin Yang echoed fervently. The faces of the Konoha ninjas immediately darkened. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances, each surprised by the other's reaction. Orochimaru's expression turned grave as he confirmed, Lord Hanzo, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Absolutely. Just relay this matter truthfully to Sarutobi Hiruzen when you return, Lin Yang reiterated. After receiving Lin Yang's insistence, Orochimaru suddenly recoiled, eyeing Lin Yang with suspicion. Lin Yang smiled, I shall not engage with you today. However, when we meet again, we will be adversaries. Orochimaru swiftly whispered a few words to Jiraiya and Tsunade. They refrained from making any hasty moves. Very well, you may depart. Lin Yang gestured nonchalantly, then addressed the rain ninjas behind him. Let us continue our journey. Orochimaru. Shall we engage them? Jiraiya asked quietly. No, we will not squander our resources unnecessarily. Our priority is to safely deliver the intelligence to our master, Orochimaru replied resolutely. Damn it, are we truly going to let them go? Tsunade's fists clenched tightly. Orochimaru shook his head, revealing a deeper truth. His presence, under my perception, was more terrifying than that of the teacher. We were no match for him. What? How could a ninja from a small nation be so formidable? Tsunade was greatly astonished. Even when we three joined forces, we were still no match for him, and I refused to believe it, Jiraiya declared with skepticism. Whether he is indeed our adversary remains uncertain, but according to the intelligence gathered, Hanzo is renowned in the ninja world for his prowess akin to that of the salamander. If a confrontation were to arise, our ninja team behind us would likely suffer catastrophic losses, Orochimaru remarked, glancing back. Very well, Jiraiya conceded reluctantly. For now, let us spare them. Tsunade huffed in annoyance. Thus, Lin Yang departed with his troops, nonchalantly in the presence of Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Given that Jingu was still in an evolutionary phase, Lin Yang never entertained the thought of engaging in battle with Jiraiya and the others. Moreover, he remained in a state of unease regarding the Rain Village. Therefore, the sooner he returned, the better. Of course, should Jiraiya and company insist on a confrontation, Lin Yang would not shy away. With his significantly enhanced abilities, he believed he could contend with the legendary trio even without the salamander. Once Lin Yang was out of Orochimaru's sight, the latter finally exhaled in relief. Now, let us return to Konoha and promptly report the situation to the teacher. The situation in the ninja world is about to spiral into chaos. Until he exited the Fire Country, Lin Yang encountered no further Konoha ninja forces. It seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen had only dispatched Orochimaru and his team. After traversing back into the Rain Country unhindered, the bright sunshine swiftly transformed into a gloomy, rainy day. The damp environment posed a challenge for the samurai from the Iron Country, who were accustomed to the blazing sun. As the gentle raindrops fell upon Mitsubiun's head, he gradually awakened from his slumber. Opening his eyes, he was met with an unfamiliar setting. Where am I? The samurai carrying him looked up with a hint of reproach. Ah, you have finally awakened. Wait, shouldn't I be in the Iron Country? Where is this? Mitsubiun asked, coming to his senses. This is no longer the Iron Country. We are now subordinates of Lord Hanzo and the Rain Ninja. The samurai carrying Mitsubiun revealed with a touch of exasperation. Rain Ninja. Mitsubiun recalled his conversation with Hanzo before losing consciousness. Logically, it should have been just me joining the Rain Ninja. How did you all end up here? The samurai recounted the entire sequence of events to Mitsubiun. Mitsubiun's mind buzzed, and his complexion turned ashen as he murmured, How could this be? Lord Hanzo promised me. He promised me. The samurai, hearing Mitsubiun's naivety, scoffed. What a grand figure Hanzo is. How could he possibly honor the request of a mere samurai? Do not flatter yourself. Mitsubiun's face instantly flushed crimson. I am not boasting. I will go find Lord Hanzo and clarify this matter. Yes, I understand, but I advise you to remain compliant for now. After all, we have defected from the Iron Country. You may address this once we reach the Rain Ninja village. The samurai gazed at Mitsuba with an expression of disbelief. Mitsuba had resolutely determined to prove himself before this warrior, and thus he inquired, What is your name? I shall certainly seek an explanation for you before Hanzo's pavilion shortly. The samurai chuckled softly, yet upon witnessing Mitsuba's unwavering demeanor, he revealed his name. I am Mayano Kaido. I hope your words hold true. Indeed, I am Mitsuba, he replied, reciprocating with his own name. After traversing a stretch of the path, Lin Yang finally beheld the distinctive iron edifice of Rain Ninja Village. Upon confirming that his old sanctuary remained unscathed, Lin Yang felt a sense of relief wash over him. He surmised that he would likely not venture out in the near future, for a war, instigated by his own actions, was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 7. The Sacred Land of the Pepper Fish. Upon returning to the hidden rain village, Lin Yang first announced to the outside world that the rain had declared war on Konoha. Subsequently, he began preparations for the rain shinobi, conveying the principle of passive defense without proactive attacks. After orchestrating the arrangements for the rain shinobi, it was now time to address the samurai from the Land of Iron. Suddenly, a gleam of realization illuminated his mind as he gazed upon the Azure System panel. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 93 samurai under your command. Congratulations, host. You have gained a subordinate with shadow level potential. Prosperity 500, current prosperity 2,600. Host receives a reward, 6,000 chakra. Instantaneously, Lin Yang felt an increase in his chakra reserves. The subordinate possessing shadow level talent must be Mitsuba. He had almost forgotten about him. Apologizing silently in his heart, Lin Yang summoned Yeji. He had already devised a strategy for the samurai from the Land of Iron, considering that the rain had officially declared war on Konoha. During the ensuing battle, these samurai would serve as the most ideal cannon fodder. After informing Yeji of the Land of Iron's affiliation, Yeji promptly commenced his actions. Meanwhile, Lin Yang returned to the Rain Tower to prepare for his final meditation before the battle. A rain shinobi approached Yeji, reporting, "My lord, there is a foolish boy from the Land of Iron who insists on meeting Lord Hans." Yeji furrowed his brow. "Take me to see him." "Yes." Following the rain shinobi, Yeji soon began to hear a cacophony of voices. "Step aside. Don't hold me back. I demand to see Lord Hans." He promised to spare the samurai from the Land of Iron. So why has it come to this? I deserve an explanation. Get out of my way, you fools. Due to the connection with Lin Yang, the leader of the Rain Shinobi, neither the Rain Shinobi nor the samurai from the Land of Iron dared to act recklessly against Mitsuba. "Stop talking. You're going to get me killed." Mayano Nin clung to Mitsuba's body, his face a mask of embarrassment as he surveyed the onlookers. Yeji pushed through the crowd and spotted the vociferous samurai. My lord. The surrounding Rain Shinobi greeted him as Mayano Nin, realizing that a high-ranking figure had arrived, felt utterly despondent. It was over. Everything was over. Yeji gazed at Mitsuba's face and suddenly exclaimed, "So it's you. I was just about to look for you. Lord Hans instructed me to keep an eye on you." Mayano Nin, taken aback, questioned Yeji, "My lord, does Lord Hans truly know this fellow? Are you questioning me?" Yeji shot him a menacing glare. And no. Mayano Nin hastily shook his head. "My lord, I must see Lord Hans." Mitsuba interjected, believing that someone of Hans's stature would never deceive him regarding his reputation. There must be some misunderstanding, and he needed to inquire directly with Lin Yang to clarify the matter. "I apologize, but you cannot see Lord Hans at the moment." Upon his return to the hidden village, he declared a seclusion, forbidding anyone from disturbing him, and I am powerless to intervene in this matter. Yeji displayed an expression of helplessness, while Mitsuba appeared utterly dejected. "However, do not worry. Although I am unaware of the promise made to you by Lord Hans, it is likely that you will be able to meet him tomorrow." Yeji shifted the conversation. "I am truly grateful, my lord," Mitsuba exclaimed, his spirits lifted in joy. "No need for thanks. Now, come with me." Yeji beckoned. Mitsuba, uncertain of Yeji's intentions, obediently followed. Mayano, observing from a distance, recognized the impending conflict between the Rain Village and Konoha. The samurai who defected to the Rain Village redeemed the first wave of expendable manpower, mere cannon fodder. Mitsuba, summoned by a prominent figure from the Rain, had likely evaded the fate of becoming such cannon fodder, earning the title of the fortunate one in Mayano's eyes. Yeji guided Mitsuba away from the throng of samurai to an open area. There were matters he could not discuss in the previous location, and this place was more suitable. "Your name is Mitsuba, is it not?" "Yes, my lord," Mitsuba replied. Yeji cleared his throat and solemnly stated, "You wish to meet Lord Hans, do you not? I now grant you this privilege. From this day forth, you shall be a member of Lord Hans's exclusive Umbu Guard." "An exclusive guard? Does this mean I will be able to see Lord Hans every day?" Mitsuba inquired. "Yes, theoretically, but given the current extraordinary circumstances, you must wait until Lord Hans concludes his retreat before you can meet him," Yeji clarified. "I am incredibly grateful, my lord," Mitsuba said, his hands clasped in appreciation. In the highest tower of the Rain Village, within the Rain Office, Lin Yang removed his filtration mask and plopped down into a chair. A blue panel materialized in his vision. With the mission of declaring war on Konoha already accomplished, barring any unforeseen events, the war was set to commence by tomorrow. Lin Yang now aimed to seize every fleeting moment to enhance his strength. First, he focused on his summoning beast, the salamander, which had completed its evolution. As he examined its attribute panel, he noted a staggering transformation. Summoning beast, salamander. Talent, sage-class ninja beast. Strength, peak shadow level. Affiliation, none. Has its strength truly reached the peak of the shadow level? Lin Yang mused, estimating that the current salamander alone could pose a significant challenge to those from Konoha. It was indeed astonishing, though he wondered if anyone in the ninja world could counter the salamander's poison now. Reflecting on his own immunity to toxins, Lin Yang concluded that in the present ninja realm, only he could withstand the salamander's venom. The still-living Uchiha Madara should also be able to activate Susanoo for defense. After all, Uchiha Madara possesses the absolute defense of Susanoo. Once Susanoo is activated, the poison would be rendered ineffective against him. Setting aside such thoughts, Lin Yang chose to digest the rewards from his mission. System, I now claim the reward for weapon upgrades. Please select the weapon to be upgraded. Lin Yang designated the chain scythe placed in the office. Ding. Upgrade commencing, current progress 1. As the weapon upgrade began, Lin Yang observed the chain scythe becoming somewhat ethereal and indistinct. This must be the state characteristic of an upgrade. Next came the sacred land of the pufferfish. The system prompted me to claim the sacred land of the pufferfish. Please designate the master of the sacred land of the pufferfish must be a celestial beast. The master of the sacred land can only be a beast with celestial level talent. Right? This is tailor-made for the recently upgraded Jingfu. Lin Yang immediately stated, designate my summoning beast, pufferfish Jingfu. Designation complete. Please specify a location to transform into the sacred land of the pufferfish. After some contemplation, Lin Yang decided that the back mountain of his own rain-hidden village would be the safest choice, as it is also the current habitat of Jingfu. Designate the back mountain of rain-hidden village. Reward distribution in progress. Meanwhile, the recently transformed pufferfish Fu Jing rested on the ground. The surroundings quietly began to change. Dark and damp, with trees towering overhead, this was indeed the ideal habitat for the pufferfish. A surge of celestial chakra flowed into its body, and Jingfu felt an inexplicable comfort. In Lin Yang's mind, various introductions regarding the sacred land of the pufferfish appeared. The sacred land of the pufferfish is a place exclusively designed for the pufferfish, where it enjoys utmost comfort. Other species would feel discomfort within. Additionally, the sacred land produces a young pufferfish every 10 days. Furthermore, the sacred land is subject to upgrades. The sole method to upgrade the sacred land is through the accumulation of natural energy from heaven and earth. The greater the natural energy, the more robust the sacred land becomes, leading to an increased yield of pufferfish. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding a celestial-level summoning beast. Does the host wish to bind their rain-hidden village with the sacred land of the pufferfish? Once bound, the natural energy of the sacred land will nourish the host's rain-hidden village. Yes, Lin Yang responded without hesitation. Prosperity 2000. Host receives reward 20,000 chakra. In an instant, Lin Yang's chakra capacity increased significantly. However, this was not the main highlight. With the binding of Rain-Hidden Village and the sacred land of the pufferfish, numerous benefits of this union flooded Lin Yang's mind. First and foremost, every child born in Rain-Hidden Village in the future would carry a small amount of celestial chakra within. Additionally, they would develop a certain resistance to toxins. Furthermore, the long-term residents of Rain-Hidden Village would see their physical condition improve. Young people would grow stronger, while the elderly would enjoy prolonged longevity. Lastly, with the binding of Rain-Hidden Village and the sacred land of the pufferfish, Lin Yang, as the master of Rain-Hidden Village, also reaped the benefits. He found a trace of celestial chakra manifesting within him. Although this trace of chakra was nearly negligible, it was indeed celestial chakra. It is a remarkable entity capable of inflicting damage upon individuals of the Six Paths caliber. Furthermore, Lin Yang has attained the ability to refine Senjutsu chakra. This signifies that Lin Yang will henceforth be able to wield Senjutsu. Concurrently, with the unfolding events at the Sage of Salamander's domain, the Great Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, the Wetbone Slug Sage, and the White Snake Sage of Ryuchi Cave have all sensed the disturbance at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 8. The White Snake Sage of Myaboku Mountain. The future has changed. The slumbering Toad Sage suddenly opened his eyes and murmured softly. The Slug Sage, drenched in moisture, continued to remain indifferent to the world. Is there something amiss in the Dragon Cave? The youthful-looking leader of the Dragon Cave, Shikido Island Princess, inquired of the kindly old woman before her. The balance maintained for a millennium among the three sacred lands has been shattered. The gentle-faced old woman's expression abruptly contorted into a menacing snarl, her visage transforming into that of a serpent as she venomously spat. What? Shikido Island Princess gasped in astonishment and quickly followed up with, has either the Toad Sage or the enigmatic Slug Sage broken through? Not at all. Beings of our caliber cannot attain the sixth realm without extraordinary fortuity. The disruption of the millennium balance is due to the emergence of a new sacred land. Apart from our three. The White Snake Sage uttered these words with incredulity. A new sacred land? How could that be possible? In the current ninja world, who could dare establish a new sacred land right under the noses of sages? Suddenly, Shikido Island Princess seemed to recollect something and exclaimed, is it the descendant of Indra? Has he successfully transcended to the sixth realm? No, he is now feeble with age and has lost all hope in this lifetime, the White Snake Sage replied, shaking his head. This matter, Island Princess, I entrust to you. Overjoyed, Shikido Island Princess eagerly responded, you need only command, Sage. I am certain that upon completing this task, my status within the Dragon Cave will surpass that of the Divine Princess and Tsunade. The White Snake Sage observed the loyalty etched on Island Princess's face and smiled. That rascal Wanshi, if I recall correctly, recently formed a summoning contract with a human named Orochimaru, who is among the strongest in the Hidden Leaf Village, holding a significant position as well. Your task is to contact Orochimaru in the present world, leveraging the power of the leaf to investigate and subsequently undermine this newly emerged sacred land. As one of the three sacred lands, the Dragon Cave is sovereign. The White Snake Sage will not permit the existence of a new sacred land. To illustrate, consider the total natural energy of the universe as 10. The Dragon Cave, My Boku Mountain, and Whetbone Forest each claim 3, a balance previously negotiated. As for the remaining one of unclaimed natural energy, it was left to its own devices. However, the current situation presents a new sacred land. The remaining one of natural energy is certainly insufficient for the new sacred land's consumption. What then shall be done when natural energy is lacking? Naturally, one must seize it. Such a result may lead to a depletion of natural energy that was originally apportioned to the Dragon Cave, My Boku Mountain, or Whetbone Forest, disrupting their supply. This would inflict a significant blow to the interests of the three sages. It remains unclear how the Toad Sage and Slug Sage perceive this situation. But the White Snake Sage unequivocally cannot accept it. But how can I persuade Orochimaru to willingly cooperate? Izanami inquired. It is quite simple. You merely need to inform him that upon successful completion of the task, the White Snake Sage will permit him to train in Sage mode within the Dragon Cave. Humans are inherently greedy creatures. He will undoubtedly agree to such a proposition, the White Snake Sage stated with great confidence. As for you, Izanami, once you accomplish this mission, I shall bestow upon you an even greater chakra of sage arts, allowing you to surpass the likes of the goddesses, Tsunade, and Jinchuriki. The White Snake Sage discerned Izanami's hidden intentions. Though her thoughts were laid bare by the sage, Izanami, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied without a flicker of embarrassment. I shall fulfill the task, Sage. Very well, the White Snake Sage replied coolly, waving a hand. The sacred location lies to the southwest of our leaf village. You may depart now. Yes. Izanami promptly left the scene. Having exited the presence of the White Snake Sage, Izanami swiftly located the Great Serpent. At that moment, the Great Serpent was in slumber. Upon sensing an intruder in its territory, it abruptly opened its large vertical pupils. Upon seeing Izanami, it coldly questioned, Izanami, what brings you here? I require you to summon Orochimaru through a summoning contract. I have matters to discuss with him, Izanami stated directly. Very well. But you must provide me with 100 living sacrifices afterward, the Great Serpent boldly demanded. Izanami's expression darkened. She clenched her delicate fists and smiled sweetly at the Great Serpent. Agreed. The Great Serpent, sensing Izanami's eagerness, cautioned, Izanami, this is the Dragon Cave. Do you dare strike me without the White Snake Sage's command? Fear not, for all I do is in service of fulfilling the task assigned by the White Snake Sage. Izanami declared as she launched a punch towards the Great Serpent's forehead. Minutes later, stop. Stop. I agree. Is that not enough? The Great Serpent pleaded. Its face bruised and battered. Only then did Izanami retract her exquisitely crafted fists and cross her arms. You are wise to recognize the situation. The Great Serpent gazed at the seemingly adorable Izanami, feeling a sense of trepidation. It was unclear what had driven her to such madness today. It was unwise to provoke her. And how was it that she had stirred such commotion without receiving a warning from the White Snake Sage? Could it be that Izanami truly had been assigned a mission by the White Snake Sage, with the intent to swiftly dismiss Izanami? The great serpent hastily summoned Orochimaru to the dragon cave. In an instant, Orochimaru, who had been studying serpent ninjutsu at home, found himself in the dragon cave. Great serpent, what is it that you need? Orochimaru remarked, observing the battered state of the great serpent with astonishment. Who has done this to you? Soon, he sensed an aura even more potent than that of the great serpent. He turned to see a diminutive girl, no taller than his shoulder, scrutinizing him with keen eyes. At that moment, Orochimaru realized that it was not the great serpent who sought him, but rather this young lady before him. Having gathered sufficient knowledge about the inhabitants of the dragon cave, Orochimaru understood that this girl ranked just beneath the white snake sage. Within his heart, Orochimaru had already cursed the foolishness of the serpentine creature countless times, yet he quickly adorned his visage with a smile for Shima, gesturing amicably. Pray tell, what brings you to seek my assistance, esteemed sage? Shima regarded him with a discerning glance and replied, You are indeed quite astute. I have come today to fulfill a task entrusted to me by the white serpent sage. The task bestowed by the white serpent sage? Orochimaru's eyes lit up with intrigue. Might I inquire as to the nature of this task? Rest assured, I shall offer my aid to the best of my abilities. He promptly conveyed his willingness to assist. Your honesty is commendable, Shima acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. I shall divulge the specifics once I return to the human realm. She cast a cold glance at the foolish serpent before elaborating to Orochimaru. Fear not, for if you assist me in accomplishing this task, the coveted sage mode of the dragon cave will no longer be an unattainable dream. This is a message personally conveyed to me by the white serpent sage. Orochimaru's gaze grew increasingly fervent. I am profoundly grateful to the white serpent sage. Rest assured, even if it costs me my very life, I shall ensure the successful completion of your mission. Ha ha ha, splendid. To have you within my dragon cave, Orochimaru, you truly are a remarkable talent. Shima was evidently pleased by his words. Subsequently, under the lavish flattery and compliments from Orochimaru, she became convinced that she had gained a formidable ally. Very well, esteemed sage. I shall take my leave now. As the summoning time concluded, Orochimaru vanished without a trace. Upon his return to Konoha, Orochimaru found himself in a daze. A cold laugh bubbling within him. Truly a foolish serpent. Sage mode, how could it possibly outweigh my life? However, he mused, if the opportunity arises, I would not mind lending a hand to that foolish creature. Calculating the passage of time, Orochimaru stepped out of his abode and made his way toward the Hokage Tower. Along the route, he observed various jonin from Konoha hurrying toward the Hokage Tower, prompting him to exclaim, It seems war is on the horizon. Chapter 9. Regrets and Shadows. In the conference room of Konoha, there was a scarcity of seating and no long table typically found in meeting spaces. Only 4 chairs were present. Sarutobi Hiruzen occupied the center seat, flanked by the 3 high-ranking officials of Konoha, Shimura Danzo, T.D. Kamaru, and Mito Gaiden. Once all the elite ninjas were assembled, Hiruzen commenced the meeting. At the outset, he articulated the actions of the Rain Village, which incited a wave of indignation among the assembled Konoha shinobi. One individual, a frail old man in slippers with a scruffy beard, known as the strongest taijutsu master of Konoha, Teacher Chun, remarked, What has Hanzo ingested to become so audacious? It seems he is oblivious to his own capabilities. The current head of the Nara clan scoffed in response. As the J-Nin engaged in fervent discussions, Danzo interjected with a proposal. Hiruzen, I believe we should deploy a contingent of ninjas to establish a presence within the borders of the Rain country to preempt any surprise attacks from Hanzo and his associates. Mito and TD exchanged glances, conveying their agreement. Hiruzen, finding merit in Danzo's suggestion, promptly issued orders. He commanded Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade to lead Konoha's ninja forces to the Rain country's frontier, with Danzo appointed as the overall commander for this operation. As the meeting concluded, each J-Nin returned to their respective duties, guardians to protect their homes, warriors to prepare for battle. With the announcement from Hiruzen, the air of impending war could no longer be concealed, reverberating through every household in Konoha. In this moment, Hiruzen emerged to respond decisively, using Lin Yang's provocation as justification to fully declare war on the Rain Village. The entire shinobi world was left in shock. The Second Shinobi World War was on the brink of eruption. Let there be a battle to remember. Please, host. Eliminate all enemy spies within the borders of the Rain country. Reward, water-breathing technique. It was now the 2nd day since Lin Yang had entered seclusion. Upon encountering the sudden mission from the system, Lin Yang mused internally, realizing that the system required him to offend every village to the utmost degree. Having openly declared war on Konoha the previous day, today he received news that Konoha had officially responded to his declaration. Without further contemplation, he understood that the Rain Country would undoubtedly be teeming with scouts from the 5 great ninja villages. If Lin Yang were to eliminate them all, he would undoubtedly enmity not just with Konoha, but also with the other 4 major villages. But was Lin Yang daunted? Of course, he felt fear. Anyone would. Yet, one must strive for dignity in this life. Moreover, why should he tolerate their indiscretions on his territory? Given Lin Yang's significantly enhanced prowess, coupled with the summit-level support of the salamander, he recognized he was not without opportunities to confront the 5 great ninja villages. Though not in a direct confrontation, he could strategically utilize the toxins of the salamander and the unique geography of the Rain Country to mount a defensive posture. Thus, he accepted the mission. Additionally, his weapon, the Iron Chain Sickle, had just completed its upgrade moments ago. Please name the weapon. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yang decided to name the weapon. It shall be called Dawnbreak. By bestowing this name upon the weapon, Lin Yang imbued it with great expectations, hoping it would accompany him through countless challenges ahead. Naming completed, Lin Yang observed as the previously ethereal Dawnbreak suddenly solidified, gently drifting into his hand. It retained its original appearance, yet both its hardness and chakra conduction had significantly improved. The original system panel now revealed an additional line of text. It read, Weapon, Dawnbreak. Much like the summoning beasts, Lin Yang could also examine its attributes. Weapon, Dawnbreak. Abilities, 1. Transformative form, Dawnbreak can morph into any weapon form desired by its wielder. 2. Chakra conduction, Dawnbreak possesses excellent chakra conduction properties, allowing the wielder to perfectly concentrate chakra upon it. 3. Poison, Dawnbreak inherently harbors a lethal toxin. Those struck will be afflicted by the venom of the stonefish. Only the 6 paths can evade its effects. 4. Immediate summoning, Dawnbreak can be summoned by the wielder at any moment, regardless of its location. Although the upgraded Dawnbreak possessed only 4 abilities, Lin Yang was already thoroughly satisfied. This was a vast improvement over the original scythe. At that moment, the Land of Rain was surprisingly devoid of rain. Lin Yang donned a filtration mask and transformed Dawnbreak into a bracelet that adorned his wrist before stepping out of his office. The atmosphere was serene, and he resolved to convene with the 5 great shinobi villages. Upon emerging from seclusion, Lin Yang's first directive was to eradicate all enemy scouts within the Land of Rain. He took the lead himself. In merely an hour, all scouts in the Land of Rain were apprehended. After severing the head of the last Sand Village scout, a blue panel materialized in his vision. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Would you like to claim your reward immediately? Claim. Lin Yang mentally responded. His mind was soon flooded with the knowledge of the water-breathing technique. This was not the original water-breathing technique from Demon Slayer, but rather a modified version adapted for the world of ninjas. The water-breathing technique emphasized gentleness and strong defense, focusing on overcoming rigidity with flexibility. Lin Yang's version allowed him to enter the total concentration state right from the outset. Furthermore, through the knowledge imparted by the system, he learned that the water-breathing technique comprises 3 realms: total concentration mode, water-release chakra mode, and the final realm of transparent world. Currently, Lin Yang was situated in the first realm, total concentration mode. Upon returning to the Land of Rain, Yuji began to report to Lin Yang about the situation with Sambian. Due to Lin Yang's immediate order to eliminate all scouts in the Land of Rain, Yuji had been unable to find an opportunity to speak with him. Now, at last, the moment had arrived. Then summon him here. I shall explain everything to him in person. Yes. Yuji vanished from the spot. Regarding the esteemed Mitsubian, a formidable combat talent during his prime, Lin Yang naturally did not wish to relinquish him easily. After all, the Land of Rain is not as abundant in talented individuals as the Hidden Leaf. Mitsubian, in his own right, had already garnered significant attention from Lin Yang. Yaji moved swiftly, and within a few minutes, he returned with Mitsubian, who was the object of Lin Yang's eager anticipation. Lin Yang cast a knowing glance at Yaji, who understood the unspoken message and discreetly withdrew. Before Mitsubian could utter a word, Lin Yang preemptively expressed, I apologize for not being able to clarify matters yesterday due to unforeseen circumstances. Lin Yang's immediate apology rendered Mitsubian, who had prepared to voice his grievances, somewhat sheepish. I understand you sought me regarding the affairs of the Iron Country. I had indeed promised to let the fleeing samurai go, but unfortunately, by the time I arrived, it was too late. My subordinates had already dealt with those warriors. I was powerless in that situation. Initially, I intended to withdraw my forces, but I was subsequently besieged by your general from the Iron Country. For the sake of my own safety, I had no choice but to take action. Lin Yang's words effectively absolved him of any responsibility, emphasizing the notions of untimeliness and compulsion. Mitsubian found himself somewhat persuaded, although Lin Yang's account contradicted much of what Lord Miyano had informed him. He chose to trust Lin Yang's words. Mitsubian deemed himself inconsequential, devoid of any attributes that might entice others. The fact that Lin Yang, as the leader of a village, humbly explained and apologized to a mere samurai was enough to earn Mitsubian's admiration and belief. Moreover, Mitsubian was well aware of the caliber of the warriors from the Iron Country. Thus, after listening to Lin Yang's statements, Mitsubian promptly clasped his hands and bowed, saying, "I, Mitsubian, have truly misunderstood you, Lord Hans." Lin Yang responded with a warm smile, as gentle as a spring breeze. "It's quite all right. I harbor no ill feelings." Chapter 10. Task. Having successfully earned the trust of the three ships, Lin Yang promptly received a notification from Yiji. The troops dispatched by Konoha had arrived and were currently engaged in combat with the Rain ninja forces. Detection: the land of Rain is under invasion by enemy ninjas. As a renowned figure in the ninja world, the salamander cannot tolerate this. Host: please repel the invaders and initiate a counter-invasion of the Land of Fire. Reward: water breathing technique, water release chakra mode. The system's prefix aptly bore the word war. A twitch escaped Lin Yang's lips. However, I am not yet in a position to invade Konoha. The repercussions of eliminating the remaining scouts from the 4 great ninja villages remain uncertain. I must wait for their final actions. Having contemplated this, Lin Yang swiftly donned his full armor and hurried towards the battlefield. Within the borders of the Land of Rain, the Rain ninjas, lacking Hanzo's leadership, were being relentlessly driven back by Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. The samurai from the Iron Country stationed at the forefront had met their demise, leaving no trace behind. Danzo, hiding in the rear, was fervently issuing attack orders, reveling in the thrill of power. Lord Hanzo, with Lin Yang's arrival, the Rain ninjas seemed to have found their backbone, shouting fervently, "Haha, so you are the salamander Hanzo. Allow me, Uchiha Shinichi, to have a word with you." Lin Yang heard the whoosh of shurikens slicing through the air. He sidestepped, evading them effortlessly. Before him stood a defiant figure, wielding kunai, with pupils resembling tadpole-like three-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha clan. Lin Yang discerned the opponent's lineage. He then noticed several more figures materializing beside the Uchiha, all bearing the three-tomo Sharingan. It is widely known that the Uchiha clan can achieve Jonin-level strength through their three-tomo Sharingan, ranking among the elite Jonin. Ziyi, Liangze, Inada, why have you come? Of course, to assist you in slaying this Rain ninja leader, Uchiha Ziyi replied without a hint of emotion. The situation for the Uchiha within the village was dire. Only by achieving significant accomplishments on the battlefield could they regain the village's prior respect. The head of the salamander Hanzo was precisely the trophy they needed. Liangze, a moderate within the Uchiha clan, articulated their plight well. The departure of Madara, the oppression during the second Hokage's reign, and the various incidents of conspiracy among the elders had diminished the Uchiha clan's stature significantly. They were far from their former glory. Why wait? Let us eliminate Hanzo directly. Uchiha Inada, impatient, fixed his gaze on Lin Yang, eager to act. Protect Lord Hanzo. Seeing a few Rain ninjas attempting to support Lin Yang, he raised a hand and declared assertively, "Take care of yourselves. These Uchiha are foolishly courting death by venturing into the heart of the Land of Rain, seeking death." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Inada swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball coalesced from his throat, hurling towards Lin Yang. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique, fire release. Great dragon fire technique, fire release. Great fire extinguishing technique, fire release. Phoenix flower fire claw as the first shot rang out across the rice fields. Shinichi and his companions promptly unleashed their fire-based jutsu. All the flames converged, creating a vast sea of fire. The searing heat evaporated the moisture from the air entirely. Observing this, Lin Yang merely formed a single-handed seal. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Before long, rainwater began to coalesce behind Lin Yang with a furious intensity. A massive water dragon, measuring over 10 meters in length, suddenly emerged, lunging toward the inferno. As water and fire clashed, a sizzling sound echoed throughout the battlefield. The water dragon diminished in size, and the sea of flames gradually subsided. What? Shinichi exclaimed in astonishment. The combined fire techniques of the four were insufficient to overpower a single individual. A thick mist began to rise, shrouding the area in obscurity. This is impossible, said Inada, his disbelief palpable as he prepared to attack again, but the vision was obscured by the dense fog. Be cautious, Rizai advised. The bracelet on Lin Yang's wrist transformed into a scythe of dawn. He activated the water-breathing technique he had just acquired, entering a state of complete concentration. As he did so, Lin Yang felt his strength amplify, gathering chakra into the scythe. A flash of white light glimmered along the blade. And then he transformed into a puddle of water, vanishing from sight. Wind release. Gale Palm Shinichi swiftly formed hand seals. A gust of fierce wind surged forth, dispersing the white mist as if parting the clouds to reveal the sky, gradually clarifying the vision of the Uchiha clan members. He has gone. Inada Sharingan scanned the surroundings but failed to locate Lin Yang's figure. This is bad, he is on my side. Uchiha Zai shouted. Just as he prepared to defend with a kunai, a pitch-black scythe struck with blinding speed, severing his head before he could react. Zai. Rizai's eyes widened in horror at the sight of Zai's grim fate. Damn you. Rizai's Sharingan began to shift, the three tomos spinning wildly. However, inexplicably, the transformation towards the Manjiki Sharingan halted abruptly. Just a step short, Rizai lamented, realizing he had missed the opportunity to awaken the Manjiki. Still a heartbeat away from that ultimate power. Yet, Lin Yang would not afford them any further chances. He lowered his center of gravity, standing firmly with his legs apart, the side resting against his hip, embodying the essence of a warrior. Chakra surged throughout his body, and a blue light flickered across the blade. Samurai. Aido/Lin Yang moved with the swiftness of lightning, darting forward like an arrow released from its bow. How fast? Inada was drenched in sweat. Even his most trusted Sharingan could only catch glimpses of Lin Yang's afterimage. As a sudden flash illuminated his vision, Inada lost all consciousness. With swift, decisive movements, the scene unfolded. 3 members of the Uchiha clan fell simultaneously. Having dealt with 4 Uchihas, Lin Yang did not pause in his actions. First, he swiftly assisted the ranged shinobi in eliminating their foes. Then he hastened toward the heart of the battlefield. As Lin Yang advanced, 3 colossal figures loomed before him. The morale of his entire ranged shinobi army appeared to be at a low ebb. The anguished cries of his comrades echoed in his ears. The legendary 3 of Konoha. Today I shall bestow upon you a name. Witnessing the tragic demise of his fellow shinobi, Lin Yang's demeanor visibly darkened. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru are summoning their beasts to wreak havoc upon your villagers. As the leader of the reign, how can you stand idly by? Please, host. Defeat the team led by Jiraiya and bestow upon them the title of the legendary 3 of Konoha as a means of humiliation and retribution. Reward. Conqueror's Haki, Chapter 11. The second encounter, is it Conqueror's Haki? Upon seeing this reward, Lin Yang immediately thought of the Conqueror's Haki from One Piece. In that universe, there are 3 types of Haki: Observation Haki, Armament Haki, and Conqueror's Haki. Among them, Conqueror's Haki is the most unique, occurring perhaps once in 100,000 individuals. It is a special ability that one is born with, symbolizing the essence of a ruler. Moreover, Conqueror's Haki can be considered an overwhelming force against weaker opponents. If Lin Yang possessed this ability, he could defeat feeble adversaries with merely a glare, exhibiting an area of effect capability. The title of the legendary 3 ninjas is merely a restoration of the plot. The original Hanzo of the Salamander was capable of such feats, and there is no reason I cannot. With that said, Lin Yang utilized the body flicker technique to reach the center of the battlefield. Confronted by the rampaging Manda, he summoned all of his chakra. The dawn blade above him flickered with a piercing blue light before transforming into a shadow and vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, it was at the rear of Manda's tail, wielding the dawn as if it were the Grim Reaper's scythe, and he struck down fiercely. The blade met Manda's flesh with the ease of slicing through tofu, severing a substantial portion of its serpentine body and causing a torrent of blood to spray forth. Manda, sensing the searing pain from behind, let out a heart-wrenching roar, thrashing wildly on the ground, creating a tremendous commotion. The surrounding ninjas were also caught in the chaos. Orochimaru, perched atop its head, was flung away by Manda's furious movements. Lord Hanzo is magnificent. Annihilate these leaf ninjas. With Lin Yang's intervention, the Rain Village, which had been on the brink of defeat, regained its momentum. What is happening? Soon, Orochimaru spotted a familiar figure wielding a scythe and donning a filtration mask. Hanzo. He has arrived. Sensing the situation on Orochimaru's side, Jiraiya and Tsunade rushed over. They dismounted from their respective summoning beasts, gravely regarding Lin Yang. Orochimaru, I shall have the slug tend to your summoning beast, Tsunade proposed, noting Manda's severe injuries. Thank you, Tsunade, Orochimaru replied, his usually sinister demeanor softened slightly. Tsunade glanced at the massive slug. I entrust this to you, Lord Slug. Of course, Lady Tsunade, the slug responded, its large form suddenly shrinking and splitting into two equally sized slugs. One remained stationary, while the other slithered towards Manda to administer healing. Everyone, protect Lord Orochimaru. Brothers, charge. Thick earthen walls rose before Manda, shielding it from the Rain Village's onslaught. Haha, you look utterly pathetic now, foul serpent. Gamabunda seized the opportunity to taunt Manda. Relishing in its disarray. Dyed toad. I shall turn you into dried toad meat afterward. Enough, you too. The slug interjected, unable to contain itself. Due to its inherent fear of slugs, coupled with the fact that the slug was currently treating it, Wanshi quickly fell silent. Seeing Wanshi's silence, Froshtontai refrained from making any sarcastic remarks. How much longer will the treatment take, Lord Slug? Orochimaru inquired. Just a few more minutes, the slug replied. Orochimaru, you must provide an additional 100 living sacrifices afterward to compensate for my losses, Wanshi thought, considering that it had sustained significant injuries. And requesting more sacrifices from Orochimaru seemed reasonable. Fool. Orochimaru cursed inwardly. How could this foolish serpent think of negotiating more offerings at such a critical moment? Unaware of the impending calamity? At that instant, a visible purple gas suddenly permeated the air. Without exception, the Konoha ninjas on the battlefield collapsed, following Lin Yang's orders. The rain-hidden ninjas gathered around Jingfu, each one tainted with a white liquid. The situation on the battlefield swiftly tilted in one direction. Orochimaru's expression changed, and he instinctively held his breath. Meanwhile, Froshtontai, who was puffing on a large pipe, could not help but inhale deeply, drawing a significant amount of the purple toxic gas into his nostrils. The toad, with its crimson skin, was soon corroded by the venom of the newt, leaving purple marks upon its surface. With a resounding crash, Froshtontai's massive form collapsed to the ground, just as Jiraiya intended to speak. He was abruptly silenced by Orochimaru's hand over his mouth. Take me back to Myobokuzen. Froshtontai managed to utter those few words before losing consciousness. Jiraiya, not daring to delay, immediately lifted the summoning technique. With a loud pop, Froshtontai vanished from the spot. Once she felt a sense of foreboding. The foul toad's strength was likely on par with its own, and if it could be poisoned in an instant, what chance did it have? Wanshi prioritized its own life above all else. Orochimaru, remember to provide me with 200 living sacrifices, Wanshi declared, and in an instant, a loud pop echoed as its colossal body abruptly disappeared from the location. I'll offer you a sacrifice, my foot. Orochimaru couldn't help but groan, inwardly lamenting. Once the three formidable beasts roamed the battlefield with impunity, now only the slug remained. The slug, too, unexpectedly inhaled the toxic gas. After a moment, it transmitted a weak voice to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, I can't hold on much longer. Tsunade said nothing and immediately lifted the summoning technique. It's over. I can barely hold on myself, Orochimaru thought, his face nearly flushed from holding his breath. Jiraiya and Tsunade were equally affected. At the end of their line of sight, they were completely engulfed by the potent poison of the newt, leaving them uncertain of where to flee. You are responsible for finishing off the Konoha ninjas. Lin Yang commanded the rain-hidden ninjas before slowly leading the mastermind, Jingfu, toward them. The three immediately felt a sense of impending dread. At that moment, it was Jingfu's first appearance since evolving, summoned by Lin Yang. Transformed, he bore little change in appearance, yet his size had significantly increased, and his venom had become even more ferocious. The gigantic, mountain-like salamander advanced towards Orochimaru and his two companions, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Is this the salamander for which Hanzo is famed? Its aura rivals that of Hanzo himself, prompting Orochimaru to question his very existence. Nevertheless, his mind was relentlessly at work, seeking the faintest glimmer of hope. Logically speaking, this was the closest he had ever been to death since his childhood. Jiraiya and Tsunade gazed at Orochimaru with eyes filled with anticipation. Although Tsunade was renowned as the foremost medical ninja in Konoha, the current predicament left her no time to concoct an antidote for the lethal poison. In fact, she was uncertain how much longer she could endure. If that toxin, capable of incapacitating even a slug, entered her system, her physique would surely not withstand it. She pondered that her grandfather, Hashirama, revered as the god of shinobi, might have been able to endure such a potent venom. At that moment, Dawn had once again transformed into a bracelet, encircling Lin Yang's wrist. With hands clasped behind his back, Lin Yang approached Orochimaru. The latter remained motionless, resembling a statue, fully aware that fleeing now would merely hasten his demise. Orochimaru regarded Lin Yang with a grave expression, only to hear Lin Yang utter, "Orochimaru, this marks our second encounter, does it not?" Chapter 12. Benevolence. Orochimaru nodded, reflecting on their previous encounter where he had conversed calmly with Lin Yang. Now, however, he found himself in a state of utter disarray. "I warned you that our next meeting would position us as adversaries, and it is evident that you three have fallen into my grasp today," Lin Yang remarked, casting a sardonic glance at the trio. No one responded, prompting Lin Yang to continue. "According to the intelligence I possess, the leading ninjas from Konoha are indeed the three of you, one of whom is a lady named Tsunade Senju, the granddaughter of the legendary ninja Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage. Should the granddaughter of such a formidable figure perish here, I can only imagine the fury that Sarutobi Hiruzen would unleash." Tsunade's expression visibly darkened with rage. Her delicate fists clenched tightly. Just as she hesitated, contemplating whether to make a desperate final stand, she noticed Orochimaru vigorously shaking his head at her. Having been teammates with him for so many years, Tsunade understood him well. While others might interpret Orochimaru's frantic gesture as a warning to refrain from engaging, to Tsunade, it conveyed a deeper message. "I have a trump card. There is no need for haste." Indeed, Orochimaru possessed a trump card, albeit one that came with a hefty price. It was the summoning of the legendary Ketsuek Jin, one of the three great elders of the Rigakubo. Currently, Ketsuek Jin had successfully departed from the Rigakubo, wandering the human realm in search of new sacred grounds. She had also tasked Orochimaru with this mission, entering into a summoning contract with him, enabling him to contact her promptly upon discovering any leads to a new sanctum. That was all. Orochimaru was left with no choice but to wait until he acquired information about a new sacred site to summon Ketsuek Jin. Nevertheless, he understood that invoking her now could potentially save his life, despite the subsequent consequences that would surely weigh heavily upon him. Engaging with an entity capable of transforming serpents into humans was akin to bargaining with a tiger for its hide. Yet, at that moment, he felt he could not afford to ponder the ramifications. What greater cost could there be than the loss of his own life? As Orochimaru prepared to summon Ketsuek Jin, an unexpected figure with white hair charged towards Lin Yang. Orochimaru inwardly cursed, "Jiraiya, you fool." Jiraiya refrained from utilizing any ninjutsu. Instead, he relied solely on his fists, swinging them toward Lin Yang. Lin Yang, however, was quick to react. Following his acquisition of the samurai legacy from the Land of Iron, his mastery over chakra had surged dramatically. He could now manipulate chakra with the finesse of a seasoned artisan, directing it at will throughout his body. In facing Jiraiya, Lin Yang first distributed chakra evenly across his physique, then entered a focused state of the water-breathing technique, ultimately employing the explosive techniques unique to the samurai of the Land of Iron. In an instant, he vanished from Orochimaru's line of sight like a flash of lightning. So swift, Orochimaru's pupils constricted as he marveled inwardly. Due to the close proximity between him and Lin Yang, he discerned the mere tip of the iceberg regarding Lin Yang's, Hanzo's, formidable prowess. Lin Yang, Hans, surpassed his expectations and perceptions by a considerable margin. After being struck by Lin Yang's punch, Jiraiya was sent hurtling through the air like a crumpled plastic bag, emitting anguished cries. When he crashed to the ground, he gasped for air, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, only to succumb to the toxic gas infiltrating his body. In an instant, he lost consciousness, his complexion resembling that of a fully ripened purple sweet potato. Tsunade's expression flickered with a hint of trepidation. She was well aware of Jiraiya's physical prowess. Though not as formidable as hers, it was still commendable. Tsunade believed her extraordinary strength could not easily dispatch Jiraiya in one blow, yet Hans managed to do so effortlessly. The disparity was evident. Orochimaru, witnessing this, suddenly recalled something, his face paling in an instant. Shichibi Island's princess was not the White Snake Sage. What if he summoned her and could not contend with Hans? "JBU," Lin Yang called, glancing towards Jiraiya's fallen form. JBU understood immediately. He then spat towards Jiraiya's direction, the transparent, white saliva swiftly enveloping Jiraiya's entire body, penetrating his skin. Miraculously, the purple hue on Jiraiya's face began to fade at a visible pace. Orochimaru and Tsunade could not help but display expressions of astonishment. Even Orochimaru's astute mind could not fathom Hanzo's intentions. Lin Yang merely offered a faint smile. I shall not take your lives, however. I implore you to remember this day for eternity. I, Hans, hereby bestow upon you 3 defeated foes the title of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. Rejoice in my momentary benevolence. Orochimaru found himself at a loss for words. To spare their lives felt like a mere insult. As Lin Yang stated, Orochimaru believed this scene would forever be etched in his memory. The humiliation inflicted by Lin Yang made Orochimaru yearn to burrow into the earth. Tsunade felt similarly. With JBU's additional 2 spits, Lin Yang, accompanied by JBU, vanished from Orochimaru's and Tsunade's sight. Now armed with the antidote, Tsunade and Orochimaru were able to speak normally, though the air remained thick with the venom of the salamander fish. This antidote would shield them from its effects for 12 hours. Orochimaru pondered how to explain the situation upon their return, while Tsunade also found herself engulfed in confusion. Alas, preserving a single life was the greatest fortune. Upon their return, they would face the facts. For now, they should check on Jiraiya's condition. Indeed, Tsunade nodded solemnly. Tsunade and Orochimaru approached Jiraiya's side. At that moment, the salamander fish virus had completely receded from Jiraiya's body, yet he showed no signs of awakening. Tsunade immediately began her treatment for Jiraiya. The gentle and comforting warmth of the yang chakra flowed through Jiraiya's entire being. He soon emitted a soft grunt and gradually opened his eyes. Before him lay the alluring curves of Tsunade. Instantly, a mischievous smile crept across Jiraiya's face. Tsunade's expression darkened, fully aware of the reason behind Jiraiya's amusement. Consequently, she ceased her treatment with a huff. Noticing her reaction, Jiraiya wiped the smile from his face and inquired, "What about Hanzo? How are we still alive? Do you wish for your own demise?" Orochimaru retorted, rolling his eyes at Jiraiya. He then recounted the events that transpired while Jiraiya was unconscious. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression shifted, and a spark of realization struck him. If we deny it, won't that render the title of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha meaningless? You fool, the members of our team have perished, leaving only the 3 of us alive, which is an immense disgrace in itself. Furthermore, consider the implications of fleeing during war. The repercussions of that far outweigh the significance of the title of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. After contemplating this, Jiraiya reluctantly accepted the burden of that shameful title. Chapter 13. The ambitious Orochimaru. Indeed, it appears that Orochimaru has recalled something as he gazes at the pool of white viscous liquid on the ground. This saliva is exceedingly valuable. Perhaps Hans underestimated the situation or simply neglected to retrieve the antidote, allowing us to take it freely. With this thought, Orochimaru adopted a demeanor of caution. Do we truly require this saliva? Tsunade remarked with evident disgust. Even now, she felt sticky all over. The mere thought of being smeared with the secretion from that gigantic salamander sent shivers down her spine. Yes, we absolutely need it, Jiraiya asserted with unwavering conviction. Though a touch of sorrow crept into his expression. Our leader, Wanta, is currently afflicted by the salamander virus. I must acquire this antidote to save him. But there is so little of it. Wanta's considerable size likely renders it ineffective. Orochimaru produced a blank scroll, crouched down, and with a frenzied gaze fixated on the strands of liquid on the ground, spoke in a sinister and hushed tone. Hans will pay for this. He licked his lips and began sealing the white liquid into the scroll. The trio successfully collected every last drop of the viscous substance from the ground and their bodies, then proceeded on their way back. The path was strewn with the remnants of corpses, most bearing the insignia of the Leaf Village. Upon witnessing this, a profound gloom enveloped their hearts. As a medical ninja, Tsunade felt an acute sorrow seeing her comrades lie lifeless on the battlefield like stray dogs. With each step she took, her heart quivered in agony. Her legs weakened, and she nearly stumbled to the ground. But Jiraiya, swift and attentive, caught her just in time. Orochimaru observed the scene, his expression darkening, and a question arose within him. How fragile is life? What must one do to render existence resilient? Stumbling and swaying, the 3 of them finally returned to the encampment of the Leaf Village within the Land of Rain. Outside the tents, Hanzo, who had eagerly awaited their triumphant return, found his countenance even more somber upon seeing only Orochimaru and the 2 others. He coldly inquired about the whereabouts of the others. Where are the rest? How is it that only the 3 of you have returned? They perished, leaving just us 3, Orochimaru replied, fixing his gaze on Danzo's bandaged face. Danzo's eyes narrowed, his gaze turning hostile as he continued to press for answers. I require an explanation. Without one, you 3 are deserters, traitors to the Leaf. You lack the authority to condemn us, and we are not deserters. Tsunade, who had long held disdain for Danzo, shot him a glare before turning her back and walking towards the camp. Ah, the esteemed princess of the leaf. Danzo, wary of Tsunade's status, redirected his ire towards Jiraiya and Orochimaru. If she will not explain, then you shall. The situation unfolded thus. Let Orochimaru recount their humiliating ordeal to Danzo. After listening to Danzo, he could not help but laugh in anger. He cast a disdainful glance at Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Very well, Hanzo has done well. I shall promptly report the situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for the two of you, Danzo coldly regarded Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Though you may not be considered deserters, your failure in leadership cannot be overlooked. As the chief commander during this time of war, I possess the authority to relieve you of your positions as leaders of the Konoha team. However, considering this as your first offense, I will allow you both to return to the camp for self-reflection. Jiraiya and Orochimaru nodded weakly. They were utterly exhausted, especially after witnessing the deaths of Konoha's ninjas. It was undeniably time for rest. Danzo swiftly returned to his quarters, summarizing the intelligence reported by Orochimaru and the others, preparing to present it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the Hidden Rain village, Lin Yang was currently assessing the casualties. According to the statistics, their losses, including those from the land of Iron Ninjas, totaled over 100. For a small village like the Hidden Rain, this was an undeniably significant loss. Fortunately, Konoha had also sustained considerable injuries, despite their status as a large village. With the decrease in the population of the Hidden Rain, the prosperity displayed on the system panel had also diminished significantly. Current binding, Hidden Rain Village, status, average. Surviving in the cracks, prosperity, 2,255. Host, Lin Yang Hanzo, age, 42, chakra amount, for 20594. Ninjutsu, summoning technique, fire release, exploding tag flame array. Water body flicker technique. Summon beast, salamander, weapon, dawn. Lin Yang pondered as he noted the loss of over 300 in prosperity. Yet, he reflected that this was somewhat acceptable. War inevitably brings casualties, and a decrease in prosperity is to be expected. Through this conflict, Lin Yang had learned an important lesson. He must be present on the battlefield at the first moment. Otherwise, relying solely on the capabilities of his subordinates would lead to significant losses. This time, due to his delayed arrival, Konoha's legendary ninjas had mercilessly tormented his men. It felt as though he had to play both father and mother, and he needed to quickly find capable subordinates. Otherwise, sustaining everything alone would be too exhausting. Upon returning to the Hidden Rain office, he gazed at the system panel and commanded, "System, grant me my mission rewards." Rewards are being distributed. Lin Yang's eyes narrowed as he observed ethereal white energy coiling around him like a serpent. With the emergence of this energy, it felt as if something had spontaneously manifested within him. Under the influence of this white aura, his presence grew even more imposing and dignified. The unique aura of a ruler unfurled from Lin Yang, extending in all directions. Is this the Conqueror's Haki? With the assistance of the system, Lin Yang gradually mastered the Conqueror's Haki. His gaze sharpened, and in an instant, an invisible aura spread throughout the office. Simultaneously, a slight amount of chakra was consumed within Lin Yang. His understanding of Haki was still rudimentary, incapable of inflicting physical harm. However, had one of his subordinates from the Rain Village stood before him, it is highly likely that Lin Yang's mere glare would have rendered them paralyzed in fear. His strength had indeed increased. Clenching his fists, Lin Yang's formidable presence began to dissipate, as he disseminated the illustrious name of the legendary three ninjas of Konoha. The remarkable feats of Jiraiya and his companions soon reverberated throughout the ninja world, astonishing all the great nations. It was unexpected that the renowned and flourishing Konoha suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of the Rain Village, incurring heavy losses and disgrace. Upon receiving the intelligence relayed by Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. He continued to dispatch ninjas to support Danzo and ensure the complete subjugation of the Rain Village. In the Sand Village, located in the arid wind country, which is characterized by harsh climates and severe resource scarcity, the impoverished third Kazekage examined the intelligence laid before him with a sense of eagerness. Thus, he promptly convened a meeting with the high-ranking officials of the Sand Village. The third Kazekage informed them of the recent events that had transpired in the ninja world. Among those present, the influential Chiyo siblings immediately recognized the opportunity for war. At this juncture, Chiyo suggested, "Kazekage-sama, I believe this presents a prime opportunity for Sand to initiate warfare." The audacity of the Rain Village to eliminate our scout emboldens us to strike back. However, we should wait a few days until Hanzo of the Salamander and Konoha are engaged in a fierce battle. Then we can launch a surprise attack on the Rain Village. Once we have dealt with them, we can turn our sights on the more prosperous Konoha. After speaking, Chiyo licked her parched lips, her intentions clear. The third Kazekage, intrigued by her words, found himself swayed. Eyes added, by declaring war, we can seize the opportunity to request funding from the daimyo. Sand has been impoverished for far too long due to geographical constraints. This is our singular chance for a turnaround. The third Kazekage's interest deepened. Following further deliberation among the high-ranking officials, they resolved to formally declare war on the Rain Village in 4 days. Chapter 14. No Escape in the Land of Thunder. Within the village of Yunin, the third Reikage, intent on seizing territory through warfare, found himself further incensed by Lin Yang's arrogance. Consequently, he formally declared war on the village of Yuyin. In the land of Earth, the cunning Yuki of Awagakure, though geographically allied with the Rain country, remained unperturbed. Akin to a seasoned hunter poised to reap the rewards of a self-destructive conflict among his prey, he anticipated initiating his own offensive in 4 days. At this juncture, the 4 great ninja villages shared a singular, unspoken intent: the annihilation of Yuyin. The existence of these venerable villages, having stood for decades, would not tolerate a minor village challenging their authority. Meanwhile, the enigmatic Mizukage, nestled within the islands, remained conspicuously inactive, seemingly oblivious to the affairs beyond his domain, focusing instead on the development of his own village. His guiding principle was simple: to avoid provoking others and to hope for mutual non-interference. 2 days later, the flames of war continued to rage, as Lin Yang remained embroiled in a fierce territorial struggle against Konohagakure. The defenses of Yuyin had been fortified under Lin Yang's meticulous craftsmanship, rendering them nearly impenetrable, with Lin Yang himself leading the charge. The formidable Sanji faced the Konoha ninjas, achieving victory time and again while maintaining minimal casualties. Konoha, on the other hand, grappled with the debilitating effects of the Sanji's venom. Danzo, who had hoped to accrue glory on the battlefield, now found himself bearing the brunt of failure. Pressured by the need to curb Yuyin's audacity, he could only urge Tsunade and her team of medical ninjas to expedite the development of an antidote. Tsunade, driven not by Danzo's demands but by her compassion for the increasing casualties among Konoha's shinobi, dedicated herself to the task. Having withdrawn from the front lines, she focused on logistics, overwhelmed by the sheer number of injured. The situation compelled her to request additional medical ninjas from Saratobi Hiruzen for support. As for the antidote's development, Tsunade felt utterly at a loss. Although she had previously acquired a sample, her research revealed that what was once a viable antidote had morphed into a lethal toxin. A final straw for the already beleaguered. On one occasion, she attempted to use the antidote to treat a poisoned patient, only to witness the patient's condition worsen tragically, culminating in death. The bewilderment on her face was palpable. Had Lin Yang been present, he would have informed Tsunade that not only food and fruit, but even the saliva of the Sanji had a limited shelf life, a mere 12 hours. Beyond that time frame, the substance bore no distinction from the venom that the Sanji exuded. Stationed at the front lines, Lin Yang received an urgent dispatch through Yuyin scouts. Yunin had officially engaged in battle with Awagakure. Initially taken aback, Lin Yang quickly grasped the implications. For the past 2 days, he had been on high alert, anticipating Yunin's declaration of war. Unexpectedly, as the confrontation unfolded, the strike intended for Yunin did not land upon him but instead struck the Rock Village. It truly mirrored the original narrative. Speaking of which, Yunin and Rock Village are indeed a pair of amusing adversaries. The thoughts of the third Reikage, the central figure in this affair, were rather straightforward. Initially intending to target the Rain Village, the third Reikage, upon passing through the land of Earth, took offense at the Rock Village, deciding to dismantle it before vanquishing the Rain Village. The meticulously devised plans of Noki were thrown into disarray by the impulsive actions of the third Reikage. Upon receiving the news, Lin Yang contemplated carefully but did not let his guard down. Both Rock and Yun villages had begun to mobilize, while Sand Village remained shrouded in mystery. According to his understanding, during the Second Great Ninja War, all but the Mist Village among the 5 Great Nations ninja villages had engaged in combat. Sand Village had notably initiated an offensive against Rain Village in this conflict. Lin Yang remained vigilant, deploying personnel in the southwest to prevent any surprise attacks from Sand Village. Indeed, 2 days later, Sand Village launched a decisive ambush against Rain Village. Fortunately, Lin Yang had already positioned his forces, allowing the Rain ninjas to withstand the initial onslaught of Sand Village until Lin Yang's arrival. He came alone, having left the salamander at the front lines of Konoha. Whether it was due to provoking Konoha too fiercely, this time they were markedly different from the storyline, nearly risking everything in their assault against Lin Yang's Rain Village. Lin Yang was confident that as long as he and the salamander refrained from engaging in Konoha's battlefield for a while, Rain Village would soon be utterly routed by Konoha's ninjas. Thus, while Konoha had yet to devise an antidote for the salamander's potent venom, Lin Yang ordered the salamander to secure the battlefield against Konoha. His strategic directive was simple: to defend without initiating an attack. A single breath of toxic mist would suffice, and Konoha's ninjas could do as they pleased. The ninja leading Sand Village's charge was a woman with a relaxed visage and pronounced laugh lines. A puppet master named Chiyo. With her flowing purple hair and a scarf tied around her forehead, she was currently orchestrating a massacre against Rain Village using her puppets. Suddenly, a whooshing sound filled the air, and a scythe came hurtling towards Chiyo. Startled, she hastily maneuvered her puppets to shield herself. The mechanized light shield materialized with a flash of blue light, transforming her red puppet into a shield imbued with chakra. Bang! The scythe sliced through her puppet like tofu, shattering the mechanized light shield. Chiyo quickly employed a substitution technique to evade, causing the scythe to lose its target and arc through the air in a different direction. As she observed the trajectory of the scythe, a frown creased Chiyo's brow, and a sense of dread began to creep into her heart, prompting her to utter two ominous words. Hans. Suddenly, a figure stood tall upon the battlefield, exuding an imposing presence that commanded respect. Despite the filtration mask obscuring his features, merely his stance invoked an uncontrollable urge to kneel. Lin Yang gripped the dawn blade, spinning it like a windmill, its edge aimed directly at Chiyo. You, the puppet matron, have dared to ambush my village of Amigakure. Are you prepared to bear the consequences alongside your son Agakure? Chiyo's expression darkened instantaneously. Women often resent being referred to as aged, and she was no exception. She retorted sharply, "Old man with the breathing tube. Prepare to meet your demise today." This squad was a surprise assault team dispatched by the 3rd Kazekage, comprising approximately 500 elite Sand Shinobi. Among them, only a few dozen were Genin, the majority being Ch-Nin, with several J-Nin led by Chiyo, the most formidable puppeteer of Sunagakure. Their strength was undeniable. In contrast, Lin Yang's contingent from Amigakure numbered merely over 300, and their J-Nin were few and far between. Moreover, they had already suffered losses of more than 50. A testament to the geographical advantage that Amigakure possessed. Without such advantages, Lin Yang's forces would have been reduced by more than half. After witnessing her puppet being destroyed, Chiyo swiftly produced 2 sealing scrolls, summoning new puppets to her aid. Lin Yang, seizing the opportunity during her transition, began to eliminate the Sand Shinobi nearby. With the martial prowess acquired from the Land of Iron, Lin Yang dispatched lower-tier ninjas with ease, akin to slaughtering poultry. As a Sand J-Nin prepared to unleash a jutsu upon spotting Lin Yang, a flash of cold light appeared. In a swift motion, Lin Yang executed a Ayajutsu, closing the distance and decapitating him with precision. "How dare you, wretched child?" Chiyo glared at Lin Yang, her eyes filled with fury. As a high-ranking official of Sunagakure, witnessing the death of her J-Nin felt akin to a mother losing her child, her heart wrenched with anguish. Using chakra threads, she manipulated her puppets, sending them racing towards Lin Yang. He halted his slaughter of the lesser Sand Shinobi and, gripping the dawn blade, leapt towards Chiyo, his body twisting like a high-speed spinning top. The scythes of the puppets followed suit, slicing through the newly summoned creations with relentless force. Chiyo retreated rapidly, and Lin Yang lowered his stance, leaning forward as he pursued her. Upon reaching a certain distance, he swung his chain towards her neck. Chiyo's pupils contracted in alarm. This strike was beyond her immediate reaction. In a moment of peril, a fierce gust of wind swept through, deflecting Lin Yang's chain and allowing her to narrowly escape. Lin Yang sheathed his weapon, standing firm as he regarded the 2 Sand Shinobi who had appeared beside Chiyo, a look of displeasure crossing his features. Chiyo, still shaken, took deep breaths, recalling the harrowing encounter. She had yet to reveal her full prowess and had nearly met her end beneath the enemy's scythe. The thought was utterly humiliating. Thus, she dared not to be complacent any longer, and would henceforth devote herself entirely to the task at hand. Following this, she expressed her gratitude to the 2 Sand Hidden Jonin who had come to her aid. "Ryota, Yuhao, thank you both. No need to thank us, Lady Chiyo. The two Jonin humbly replied. At that moment, a rain-hidden Jonin appeared beside Lin Yang, who looked remorseful as he addressed him. Lord Hans. It was my failure to stop them. To have survived against two is quite an achievement, Lin Yang replied with a smile, indicating no intent to blame the rain-hidden Jonin. Now, it is time to eliminate the lesser foes. With that, Lin Yang let his hands fall, gripping the dawn in his right hand, and suddenly glared in Chiyo's direction. Instantly, an invisible pressure erupted from him. Under Lin Yang's control, the sand-hidden ninjas on the battlefield felt as if a great mountain were pressing down upon them. Within moments, all sand-hidden ninjas below the Jonin rank collapsed to the ground, unconscious. What has happened? Brothers, fight. Cursed, you called for me to hit you. The rain-hidden ninjas were bewildered by the sudden turn of events. However, they recognized the principle of striking when their opponent was down. In an instant, the situation underwent an unforeseen reversal. The Jonin and elite Jonin of the Sand-Hidden, under the assault of Lin Yang's overwhelming presence, experienced sharp pains in their heads, as if steel needles were piercing their brains. Ryota and Yuhao, the two Sand-Hidden Jonin, dared not meet Lin Yang's gaze, their hands trembling as they clutched their kunai. Chiyo, too, felt a flicker of fear towards Lin Yang. Yet, this fear dissipated quickly, like smoke in the wind. Having expended around 10,000 chakra, I can still manage. Lin Yang reflected, assessing the remaining chakra within his body. The rain-hidden Jonin beside him was utterly dumbfounded. What had just transpired felt like a miracle. The tide of battle, which had seemed close to collapse, had been turned single-handedly by Lord Hans. This rain-hidden Jonin stood in awe behind Lin Yang, regarding him with the utmost reverence, as if he were a deity. No, this cannot be. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Old man with the windpipe. What sorcery have you unleashed? Chiyo questioned Lin Yang, bewildered by the sight of the once mighty Sand Ninja Legion now sprawled on the ground. This is a secret technique you will never comprehend, puppet old woman, Lin Yang replied with a slight lift of his brow. On the battlefield, only the remaining Sand Jonin stood, while the rain-hidden sides still boasted over 100. The remaining Sand-Hidden Jonin were currently besieged by the rain-hidden ninjas, and it seemed that their defeat would not take much longer. Observing the dire situation, Ryota and Yuhao turned to Chiyo. Lady Chiyo, you should escape. We shall provide cover for you. You are all brave, Chiyo said, her expression softened. Applause echoed from directly in front of them. The relationship between superiors and subordinates is truly touching. However, those who dare to offend me, rain-hidden, shall not escape unscathed. Lin Yang glared at the three individuals before him, his expression fierce as he regarded the task displayed on the system panel. How audacious of Sand-Hidden to disregard martial ethics and launch a surprise attack on the host's territory. It is utterly defiant against the heavens. Please, host, lead the rain ninjas to eradicate all the Sand-Hidden who have come to invade. Reward, Armed Color Hockey. Chapter 15. Chiyo's demise. Chiyo, undeterred by rage, recognized that her most prudent course of action was to swiftly vacate the premises. She retrieved a violet sealing scroll from her ninja tool pouch. With a resounding crack, the threads entwined around the scroll unraveled, allowing the scroll to unfurl completely. Chiyo raised her right index and middle fingers before her nostrils. 10 vacant purple souls emerged from the scroll, transforming into individual puppets that enveloped Chiyo. This was the White Secret Technique, Jinsong's 10-man ensemble, a creation of the legendary puppet master, Wenzuomon, and Chiyo's ultimate weapon. Lin Yang's mind raced, recalling the intricacies of Chiyo's puppetry. We must flee, Chiyo commanded, manipulating the puppets with chakra threads as they retreated post-haste. Ryota and Yuhao found themselves ensconced within the protective circle of the puppets. Sir, we must pursue them, urged the Rain Village Jonin. Your presence is no longer required here. Go assist the troops in eliminating the remaining Sand Shinobi, Lin Yang replied coolly. Understood. The Rain Jonin ceased further discussion and vanished from sight. Lin Yang, fully empowered, surged forward in pursuit of Chiyo and her companions. Though they had a head start, Lin Yang's speed far surpassed theirs, allowing him to close the distance swiftly. Lady Chiyo, Hanzo is closing in. Ryota glanced back, fear evident in his voice as he beheld Lin Yang's formidable presence. Lady Chiyo, flee. We shall hold him off, Yuhao proclaimed, his expression resolute in the face of death. Chiyo felt a surge of emotion, yet she shook her head. If he can catch up to us, it signifies that escape is futile. Besides, given your strength, you likely won't last 2 seconds. Thus, Chiyo halted, her puppets surrounding her defensively. This is our final stand. It is either you perish or I shall survive. Under Chiyo's control, the Tin-Man ensemble readied themselves for battle. Not fleeing anymore? Lin Yang's pace slowed, his aura escalating to its zenith. Chiyo gazed towards Lin Yang, noticing the absence of the rain shinobi. Taking a moment to catch her breath, she remarked, "Your rain ninjas have not arrived. If we can vanquish you before they arrive, we may have a sliver of hope." Haha. Lin Yang chuckled, sensing an underestimation of his prowess. "Very well, let us proceed. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Wind release, great hanging net." Two sand jonin leaped high into the air, unleashing their ninjutsu. A fierce gale swept through, lifting torrents of rainwater and entwining a rapid wind blade within. Lin Yang's coat flapped violently in the tempest, and he was nearly swept off his feet by the force of the wind. Yet the wind blade honed in on him with relentless precision. Just as the blade was about to strike, Lin Yang's form dissipated, transforming into a puddle and vanishing from sight. When did this happen? Ryota's pupils dilated, a chill running down his spine. Suddenly, he felt the hair on his body stand on end as Lin Yang materialized behind him, his scythe poised to descend. The sharp clash of metal rang out behind Ryota. The female puppets of the Jinsong 10, wielding dual blades, firmly blocked Lin Yang's assault. Subsequently, 6 more puppets emerged, surrounding him completely. Lin Yang leapt upward. Suddenly, a powerful whirlwind erupted from a nearby tree trunk, drawing him towards it. Sambao, clasping her hands in prayer, observed with a slight smirk as Lin Yang was engulfed by the vortex. This ninjutsu was one of her most formidable techniques, a collaborative effort of the 3 puppets, Hong, Fa, and Sing. Unfazed, Lin Yang remained calm even within the tempest. The water-breathing technique, total concentration mode, activated abruptly. Chakra surged throughout his body, and the scythe in his hand radiated a brilliant blue light. As the chakra enveloped him, he stabilized within the cyclone, and, harnessing this force, he swung towards the 3 puppets on the tree trunk, executing a strike. The samurai, Aido slash. A streak of blue light sliced through the night sky, and the 3 chakra threads held by Chiyo suddenly snapped. The 3 puppets, struck by Lin Yang's slash, disintegrated into dust, and the tree beneath them also split in 2. Chiyo was left utterly dumbfounded, muttering, "How is this possible?" Lin Yang landed gracefully, a smirk playing on his lips. "Don't be surprised, there's more." He briefly assessed his chakra reserve, discovering he had approximately 150,000 remaining. Then, he swiftly formed hand seals. Lin Yang had not forgotten that his true mastery lay in water techniques, bolstered by the geographical advantages of the land of rain. Thus, he summoned forth a series of water dragons. In the rain-soaked forest, several serpentine shapes suddenly coiled into existence. Raijin, witnessing the impending water dragons, felt his will to fight evaporate. He shouted to Chiyo, "My lady, we must flee." "It's too late," Lin Yang declared sternly. "Welcome to my domain." In an instant, 10 water dragons, each measuring over 10 meters in length, roared forth towards Chiyo and her companions. The formidable chakra emanating from Lin Yang caused even Chiyo to tremble. What nonsense! Hanzo is merely famed for his salamander. Without it, he is only of weak jonin level. Yet, this physical prowess, this water ninjutsu. Are you jesting? Moreover, after all this time, Chiyo had yet to see Lin Yang summon the salamander. Even without it, she sensed that Lin Yang's strength was undoubtedly that of a true Kaga-level ninja. At that moment, she cursed the informant who had disseminated such misleading intelligence throughout the ninja world. However, Chiyo did not remain passive. The remaining 7 puppets shielded her, and the 2 sand-hidden jonin behind them. With her hands clasped together, she summoned all her chakra to execute her ninjutsu, the mechanized light shield. The 7 puppets transformed into a barrier. At that moment, the water dragons surged forward. A brief silence enveloped the battlefield. Lin Yang stepped forward, approaching Chiyo and her companions. The once mighty Jisong Tin lay in ruins, their parts strewn across the ground. The 2 sand-hidden jonin had seemingly lost their breath, their chests severely crushed. Lin Yang observed the elderly Chiyo, noting the slight tremor in her fingers and the narrow slit of her eyes that remained unclosed. She was still alive. Lin Yang raised his weapon, preparing to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, he heard Chiyo's lips move, her voice a hoarse whisper. "Hans, I concede defeat to you. I accept my fate." "Just die already, old woman," Lin Yang muttered as he lowered his scythe, striking decisively. Chiyo's head fell to the ground in an instant. After completing this grim task, he removed his filtering mask, revealing a flawless, exquisitely delicate, and handsome face. As he gazed at the lifeless Chiyo, he remarked, "You see, old woman, I am far younger than you. Chapter 16. The resilience of the city of Tsuchigumo. Extracting a blank sealing scroll, Lin Yang encapsulated Chiyo's head within it. The demise of such a renowned figure in the ninja world held significant meaning for Lin Yang, serving as a testament to his burgeoning strength. Simultaneously, a notification from the system appeared, informing him of the task's completion. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Would you like to claim your reward? As Lin Yang gazed at the message flickering in his vision, he surmised that the intruding Sunagakure had been decisively dealt with. As for any potential retribution from Sunagakure following Chiyo's death, he was indifferent. With Konoha as his primary adversary, why should he be concerned about Sunagakure? Others were already waging war against their foes. He could not afford to remain idle. It would be a waste of his formidable power otherwise. The reward this time was the ability to wield armament haki. Pondering for a moment, Lin Yang decided to claim it directly from the system. System, grant me my reward. He commanded. Reward is being dispensed. As the system released the reward, Lin Yang felt an unfamiliar energy surging within him, accompanied by a newfound comprehension of its application. He lowered his gaze to his empty left hand and swiftly activated the armament haki, with a distinctive sound resonating in the air. A layer of black substance enveloped his left arm. He raised his right hand, the dawn, and lightly tapped the hardened section of his left arm, producing a series of metallic clinks. The hardness was commendable, though it was merely a preliminary manifestation of his newfound skill. Satisfied with his mastery of armament haki, Lin Yang willed the energy to dissipate from his left hand and rejoined his fellow range shinobi. Lord Hanzo! Lord Hanzo! He had not traveled far when he encountered a group of range shinobi rushing towards him, one of whom had been nearby moments ago. Lord Hanzo! What of the three from Sunagakure? Lin Yang produced the sealing scroll that contained Chiyo's head and unfurled it, revealing her severed visage. Calmly, he replied, they are all dead. Impressive, Lord Hanzo. Truly formidable. The range shinobi erupted in extravagant praise, showering Lin Yang with accolades. After a brief pause, he raised his hand to silence them. The recent assault from Sunagakure has officially established us as enemies. Furthermore, with the death of their shadow-level powerhouse, the animosity between Sunagakure and ourselves will only intensify. Thus, it is imperative that you remain vigilant here, prepared for another sudden attack from Sunagakure. I will also be reinforcing our ranks in this area, having issued his orders. Lin Yang departed, returning to the main battlefield between himself and Konoha. The purple mist still lingered over the battlefield, with Konoha ninjas afflicted by the venom of the pufferfish scattered across the ground. Clearly, in Lin Yang's absence, the range shinobi had once again repelled Konoha using the poisonous threat of the pufferfish. The number of casualties on the side of the Rain village is nearly negligible. In contrast, Konoha has suffered damage to over 100 ninjas. Lin Yang first returned to the Rain village, listening to Yeji's report on the recent events. He then proceeded to dispatch personnel to the southwest. After completing these tasks, Lin Yang began to adeptly practice the recently acquired armament haki, while also honing his water-breathing technique. In the Konoha camp of the Land of Rain, Jiraiya, who had already relinquished his duties as captain, had just returned from visiting Gamabunta at Miyaboka Mountain. He urgently sought out Tsunade, who was busy with her work. Tsunade, has the antidote for the poison of the pepperfish been developed yet? At that moment, Tsunade had not closed her eyes for an entire night, her eyes bloodshot and weary, appearing utterly drained. Before her lay one patient after another, their faces turning purple. Pointing at them, Tsunade weakly replied, if I had developed the antidote, I wouldn't be so overwhelmed. But what can we do? Jiraiya looked visibly anxious. What do you mean, what can we do? I have already done my utmost. Tsunade expressed, a mix of helplessness and guilt in her tone. Gamabunta has been in a deep coma since he was infected by the pepperfish virus. According to the diagnosis by Shima and Fukasaku, if we do not find a suitable antidote soon, his life may be in grave danger. Jiraiya was engulfed in profound remorse. It's all my fault. Tsunade furrowed her brow. She had learned that even the slug sage was at a loss regarding this poison. However, it is well known that all slugs in the ninja world are merely avatars of the original slug sage. Losing one is not a significant issue. But Gamabunta is an independent entity. His death would be irreversible. Tsunade, not wanting to see Jiraiya suffer the loss of his summoning beast, offered a suggestion. This poison is indeed difficult to resolve, but aside from my medical ninjutsu, there is another exceptional healer in the ninja world. Who is it? Jiraiya inquired immediately. Chiyo of Sunagakure, Tsunade replied flatly. Jiraiya's expression grew somber. A sand ninja. In fact, I have already asked the old man to request assistance from Sunagakure. But we were turned down, Tsunade said, her frustration evident. Those sand ninjas simply want to see us in a predicament. Jiraiya quickly surmised the intent behind the sand's refusal. Indeed, what can we do? We already have the Rain Village as a troublesome opponent. We cannot afford another from Sunagakure. As she spoke, Tsunade resumed her efforts to treat the patients. What can we do? Am I to simply watch my comrades perish? Jiraiya bowed his head, anger pounding against his chest. Seeing Jiraiya in such despair, Tsunade felt at a loss for words and could only say, Jiraiya, you should leave for now. I need to continue assisting the patients. And as for the antidote, I will put in more effort. Jiraiya left the tent, feeling despondent. Gamabunta, who has accompanied me for so long. I cannot simply stand by and do nothing. He then cast his gaze towards the direction of Rain-Hidden Village, his eyes resolute. Frogmaster, wait for me. Another defeat. Danzo slammed his fist onto the conference table, his piercing gaze sweeping across the elite shinobi of Konoha, yet none dared to meet his eyes. You incompetent fools. The meeting is hereby adjourned. Orochimaru, with a cold expression, exited the tent and made his way to the dwelling he had erected within Konoha. Inside the tent, a petite figure awaited his arrival with bated breath. Orochimaru instantly donned a sycophantic smile. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit, my dear? Suki no sure, arms crossed, gazed at Orochimaru with a melancholic expression. Orochimaru, have you made any progress in gathering information about the new Holy Land? At that moment, Suki no sure appeared as if she had endured the harsh realities of society. In just a few days, she had traversed a significant portion of the shinobi world, yet still found no trace of the new Holy Land. It dawned on her that the task assigned by the White Serpent Sage was far more daunting than she had anticipated. Orochimaru, slightly flustered, had been so preoccupied with warfare that he momentarily forgot this matter. He hastily concocted an excuse. My dear, as you can see, I have been entrusted with matters of war by Konoha, leaving me little time. You yourself promised to assist me in finding information about the Holy Land. Suki no sure retorted, swiftly closing the distance between them. Her once adorable visage contorted into a fearsome, serpentine face, her long tongue nearly brushing against Orochimaru's forehead. A cold sweat broke out across Orochimaru's body as he acutely felt the oppressive aura emanating from the higher echelons of the Dragon's Cave. At that moment, his mind raced, conjuring a feasible yet tenuous plan. Faced with the impending threat of her tongue, he steeled himself and declared, Wait, my dear, I have a brilliant idea. Chapter 17. Cooperation. What method do you propose? The voice of Shichibukai Haim was frigid, penetrating deeply into Orochimaru's very core. To collaborate with Konoha, Orochimaru responded swiftly. Collaborate with Konoha? Shichibukai Haim's serpentine tongue paused. Continue. We currently find ourselves in a state of war. Konoha is at odds with Amigakure. Yet the venomous salamander fish of Amigakure poses an overwhelming threat, leaving Konoha at a disadvantage against its toxic gas. Thus, I seek your assistance. Revered one, can you aid Konoha in overcoming this toxin? Orochimaru inquired. Toxin? Shichibukai Haim's countenance transformed back to her youthful form, a confident smile gracing her lips. Toxins are a specialty of every high-ranking member of our Dragon Cave. Then would you assist Konoha in navigating this dire predicament? I can act as an intermediary, facilitating a meeting between you and our esteemed leaders. Should you resolve this toxin issue for us, Konoha shall undoubtedly aid you in discovering the whereabouts of a new sacred land, Orochimaru proposed. This strategy would allow him to reap benefits from both sides. It now hinged upon Shichibukai Haim's response. Assisting Konoha is not out of the question, Shichibukai Haim mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Take me directly to meet your village's leaders. I'm curious to see what toxin could ensnare the foremost ninja village of the 5 great nations. Orochimaru felt a surge of joy and promptly acquiesced. Yes, revered one. Soon, he led Shichibukai Haim to the brooding figure of Danzo, whose face resembled a darkened frying pan. Orochimaru, why have you brought a mere child before me? Danzo remarked coldly, scrutinizing Shichibukai Haim's petite form. Who are you calling a child? Shichibukai Haim's eyelids fluttered in irritation. It was the first time she had been labeled as such. If age were the measure, she might well be older than Danzo's grandmother, for she was, after all, a serpent spirit of millennia. Just as Danzo prepared to retort, Orochimaru interjected as a peacemaker. Please, let us remain calm. You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation, Orochimaru, Danzo grunted. Orochimaru then introduced Shichibukai Haim. Esteemed commander, this is the sage from the Dragon Cave, here to assist Konoha in addressing the salamander fish's venom. Upon hearing that she was there to resolve the venom issue, Danzo's expression softened considerably. He had heard of the Dragon Cave, renowned alongside Miyaboka Mountain and Shikatsu Forest as one of the three great sacred lands. If they could indeed neutralize the salamander fish's toxin, it would yield him considerable merit in battle. However, he was skeptical of any altruistic intentions from Konoha's side. This sage from the Dragon Cave must have her own demands, Hanzo surmised. What is it that you seek? I require your assistance in locating a newly emerged sacred land within the ninja world, Shichibukai replied swiftly. A new sacred land? Hanzo pondered, considering that he had not previously heard of such a development. However, it appeared to be a matter confined to the internal affairs of the three great sacred lands. Of little concern to him as an advisor of Konoha, although there had been no news regarding the new Holy Land, this did not deter Hanzo from stabilizing Shichibukai. Indeed, this matter was one that I could fully oversee. Hanzo directly made a decision on behalf of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Anticipating that once the matter of the poison from the pepper fish was resolved and Konoha had triumphed over Amigakure, Sarutobi would have no grounds to reproach him. Very well. Take me to see the poison, Shichibukai stated, eager to swiftly conclude the task entrusted to her by the White Snake Sage. Then follow me, Hanzo replied. Sweeping his sleeve as he led two root ninjas alongside Orochimaru and Shichibukai to Tsunade. Upon their arrival, Tsunade initially disregarded Hanzo and instead inquired directly of Orochimaru, provoking a twitch of agitation from Hanzo's solitary eye. Orochimaru, what brings you here? He asked. Orochimaru then proceeded to introduce Shichibukai to Tsunade, who regarded him with a hint of skepticism, silently questioning the reliability of this Dragon Cave sage. Orochimaru nodded, affirming his trust in Shichibukai's abilities. He then gestured toward a Konoha ninja lying on a stretcher and said to Shichibukai, Sage, could you see if you can eliminate the poison within him? Very well. Shichibukai replied, raising her chin with a hint of disdain as she approached the Konoha ninja. The sight before her was grim. The ninja's face was purple, and his breathing was shallow, indicating his imminent demise. Tsunade observed intently, curious to witness the capabilities of this Dragon Cave sage, especially considering that even the great sage of slugs had been unable to resolve this poison. Hanzo too watched with bated breath. Shichibukai began to examine the ninja, her expression shifting to one of astonishment as she contemplated the potency of the toxin. What manner of poison is this? Its toxicity is staggering. Yet, she remained composed, for she possessed sage chakra within her. Let us see if the sage chakra can suppress the toxicity, she thought. With her right hand pressed against the ninja's abdomen, she gradually infused him with sage chakra. Soon, the purple hue enveloping him began to recede under the influence of her chakra. Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise. To her astonishment, the Dragon Cave sage truly possessed remarkable skill. Hanzo's expression shifted to one of satisfaction, while Orochimaru's lips curled into a slight smile as he envisioned the moment he would lead his team to vanquish Amigakure and reclaim their honor, along with the subsequent rewards. However, Shichibukai's expression soon faltered. She noticed a trace of purple had also stained her flawless, fair arm. Quickly, as if electrified, she withdrew her hand, channeling all her sage chakra to suppress the invasive toxin from the pepper fish. The purple mark on her arm gradually diminished, condensing into a small dot. Yet the ninja reverted to his previous state, having lost the benefit of her sage chakra. What is happening? Hanzo questioned, his brow furrowed, a mix of concern and curiosity evident in his demeanor. Orochimaru was taken aback, his heart racing with trepidation. Unexpectedly, even the serpent sage of the Dragon Cave is rendered powerless against the poison? Tsunade scoffed, secretly thinking it was nothing remarkable. Shichibukai felt a twinge of fear mixed with a sense of hard-earned relief. The fear stemmed from her near encounter with that terrifying toxin. As for the relief, it was because she had finally unearthed a lead on the new sacred land. The poison harbored faint traces of natural energy, albeit weak, but it was enough for Shichibukai to detect. This particular ninjutsu did not belong to any of the three major sacred lands. It must be the new sacred land. The good news was that she had located the new sacred land. The bad news was that its power seemed formidable and she was not its match. Perhaps an alliance with Konoha could be forged, especially since they were currently at war with Amigakure. Thus, she addressed the group, stating, if my deductions are correct, Amigakure's tenacity stems from their alliance with the new sacred land. While I may be unable to dispel the poison, I can certainly lend my strength in vanquishing Amigakure. Hanzo recalled the earlier humiliation of the Dragon Cave sage and, though skeptical, recognized the advantage of adding another ally to their ranks. He solemnly acquiesced, saying, "Very well." After some twists and turns, Shichikujima Heim ultimately forged an alliance with Konoha. Although the process was somewhat unsightly, the outcome proved favorable, and Orochimaru sighed with relief. Chapter 18. A fierce battle approaches a few hours later. A piece of news swiftly spread throughout the Konoha camp in the Land of Rain. The first puppet master of Sunagakure, Chiyo, had passed away. The news traveled with increasing speed, soon reaching the ears of the third Kazekage. After repeated confirmations, he verified the information and promptly convened a meeting. The atmosphere in the Sunagakure conference room was steeped in profound sorrow. Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law were engulfed in grief. Chiyo's younger brother, Ise, beseeched the third Kazekage with a face full of desperation, requesting that he send someone to the hidden rain to retrieve his sister's body, ensuring that she would return to her roots. Ise expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Kazekage." The third Kazekage offered timely reassurance, stating as Kazekage, "I am deeply pained by this tragedy. Chiyo was a benefactor of Sunagakure. It would be utterly disheartening if we could not even bring back her remains. Rest assured, we will take care of this matter." Ise nodded in gratitude upon receiving the Kazekage's assurance. Shortly thereafter, the third Kazekage dispatched a team of ninjas to conduct negotiations in the Hidden Rain village. As the ninja team approached their destination, they were surrounded by the Rain Shinobi. Just as the Rain Shinobi were about to take action, the leading special Jonin interjected, "Wait, we come bearing orders from the third Kazekage. We need to meet with Lord Hanzo." The Rain Shinobi murmured among themselves before ultimately deciding to bind all the Sunagakure ninjas and present them before Lin Yang. Half an hour later, one by one, the bound Sunagakure ninjas appeared before Lin Yang. The responsible Rain Jonin explained the situation from beginning to end. Lin Yang appeared to understand the matter clearly. "You may leave now. I will handle things from here," he instructed. "Yes, my lord," replied the Rain Jonin. Casting a lingering glance at the bound Sunagakure ninjas before departing, reassured by the prowess of their own leader. With the Rain Jonin's departure, only Lin Yang and the bound Sunagakure ninjas remained in the room. The leading special Jonin of Sunagakure, noticing that everyone else had left, addressed Lin Yang, saying, "My lord Hanzo, I have come bearing the orders of the Kazekage, and I kindly ask for the return of our advisor Chiyo's body. And what if I refuse?" Lin Yang retorted, casting a sidelong glance at him while subtly exerting his conqueror's haki. His words seemed to carry an undeniable aura, compelling all the Sunagakure ninjas to kneel in submission. The special Jonin of Sunagakure struggled to suppress this instinct, and, with a steely resolve, replied, "If you do not comply, your hidden reign will face the dual wrath of Konoha and Sunagakure." Lin Yang frowned, a displeased expression crossing his face as he coldly responded, "Are you threatening me, host? The illustrious and renowned salamander Hanzo cannot be threatened by an insignificant figure. What are Sunagakure and Konoha, if not mere adversaries? Then let battle commence. Please eliminate all negotiating Sunagakure ninjas to declare war on Sunagakure." "No, no." The Sunagakure Jonin quickly shook his head. "I am merely conveying a message." With a sigh, Lin Yang replied, "Very well then." The Sand-Hidden Village had successfully ensnared Lin Yang, their expressions adorned with mocking smiles. "Ah, Lord Hanzo, you truly understand the times." Several sand ninjas jeered at Lin Yang, implying that despite his lofty title as the leader of the Rain Village and the infamous Hanzo of the Salamander, he would ultimately have to yield under the weight of force and reality. What a farce! What triumph do you find in this? Lin Yang thought, his intent merely to eradicate them all. It was perplexing to witness such mirth in the face of impending doom. It was a first for him. "What?" exclaimed a senior sand ninja, momentarily taken aback. "If you're laughing, then laugh your way to death." With a swift and decisive strike, the heads of the sand ninjas rolled away, thudding against the ground, some still wearing smug grins. "Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Would you like to claim your reward?" Lin Yang replied, "Claim it. Reward distribution in progress." Suddenly, a ninja tool pouch, approximately several dozen centimeters long and of vibrant orange hue, appeared in Lin Yang's hands. Was this the famed infinite space ninja tool pouch? He ran his fingers over its surface, noting that it felt no different from a typical ninja pouch. He opened it, revealing a cramped space that appeared to contain everything within sight. However, this was not the correct usage. Shaking his head, Lin Yang concentrated, and the corpses of the fallen sand ninjas were swiftly absorbed into the pouch, followed by his own array of ninja tools and various items. Once he had finished packing, he genuinely appreciated the convenience of the infinite space ninja pouch. Alas, it could only contain inanimate objects, which left him somewhat disappointed. If it could hold living beings, the potential for strategic maneuvering would be extraordinary. He envisioned directly storing the Rain Ninja Corps and infiltrating the enemy camp to release them, delivering a tremendous surprise to the foes, truly a miraculous ambush. However, all of this remained mere fantasy. Now, he needed to focus on devising a strategy to face the inevitable retaliation from the Sand. A day swiftly passed, as the Sand awaited news from their negotiation team. An obvious conclusion began to form in their minds. The third Kazekage erupted in fury, dispatching the vengeful Aitsuki and the similarly revenge-seeking Chiyo, leaving only the young Sasori at home, while leading 1,000 Sand ninjas to the battlefield against the Rain. Detection indicates that the host is about to confront simultaneous assaults from both the Sand Army and the Konoha forces. Please lead the Rain and successfully navigate this crisis. Reward, Body Flicker Technique. At that moment, Lin Yang, situated between the battlefields of the Rain and Konoha, was momentarily stunned by the sudden task notification, pondering the implications. A simultaneous attack from the Sand and Konoha armies? He was well aware that after killing Chiyo, the Sand would undoubtedly unleash their full might against the Rain. But would Konoha also escalate their assault today? The individuals from Konoha are certainly not foolish. They have come to recognize the potency of the poison from the mountain pepper fish that Lin Yang possesses. After suffering several significant losses, they have adopted a strategy of occasionally dispatching small teams to harass Lin Yang. It is estimated that the number of ninjas stationed in the Land of Rain by Konoha has exceeded 3,000, mobilizing around 80% of the village's ninja force. Such a formidable number of adversaries instills even Lin Yang with a sense of caution, preventing him from recklessly charging into the enemy ranks alone. The reason Lin Yang maintains a defensive posture is rooted in his profound respect for the formidable heritage of the strongest ninja village in the shinobi world. Given the resources available to their village, Lin Yang finds himself with little choice but to adopt this approach. It appears that a fierce battle awaits him today, a premonition already stirring within his heart. Chapter 19. The home invasion. Lin Yang swiftly arranged the pre-battle preparations. He first positioned the creature Jingfu on the battlefield belonging to the Rain and Sand Ninja. Meanwhile, he stationed himself at the battlefield against Konoha. As Lin Yang stood ready for the Konoha ninjas, he learned through Jingfu's mental communication that the Sand Ninja had arrived first. It is well known that the strongest ninja squad from the Sand Village is the Puppet Brigade. This time, the leader of the Puppet Brigade is the ninja called Eyes. While he may not possess the exquisite puppet techniques of his sister Chiyo, his own strength is not to be underestimated. If Chiyo is considered a strong figure among the shadows, then Eyes is merely a weak shadow, just touching the threshold of that level. Despite being a weak shadow, he still possesses shadow-level prowess. Among puppet masters, the greater the number of puppets one can control, the more skilled one is considered in the art of puppetry. Chiyo can manipulate 10 puppets at once using her J-meme technique, while Sasori can achieve the remarkable feat of controlling 100 puppets with his secret scrolls. Eyes, of course, cannot compare to them. His limit is controlling 2 puppets with each hand, totaling 4 puppets at once. On the battlefield, he commanded his 4 puppets, relentlessly pursuing the Rain ninjas. Faced with the onslaught of the Sand, the Rain ninjas fought back while retreating. The Sand's momentum grew stronger with each encounter. Eyes transformed into a god of war on the battlefield, wielding his puppets to slay enemies while declaring, "Where is that old man Hans? I shall personally slay him to avenge my sister." He then called to a young man and woman behind him, Chizuru, "Reina, follow me into the Rain village." "Yes." Chizuru and Reina replied in unison, their determination palpable. Their identities were, of course, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. As the Sand ninjas pressed deeper into the Land of Rain, within the forest shrouded in rain, a colossal creature lay low upon the ground. Its body was covered in various sized lumps, with short limbs planted firmly on the earth, and its purple skin starkly contrasted against the backdrop of the Sand ninjas. The Rain ninjas, adorned with gas masks, huddled behind the creature Jingfu, prepared in advance. The Rain ninjas had coated themselves with the creature's sticky slime. Eyes' pupils constricted, sensing impending doom as he gazed upon the towering shadow resembling a small mountain. Realizing he had walked into the trap of the Rain, he shouted for the Sand ninjas to retreat quickly, but it was already too late. Jingfu opened its massive maw, revealing a gaping, dark abyss reminiscent of a ravenous beast. Vast plumes of purple mist erupted from its venom sacs, soaring upwards like ominous smoke. Soon, Jingfu's great mouth was filled with the purple fog, which then directed itself towards the Sand, erupting forth. The active purple mist spread rapidly like a plague. As Eyes fled, He glanced back to witness numerous sand ninjas collapsing beneath the purple haze. His eyes widened in horror. A surge of intense fury swelled within him, causing his chest to heave as his breath quickened. A wisp of air tainted by toxic gas was inhaled into his mind. Gradually, his consciousness began to waver, and he noticed his pace had inadvertently slowed considerably. Within mere seconds, the purple mist had spread and encased his entire being. At that moment, his awareness had become somewhat hazy. In his line of sight, his sister's son and daughter-in-law collapsed before him. Qianshu, Lianhua, he murmured unconsciously. As he succumbed to unconsciousness, visions of his life flashed before him like a revolving lantern. Finally, he offered a rueful smile. "Forgive me, sister. I have come to accompany you." With a thud, his body fell to the ground, his eyes gradually closing as if surrendering to a prolonged slumber. As the rain concealed the victory over the sand, Lin Yang commenced a grueling struggle of his own. Like a relentless tide, the Leaf Village ninjas surged forth, appearing endless. Following Danzo's orders, several elite ninjas led small teams, dispersing to charge towards Lin Yang's rain village. Lin Yang, feeling helpless, was compelled to send reinforcements to defend. With the overwhelming force of his conqueror's haki, he swiftly dispatched a group of Leaf's elite ninja teams. However, he lingered not, hastening towards another direction. The Leaf ninjas who obstructed his path fell before him, one by one, as though he were mowing grass. As the pressure from the Leaf army mounted, the battlefield between the Rain ninjas and the Leaf ninjas drew ever closer to Rain Village. Lin Yang felt a rising urgency within. Fortunately, at that moment, a message from Jingfu arrived, indicating that the battle on their side had been resolved. Lin Yang quickly summoned Jingfu. With the appearance of a 30-meter-tall giant salamander, Lin Yang felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. The creature exhaled toxic gas in gusts, inflicting substantial losses upon the Leaf ninjas. As the Leaf forces were too dispersed, Lin Yang and the giant salamander opted to act separately. While making his way, Lin Yang cast a fleeting glance at the prosperity value displayed on his attribute panel. The figure of 1547 tightened his chest with anxiety. He needed to eliminate the Leaf ninjas swiftly. Meanwhile, a team of ninjas composed of the legendary 3 ninjas from the Leaf had taken an alternative route, carving out a bloody path, and successfully glimpsed a steel structure several dozen meters ahead. "Is this Rain Village?" Tsunade remarked, momentarily taken aback by the distinctly different architectural style compared to Leaf Village. "It seems Hanzo's old home lies within." Jiraiya gazed solemnly at the distant scene. Orochimaru licked his lips, impatiently urging, "Let us hasten inside and obliterate Hanzo's stronghold." "Hiki." The cheerful voice of Shichibukai Island Princess echoed, reminiscent as she mused. "It has been a long time since I last tasted human flesh. I wonder what it would be like." Tsunade cast a disdainful glance at Shichibukai Island Princess, her eyes brimming with contempt. "Most of them are ordinary people. Do we truly intend to harm them?" Jiraiya, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow in concern. In this time of war, showing mercy to the enemy is akin to inflicting cruelty upon oneself. Yet, as the third Hokage prepared to depart, he implored them to refrain from harming the defenseless ordinary citizens. This request left him in a state of profound dilemma. Orochimaru paused momentarily. "Let us proceed," he suggested, "as long as we do not slay the inhabitants of Amigakure." "Agreed," Tsunade replied after a moment's contemplation. After all, they had already arrived near Amigakure. It would be illogical not to enter. What indecisive creatures humans are, mocked Shichibukai. Thus, the group entered Amigakure without obstruction. The denizens of Amigakure fell before them like mere insects beneath a relentless force. Alert! The host Amigakure is under siege by enemy ninjas. The host must return immediately to defend Amigakure. Upon seeing this, Lin Yang's expression shifted to one of panic. "Damn, this battle is costing me my home." With a bitter self-deprecation, Lin Yang hurried towards the heart of Amigakure. Meanwhile, upon their arrival in Amigakure, Jiraiya and his companions witnessed Shichibukai transform into a colossal phosphorescent serpent, measuring over 40 meters in length. Her slit-like pupils seemed to penetrate the very soul, while her pearlescent scales shimmered in an orderly fashion. Her imposing horns suggesting an imminent metamorphosis into a magnificent dragon. With an air of elegance, she gracefully maneuvered her massive form, gazing down upon Jiraiya and his companions with an overwhelming presence. Swallowing the saliva that continuously dripped from her maw, she eagerly declared, "I shall go feast now. We shall meet again shortly." With that, her sinuous body surged forward, racing towards the center of Amigakure. Chapter 20, Confrontation. "Wait, come back here," Tsunade exclaimed, attempting to halt the advance of Shinju Island Princess. However, A pair of strong hands grasped her snowy white arm. Orochimaru, what are you doing blocking me? Tsunade's expression darkened, her readiness for confrontation palpable. Orochimaru had no choice but to elucidate. Her actions are her own and do not concern us of Konoha. Thus, we need not impede her. Moreover, at this critical juncture, opposing her would be a most unwise decision. With her as our cover, we have a means of retreat in the Rain Village. At the very least, when Hanzo arrives, he will first encounter her, not us. Jiraiya, do you share this sentiment? Tsunade inquired, her gaze penetrating. Jiraiya sighed, ultimately conceding under Tsunade's formidable stare. Indeed. Very well, you are all splendid, Tsunade retorted, a hint of exasperation evident in her laughter. Resolutely, she turned away, declaring, I shall no longer partake in this mission. You may proceed into the Rain Village without me. With that, she forcefully shook off Orochimaru's grasp and stormed away from the group, exiting the confines of the Rain Village. Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged glances, both wearing wry smiles. Yet they comprehended Tsunade's actions. After all, as a medical ninja, she was driven by a desire to heal. A touch of compassion that could not bear witness to the innocent suffering before her. My lord Orochimaru, what is Tsunade-sama's intention? Inquired a Chunin clad in a Chunin vest. It matters not. Pay her no mind. We shall proceed, Orochimaru commanded. Natural energy, there is a significant amount of it here. Ah, indeed this is the place, Shinju Island Princess declared after having consumed numerous Rain Village citizens, realizing the abundance of natural energy in the vicinity. She promptly redirected her course towards the area where this energy was most concentrated, with Jiraiya and Orochimaru trailing behind her. Along their path, towering edifices had crumbled into mere ruins. The anguished cries of the Rain Village populace echoed incessantly. Yet, Orochimaru remained unmoved. Upon sighting the tallest structure in the Rain Village, the Rain Building, he immediately issued a command, destroy it, and our mission shall conclude, after which we will withdraw. Understood. The Konoha ninjas responded in unison, swiftly commencing their assault. With a barrage of fire, wind, and water techniques, the towering Rain Building, rising several dozen meters, collapsed with a resounding crash. Beep. The host's Rain Village is experiencing severe destruction. Beep. The host's Salamander Sanctuary is under invasion by the same sanctum's Dragon Cave Sage. The host is advised to return to the Salamander Sanctuary immediately and eliminate the intruders. Reward: 5 juvenile salamanders. Alert. The prosperity level has dropped to 821. Should it fall to 0, the host will likewise perish. Damn it. What on earth have these Konoha ninjas done to my home? The prosperity level has plummeted by over 700. Lin Yang felt as though his heart had shattered into 1,000 pieces. Yet, fortunate enough, his vision gradually reflected the remnants of the rain-hidden village. However, the iconic steel skyscrapers now lay in ruins. Lin Yang gazed upon this scene, his heart almost shattering. He silently vowed to emulate pain and enact a village destruction plan for Konoha in the future. He swiftly entered the rain-hidden village, where the ground was littered with architectural debris. Once a thriving rain-hidden, now over half had transformed into desolation. Lin Yang felt as if his heart was breaking. However, this was not the time for mourning. He had not forgotten that his own sage of the Fish's Sanctuary was currently occupied by a serpent sage. As for the Konoha ninjas, he had yet to catch sight of them. Of course, had he seen them, he would have swiftly eliminated them without hesitation. Lin Yang's figure darted across the ground with incredible speed, akin to a lightning bolt streaking through the sky. As he passed the former site of the rain-hidden building, he couldn't help but pause for a few seconds, cursing vehemently. Truly, a culinary genius. Meanwhile, the architects of the destruction of the rain-hidden building, Orochimaru and his companions, had successfully escaped the village. Orochimaru, what shall we do now? Jiraiya found himself at a loss. Orochimaru pondered for a moment before uttering a single word. Wait. Jiraiya was somewhat perplexed. Orochimaru elaborated, currently, Konoha and the Rain-Hidden are engaged in their final battle. I suspect that after this conflict, either Konoha will withdraw from the Land of Rain, or the Rain ninjas will be left with but a fraction of their forces, surrendering to Konoha. We have already accomplished our mission, delivering a significant blow to the internal structure of the Rain-Hidden village, and at this juncture, there is no need for us to exert further effort, lest we meet a grim fate. At this point, Orochimaru recalled the poisonous nature of the Sage of the Fishes, a flicker of apprehension crossing his expression. Very well, let us return to the camp, he said. At the Sage of the Fishes Sanctuary, the serpent goddess, Shichibi, reverted to her human form, Her legs crossed as she reveled in the nourishing energy of nature. It appears this is the site of the new sanctuary. However, where is its master? She mused. Nonetheless, in their absence, I shall seize the opportunity to claim this natural energy for myself, Shichibi thought, and began to voraciously absorb the natural energy of the sage of the fish's sanctuary. This energy was the very essence of the sanctuary, immensely beneficial to a serpent sage like her. When Lin Yang arrived at the sage of the fish's sanctuary, he beheld a petite girl, no taller than his shoulder, seated on the ground, seemingly in a meditative state. Upon closer inspection, he noticed strands of natural energy converging towards her. Lin Yang felt the vitality of the entire sanctuary diminish significantly. Enraged, he fixed his gaze upon her. The Conqueror's haki erupted from him with a thunderous release. Shichibi felt a buzzing in her mind and immediately ceased her absorption of the natural energy, glaring at Lin Yang with resentment. You dare disturb me, human? Lin Yang had no intention of engaging in idle conversation with this thief. He lunged forward with sudden ferocity, unleashing his full power. Chakra surged throughout his body as he entered the complete concentration mode of the water-breathing technique. He infused the extracted sage chakra within himself into the dawn, and a flash of golden light appeared upon the side's blade. Sage chakra, you are the master of this realm. Shichikujima instantly recognized the origin of that golden gleam on Lin Yang's weapon. However, Lin Yang paid her no heed and simply executed a sage-style II slash. Shichikujima's pupils reflected a glimmer of gold. With a crisp sound, her body was cleaved in two by Lin Yang. Yet, Lin Yang remained vigilant, for in her perception, Shichikujima was not yet defeated. Suddenly, the severed halves of her body transformed into two segments of snake skin, while her form reappeared on the opposite side. Shichikujima felt a surge of alarm. Had it not been for her life-preserving technique, she would have truly been bisected by that strike. Her expression began to contort, her once charming and innocent visage morphing into that of a serpent, as she hissed in a low, raspy voice. Human, I shall devour you bite by bite. Chapter 21. The long gait. The shedding of skin, a survival tactic often employed by serpents, crossed Lin Yang's mind as he launched another assault on Jizuka Islandheim. Do you think I will be as easily fooled as before? Jizuka Islandheim clasped her hands together. Senjutsu, white serpent technique. From her lips emerged two slender white serpents, gliding towards Lin Yang with an eerie grace. The serpents intertwined, emitting a peculiar and piercing cacophony that made Lin Yang's ears tremble, as though his eardrums were in friction with some unseen force. As the two serpents were about to strike, Lin Yang swiftly formed a hand seal. Water release, water body technique. In an instant, his figure transformed into a puddle, vanishing from sight. Where could you have gone? Ah, so you are here. With her immense chakra attuned to the mystical arts, Jizuka Islandheim immediately sensed Lin Yang's presence. Senjutsu, Heavenly Serpent's Lament. A melodious and exalted tune escaped her lips, ensnaring Lin Yang in a trance, plunging him into an illusion. In this dreamlike realm, Lin Yang found himself in the modern world of his previous life, gazing at his mother cooking in the kitchen and his father watching television. Dad, Mom, he called softly. In the real world, witnessing Lin Yang ensnared in her illusion, Jizuka Islandheim chuckled mockingly. Human, let me devour your flesh and chakra entirely. She lunged forward, her mouth widening in an attempt to swallow him whole. Meanwhile, Lin Yang resolutely shook his head at the surreal scene. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, but I have other matters to attend to. His eyes suddenly widened, and a surge of formidable dominance shattered the illusion before him. Lin Yang's aura surged once more, signifying an advanced mastery over the Conqueror's haki. Against the gaping serpent head poised to strike, Lin Yang unleashed his freshly mastered Conqueror's haki. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of supremacy radiated from him, converging upon Jizuka Islandheim. Her intent to bite faltered, her gaze momentarily lost in confusion. As dawn broke, a golden light illuminated the scene, causing Jizuka Islandheim's body to bristle, transforming into a colossal white-scaled serpent over 40 meters in length. The dawn slice cleaved through her flesh with ease, blood gushing forth like a torrent. Purple markings spread from the wound, infiltrating the depths of her being. The white-scaled serpent let out a harrowing scream, thrashing its tail towards Lin Yang. With a leap, Lin Yang landed atop the massive serpent, his dawn slice poised to strike downward. Effortlessly, it embedded itself deep within Jizuka Islandheim's flesh. The venom from the blade, as insidious as a plague, began to ravage her insides. Minutes passed. The once pristine white-scaled serpent now bore a deep hue of purple. Lin Yang refrained from further assault. At this juncture, The venom had already spread throughout Shichudo-G's body. He need not lift a finger. Shichudo-G would inevitably succumb, so he simply observed, awaiting her final breath. True to expectation, a minute passed, and the colossal serpent lay coiled on the ground, motionless. Lin Yang patiently bided another minute. As the system had yet to announce his reward, it indicated that Shichudo-G still clung to life. After another minute, a line of text materialized before Lin Yang. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Would you like to claim your reward? Claim. Lin Yang replied. In an instant, 5 diminutive, several centimeter-long pepper fish appeared around him, their curious gazes surveying the world. Lin Yang noted that even without establishing a psychic bond with these fish, he could still command them directly, perceiving their thoughts and sharing a communion of minds. Soon, the 5 pepper fish relayed their hunger to Lin Yang. He gazed at the lifeless giant before him and instructed, "Go forth, a feast awaits your enjoyment." The 5 fish obeyed, their petite limbs scuttling adorably across the ground. They exhibited a modicum of intelligence, opting not to gnaw at the serpent's armor-like scales but rather targeting the wounds Lin Yang had inflicted with the dawn. Although the flesh of these wounds had turned purple. Did the fish fear it? Certainly not. To them, the poison served merely as a seasoning. They devoured the flesh with relish, reveling in the protein and rich chakra that the serpent's meat contained. Were it not for the ongoing conflict, Lin Yang would have gladly sat down to enjoy roasted serpent meat. Naturally, the substantial size of the serpent meant that these 5 fish alone could not consume it all. Thus, the remaining serpent meat would certainly be shared with Jingfu as well. After a brief pause, Lin Yang utilized the reverse summoning technique to arrive at Jingfu's location, where he began to systematically eliminate the leaf ninjas. His speed in dispatching foes was remarkable. Compared to the dragon-like serpent sage from earlier, these leaf ninjas were no match. Below the shadow level, Lin Yang's lethality was akin to that of slaughtering livestock. Through the relentless efforts of Lin Yang and the pepper fish, nearly 4,000 leaf ninjas ultimately retreated from the rain village. Of course, Lin Yang did not obliterate every last leaf ninja. Many managed to escape. Nonetheless, this battle was undoubtedly arduous. Lin Yang's chakra, which once soared to 400,000, was now nearing depletion. It was clear that Jingfu had claimed the lion's share of leaf ninjas' lives. A single spray of toxic mist would incapacitate a 100-member squad of leaf ninjas in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the time required for Jingfu to replenish her poison sacs had been reduced from 5 minutes to 2. As for why the time has been so drastically shortened, Lin Yang could only say that Jingfu's current stature is markedly different. It now rivals the 3 legendary beast-level ninjas. Moreover, it possesses the ability to absorb the natural energies of the world to replenish itself, representing a true evolution akin to a complete metamorphosis. Although Lin Yang's Rain Village has recently emerged victorious against the combined forces of Sand and Leaf, the losses on his side have been particularly devastating. His ninja core numbers, at best, around 1,500, but now he estimates only 400 to 500 remain. The prosperity level has plummeted to just over 600. Unfortunately, Lin Yang finds himself powerless in this situation. After all, his Rain country is quite small and produces far too few talents, making it incomparable to the Leaf Village. With Lin Yang, a Jonin who slaughters like a butcher, and Jingfu, an existence of bug-level prowess, the war has been excruciatingly challenging. One can only imagine how dire the state of the Rain ninja truly is. However, this battle has not been without its gains. Firstly, the Rain ninja has demonstrated their might, and Lin Yang's reputation is likely to resonate throughout the entire ninja world for a time. Secondly, the flesh and blood of the giant serpent serve as a generous boon for both Lin Yang and the mountain pepper fish, alongside the experience gained from battling the white snake sage, which has led to a breakthrough in his mastery of the conqueror's haki. Lastly, Lin Yang's attention was suddenly captured by a notification. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Would you like to claim your reward? While resting on the ground, he decisively chose to accept the reward. Reward distribution in progress. In an instant, Lin Yang's mind was flooded with memories of a teleportation technique. After organizing these memories, a look of astonishment flashed across Lin Yang's face. The teleportation technique lives up to its name. As long as Lin Yang expends the corresponding chakra, he can traverse from one end of the ninja realm to the other in an instant. This essentially means that as long as his chakra reserves are sufficient, he can teleport from the northernmost point of the ninja realm to the southernmost in a heartbeat, a truly extraordinary means of travel. Lin Yang is thoroughly satisfied with this technique. It provides him with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, At this very moment, two exhausted leaf ninjas, desperate for their own safety, decided to disregard the instructions given by Saratobi Hiruzen and intruded into a residence in the Rain Country. IC watched as the two intruders, armed with kunai, barged into his home, recognizing the forehead protectors and Chunin vests they wore. Turning to his wife, Fusang, he said, "Fusang, take Nagato and flee. I will handle these two leaf ninjas." Fusang, covering her mouth in shock at her husband's resolute demeanor, felt tears stream down her cheeks. She would not betray her husband's trust, so she took their son, little Nagato, and attempted to escape through the back window. The two leaf ninjas, bearing injuries from their earlier battle, realized that their state was not particularly favorable. Upon hearing that someone was attempting to escape to alert others, murderous intent ignited in their eyes. "We cannot let them leave. We must kill them." The two exchanged glances, each unleashing their chakra as they brandished kunai, charging towards Issei. The saying holds true, a starving camel is larger than a horse. Despite their injuries, they remained elite jonin of Konoha. While Issei was merely a medical ninja from the Land of Rain, in mere moments they had slashed Issei's throat, swiftly retreating into the room. Upon seeing the two Konoha ninjas invading the chamber, Fusang glanced at Nagato in her arms and spoke with a gentle countenance. "Nagato, Mother may not be able to stay with you much longer. I will hold them off for a moment. Take this opportunity to escape through the window and seek help." With that, Fusang set Nagato down and resolutely charged at the two Konoha ninjas. The 5 or 6-year-old Nagato witnessed his mother rush towards the ninjas, only to be brutally slain. Fusang, true to her word, drew upon the Vortex clan's formidable vitality, managing to endure several seconds under the assault of the two jonin before succumbing. As she was pierced by kunai, her voice strained, she urged Nagato to flee. Nagato wished to run, yet his legs had turned to jelly. Since his mother had set him down, he had remained kneeling on the ground, helplessly observing the transition of life to death in her eyes. Ultimately, Fusang could hold on no longer. Her eyelids began to close, and in her final moments, she still called out for Nagato to escape. "What a pitiful creature you are, yet the half-breed offspring born of you and your husband shall meet their end here," spoke a Konoha jonin, clad in a headscarf, cruelly kicking Fusang's lifeless body aside. "Alas, we do this for our own survival. Little one, you must understand," another jonin explained, glancing at the frail Nagato. By this time, young Nagato was weeping uncontrollably, his tears and snot mingling, rendering him unable to distinguish between the two. An ancient power, long dormant within him, began to awaken, just as the two jonin prepared to deliver a fatal blow to young Nagato. Ripples of violet energy surged in his eyes like water's surface disturbed. Faced with the kunai poised to pierce his skull, he let out a tremendous scream. All his emotions instantaneously transformed into a torrent of chakra, surging forth towards the two ninjas. A formidable repulsive force erupted from Nagato's core, radiating outward. The two Konoha jonin found themselves unable to control their bodies, hurtling backward like kites severed from their strings. They crashed through the walls of the Nagato household, ultimately landing upon the muddy ground outside, their lives drawing to a close. Exhausted from the immense chakra expenditure, Nagato promptly fainted after unleashing this powerful strike. Chapter 22. Repelling Konohagakure. After thoroughly sweeping away the Konoha ninjas near the hidden rain village, Lin Yang took a moment to rest, allowing his chakra to replenish slightly. Over 200 rain ninjas swiftly gathered under his command. He aimed to drive Konoha out of his rain country decisively. At present, Jingfu had been dispatched back to the Sage of the Giant Salamander for recuperation. With the addition of that great serpent, Jingfu's energy would soon be restored. Thus, in times of peril, Lin Yang would not hesitate to summon Jingfu once more. Following the path of the fleeing Konoha ninjas, Lin Yang led his team in relentless pursuit. This was the temporary encampment of Konoha within the borders of the Rain Country. The Konoha ninjas, having been thoroughly routed by the Rain ninjas, were retreating in disarray back to this location. Danzo's face resembled a darkened pot as he glared at the Konoha ninjas who had completely lost their momentum. Unable to suppress his ire, "What a bunch of useless fools," he exclaimed. With the assistance of several root ninjas, he departed the camp, fleeing towards the Land of Fire. "We must leave at once. Hans will soon arrive with his Rain ninjas," he urged. Orochimaru's expression was complex. Rather than being shocked by Konoha's defeat at the hands of the Rain ninjas, he was astounded that the Elder of the Dragon Cave, the Sage of Serpents, had chosen to remain permanently in the hidden Rain Village. Hans truly deserves the title of the strongest in the ninja world. He mused internally, recognizing that no one, not even the third Hokage or the third Raikage with their formidable might, could withstand the combined assault of Suna and Konoha, let alone defeat both. As for the Kazekage and the Mizukage, Orochimaru did not even consider them. You all go ahead. I have matters to attend to, Jiraiya stated resolutely, shaking his head. Jiraiya, what are you planning? Orochimaru hesitated, sensing Jiraiya's impending actions. He chose not to dissuade him, merely placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. Return alive. I await your invitation for drinks. Typically stoic, Orochimaru revealed a flicker of genuine emotion in that moment. I am Jiraiya, the Toad Sage in search of the Child of Destiny. You underestimate me, Orochimaru, Jiraiya retorted, maintaining his jovial demeanor. Orochimaru took note of this before turning away. Raising his right hand behind him and speaking softly, I am leaving now. Jiraiya paused outside the encampment, his solitary figure standing upon the muddy ground. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and a gentle drizzle caressed his white hair, stirring a profound sense of melancholy within him. I do not know if I shall return from this journey, but it is a path I must tread. Great Toad Sage, await my return. With his head held high and gaze fixed on the horizon, Jiraiya's form abruptly vanished from sight. Within a small village in the Rain Country, Rain ninjas swept through. Each one a fleeting shadow. The villagers, trembling in fear within their homes, felt an instant sense of relief upon recognizing their own ninja. The situation was dire. Several Rain shinobi had congregated, surrounding the lifeless bodies of two Konoha ninjas. One of them, a CH Nin, speculated that at the very least, they were of CH Nin rank, if not higher. Look over there. One of the Rain ninjas exclaimed, pointing towards a nearby villager's house. The wooden walls of the dwelling bore two peculiar gaps that resembled human forms. Upon closer inspection, the Rain ninjas deduced that these openings corresponded to the postures of the fallen Konoha shinobi. A few of them ventured into the house to investigate, while the others remained by the side of the Konoha ninjas. Inside, they discovered the gruesome sight of a middle-aged man, lifeless on the floor, his blood having long since congealed. The air was thick with the stench of blood. The Rain ninjas, sensing danger, proceeded cautiously, their kunai at the ready. Within the room, they spotted two figures, one large and one small, both with striking red hair, immediately identifying them as mother and child. Could it be a member of the Uzumaki clan? One Rain ninja gasped upon witnessing the scene. The unmistakable long red hair of the Uzumaki made it difficult to misidentify. Gazing upon the woman's numerous gruesome wounds, they concluded without hesitation that she was indeed deceased. It seemed that she was responsible for the demise of the two Konoha ninjas. Thus, their focus shifted to the small child, Nagato, who still exhibited signs of life. He appeared no older than 5 or 6 years, perhaps a maximum of 8. How could he have accomplished this? A Rain ninja marveled in disbelief. Regardless of how he did it, let us take this little one and report back to the captain, another suggested. Soon, their comrades outside witnessed them emerge from the house, cradling a red-haired boy whose long bangs obscured his unique eyes. Inside, there had been a man and a woman along with the child, but only the boy had survived. The adults, presumed to be his parents, lay dead. The Rain ninja, holding Nagato, briefed his comrades on the situation within the house. After a thorough discussion, they concluded that the young boy was indeed the one who had slain the two Konoha ninjas. At such a tender age, to possess strength akin to a CH Nin was enough to warrant their serious attention. They first inquired with nearby villagers about the events that had transpired, but all they received were responses of ignorance, as the villagers remained sheltered in their homes. The Rain ninjas did not press the issue further. Instead, they carried Nagato out of the village to report to their commanding officer. Here is the situation, reported the Rain ninja, cradling Nagato to a stout middle-aged man with a square jaw and a protective mask. The man scrutinized the boy before commending his subordinates. You have done well. I shall inform Lord Hanzo of your contributions. The Rain ninjas beamed with pride at his words. Very well, you shall escort this little one back to the village. Captain Yurin instructed. Understood. Meanwhile, Lin Yang had arrived at the camp of Konoha stationed in the Land of Rain, accompanied by his team. However, the Konoha camp now lay desolate, devoid of any signs of life. Only rows of tents remained, standing in silence. It appeared that everyone had fled. Lin Yang murmured as he surveyed his surroundings. He then began issuing commands. All members, disperse and check the vicinity for any stragglers. Yes, the Rain ninjas at Lin Yang's back promptly scattered. Lin Yang settled onto the ground, awaiting reports from his subordinates. He had not forgotten that he was tasked with leading the Rain ninjas back to the Land of Rain, but he decided to postpone that for the moment. Primarily, his own condition was not optimal, and neither was that of his Rain ninjas. Moreover, the defeated Konoha represented an injured lion. When a lion is wounded, its territory becomes vulnerable to opportunistic challengers. Thus, Lin Yang remained unhurried, knowing that others would be more anxious than he. After a while, a rain ninja Jounin hurriedly approached and whispered beside Lin Yang. Initially, Lin Yang assumed they had discovered a Konoha ninja. However, the content of the report left him somewhat taken aback. He recognized the Jounin's name, Bei-chun. You mentioned that you have found a child from the Uzumaki clan who has defeated 2 Konoha ninjas? Indeed, Lord Hans, Bei-chun affirmed with unwavering certainty. The previous exchange was merely a reiteration of his subordinate's description. The truth of whether the child had actually slain 2 Konoha ninjas eluded him, but his subordinate was adamant. So Bei-chun chose to place his trust in that assertion. Oh, I see, Lin Yang mused, already suspecting the identity of the child. Indeed, the child in question was none other than Nagato, the bearer of the Rinnegan. Lin Yang had long been aware that Nagato resided within the borders of his land of rain, yet he had refrained from sending anyone to locate him. The reason was clear. Finding Nagato would inevitably draw the attention of Uchiha Madara. The presence of Kagaya-S manifestations, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, was a constant threat. Thus, Lin Yang needed to exercise caution in all his dealings. Nevertheless, now that Nagato had seemingly come into his grasp, Lin Yang could not possibly relinquish him. A member of the Uzumaki clan with the Rinnegan would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable force, surpassing Lin Yang's current abilities. This made him an invaluable asset to the Land of Rain. Cultivating Nagato into a loyal subordinate became Lin Yang's foremost priority. As for the threat posed by Uchiha Madara, Lin Yang could only accept it as it came. He believed that, as long as he posed no immediate danger to Nagato, Madara would not seek trouble with him. Thus, he could afford some peace in the near future. What lay ahead, however, remained uncertain. Naturally, Lin Yang was confident that if Uchiha Madara truly pursued him, he would, through the rewards provided by the system, attain a level of power beyond the shadows. In due time, striking down an elderly, weak, sickly, or disabled adversary would be a matter of mere ease. After contemplating this, Lin Yang settled himself and inquired about the current whereabouts of the Long Men. Where is that red-haired child now? Lord Hans, I have commanded my subordinates to escort him back to the village. He should be arriving shortly, Bei-chun replied. Very well. I appreciate your efforts, Bei-chun. You shall be duly rewarded for this, Lin Yang said with a warm smile directed at Bei-chun. Yes, Lord Hans, Bei-chun exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement at the praise he received from Lin Yang. With a swift turn of thought, Lin Yang addressed Bei-chun. Given that we are in a time of war, there are likely many homeless children within the Land of Rain. Bei-chun, I now entrust you with a task, to bring back all capable children to the Hidden Rain village. The scars inflicted upon us by this war are profound, and we require a fresh cohort of young talents to foster our development. Bei-chun, can you undertake this mission? Lin Yang regarded this matter with utmost seriousness, raising his gaze and fixing his solemn eyes upon Bei-chun. Without a moment's hesitation, Bei-chun met Lin Yang's intense gaze and resolutely replied, Leave this to me, Lord Hans. Chapter 23, Selection in the Dragon's Cave. Having issued his instructions to Kitamura, Lin Yang promptly included him in the search for the Konoha ninjas of the Land of Rain. Lin Yang sat quietly, awaiting news from his subordinates. After half an hour, a group of rain ninjas appeared, escorting a figure with white hair before Lin Yang. Jiraiya? The name surfaced in Lin Yang's mind. He found it perplexing that Jiraiya, at this stage, had not returned to Konoha and remained in the Land of Rain. Could it truly be, as depicted in the original narrative, that he was still mentoring Yahiko and his companions? Lord Hanzo, within the entire Konoha encampment. We have only discovered this individual's presence. For reasons unknown, he did not resist and insisted on meeting you, thus we brought him before you, reported the Rain Jonin, who then proceeded to unwrap the bandages that bound Jiraiya's mouth. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya met Lin Yang's gaze and spoke, Hanzo, I wish to propose a deal. Oh? What kind of deal? Lin Yang inquired, intrigued by Jiraiya's proposition. You rescue my summoning beast, and I will unconditionally agree to perform 3 tasks for you, Jiraiya declared. To save your summoning beast, and in return, I can only gain 3 tasks. Lin Yang chuckled softly. Jiraiya, as my defeated opponent and now my captive, it seems you lack the standing to negotiate terms with me. Jiraiya's expression shifted, and after careful consideration, he acknowledged the truth in Lin Yang's words. He did not regret his impulsive decision. Rather, he spoke calmly. I believe I still hold some value for you. However, if that is not the case, you may choose to end my life. Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback by Jiraiya's declaration. Just then, a system task materialized before him. An influential shadow-level subordinate stands before the host. How could the host let this opportunity slip away? Please ensure Jiraiya willingly pledges loyalty to you. Reward: 50,000 chakra. The prospect of having Jiraiya as a subordinate intrigued Lin Yang. After contemplating, he said, "If I am not mistaken, your summoning beast is still afflicted by the salamander virus, and you seek my antidote." Jiraiya's eyes brightened as he listened intently. To receive the antidote, you must serve the Rain Village for 10 years, exchanging your labor for the remedy. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression grew complex. Leaving Konoha to join the Rain Village was an immense burden for him. He could not commit such an act of ingratitude. Just as he was about to refuse, Lin Yang added, "Rest assured, once you join my Rain Village, I will not assign you to the battlefield, nor will your presence be made public. You need not fear encountering your comrades from Konoha. Trust me, 10 years will pass swiftly." Lin Yang's words were persuasive. "Of course, that is because you will be productively occupied in the Rain Village every day," he silently concluded. Hearing this, Jiraiya genuinely felt swayed. Since he will not be placed in the spotlight, he can easily use the excuse of seeking the child of destiny to leave the village for a decade. After all, he had done so previously. Jiraiya did not give a direct answer but pondered for a moment. "Hanzo, allow me to contemplate this further." Lin Yang was in no rush. "Take your time. I am here for you." He had already devised a plan for Jiraiya's role in the hidden Rain Village. It was to become a teacher, Jiraiya's mentor. The revered professor of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had imparted immense knowledge to him. As a disciple of Sarutobi, Jiraiya undoubtedly possessed a wealth of ninjutsu skills, likely surpassing those of the ninjas from the hidden Rain Village, whose foundation was nowhere near that of Konoha. At the very least, in the original narrative, Jiraiya had taught Nagato, Yahiko, and others a considerable number of techniques. Furthermore, Jiraiya was not particularly fond of taking on apprentices. So this time Lin Yang planned for him to teach extensively in the hidden Rain. After a couple of minutes, Jiraiya concluded his deliberation. "All right, I agree, Hanzo. But I must return to Konoha first before coming to your hidden Rain." Lin Yang had no objections. "That is perfectly fine. As for the antidote you seek, I shall provide it once you assume your position. You must act swiftly." Jiraiya's integrity should prevent him from reneging on his promise. Yet Lin Yang made his stance clear. "You are seeking my assistance, not the other way around." If the antidote were too easily obtained, it might appear as though Lin Yang were begging Jiraiya. After all, he was not in a rush for the 50,000 chakra reward. It was Jiraiya who should feel the urgency. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression grew slightly anxious. "I will set off immediately." Lin Yang nodded and then signaled to the Rain ninjas behind Jiraiya. They quickly understood their leader's intent and hurriedly untied him. Once his hands and feet were free, Jiraiya felt a surge of lightness in his body. "I will return swiftly." With that, he vanished from sight. After watching Jiraiya depart, Lin Yang prepared to regroup and return to the hidden Rain, for he was eagerly anticipating the moment he could witness the Rinnegan. In the Dragon's Cave, two powerful serpent sages, of equal standing to the deity Izanami, awaited in the Grand Palace at the summons of the White Snake Sage. These two were the gentle and nurturing Tajitsuheim and the wise Tenkishin. While waiting for the White Snake Sage to arrive, Tenkishin turned to Tajitsuheim and asked, "Where is the island deity? Why is she absent?" Tajitsuheim shook her head. "I do not know. It has been quite some time since I last saw her." Leaning closer, Tajitsuheim whispered, "I heard from the great serpent that the White Snake Sage has assigned the island deity a secret mission, and it seems she has already departed from the Dragon's Cave." Tenkishin could not help but express her disgust. That little vixen surely has some trick up her sleeve to please the sage. Just then, the magnificent doors ahead slowly creaked open, revealing a short, kindly-faced old woman stepping forth. "Sage." The celestial beings, Tianxin Shinshur and Tuanjing Ji, did not dare to delay and immediately bowed their heads, addressing the White Serpent Sage with utmost reverence. The White Serpent Sage cast a deep gaze upon the two, having overheard their recent conversation, for in the entire ninja realm, there was little that escaped her notice. She then imparted a brief explanation regarding the current state of the Shikijima-heim. "Ah, Shikijima-heim, what a pity," the White Serpent Sage lamented. Upon hearing this, both Tianxin Shinshur and Tuanjing Ji displayed expressions of astonishment. "Might I inquire, Sage, what was the cause of Shikijima-heim's demise?" Tianxin Shinshur boldly questioned. She fell short in her abilities while invading a new sacred ground. The White Serpent Sage replied nonchalantly. "A new sacred ground?" Tianqin Shunshi and Tuanjin Ji were once again taken aback. Enough of that for now. The purpose of your summons is to inform all serpents that the positions of the 3 great elders in the dragon's lair will officially commence their election today. The rules remain unchanged. Strength will determine the victor, and I shall assist the winner in their transformation. With that, the white serpent sage abruptly vanished from sight. Like a specter, Tianqin Shunshi and Tuanjin Ji wasted no time in conveying this message to all the serpents within the dragon's lair. The formidable Wanshi was among the first to receive this news. So, Shikijima Heim is truly gone, he mused inwardly. However, this presents an opportunity for me. This elder position shall be mine. I only hope that fellow, Shinya, refrains from participating in the selection. Wanshi regarded Shinya with a deep sense of wariness. Meanwhile, Lin Yang, having finally returned to Rain Hidden Village, recognized that he could temporarily find peace. Rather than seeking out Conan immediately, he commanded his subordinates to publicize his recent achievements within the ninja realm. One might ask, what does one do after achieving remarkable feats in a game? Or, to put it another way, after triumphing over the top professional players as an ordinary participant, what is the immediate response? Naturally, it is to boast about one's accomplishments on social media. Lin Yang's actions aligned perfectly with this behavior. Furthermore, after the victories in the 2 recent battles, Lin Yang's ninja subordinates felt that the title of Mountain Pepper Fish no longer suited their leader. Thus, they emulated the legendary Hashirama from Konoha, who single-handedly subdued the ninja gods of the 5 great nations, and proposed renaming Lin Yang as demigod, attempting to spread this title throughout the ninja realm. Having arranged this matter, Lin Yang hurriedly made his way to Conan's location. Conan had been placed in a cramped, dimly lit room, where he had just awakened. In this unfamiliar environment, the young boy huddled in a corner, trembling. The food laid out on the table went unnoticed by him. At that moment, he longed for the comforting presence of his parents. Just then, the metallic door within the chamber creaked open, allowing a beam of radiant light to cascade upon the tall figure within. At that moment, Chamin felt his vision abruptly clarify, and the fear that had previously gripped him began to diminish. A silhouette leisurely entered the room. Lin Yang had since exchanged his somber armor for a casual outfit, presenting a demeanor that was considerably more amiable and gentle. However, to avoid the prying eyes of the infamous duo known as the Black and White, Lin Yang refrained from removing his filtering mask. Chamin watched Lin Yang approach him step by step, too intimidated to utter a word, trembling slightly. Lin Yang, unperturbed, understood the young one's trepidation. As he drew nearer, he spoke soothingly, "Do not be afraid, little one. I am the Rain Shadow from the Rain Hidden Village. Here, no one dares to harm you." Rain Shadow? Changmin murmured softly. He had indeed heard his parents speak of this name, always with admiration and never disdain. Consequently, upon hearing the term Rain Hidden, his fear began to wane, for in his mind, the Rain Shadow had been firmly established as a benevolent figure. Recalling the 2 ninjas who had taken his parents' lives, Changmin's expression darkened with hatred as he inquired, "Big brother Rain Shadow, were it the Leaf Ninjas who killed my parents?" Lin Yang's expression remained unchanged, though a momentary pause flickered within him before he nodded affirmatively, saying, "Yes." Chapter 24. Yahiko Conan, why did the Leaf Ninjas kill my parents? What wrong did they commit? Nagato's small head drooped, filled with confusion, as tears of sorrow streamed down his cheeks. Perhaps this is the nature of war, however. Your parents were indeed at fault for their lack of strength, for this world is one where the mighty reign supreme, Lin Yang stated succinctly. Not strong enough? Nagato murmured, his expression a mix of bewilderment and desperation. Then, Big Brother Rain, can you make me strong? I wish to become powerful enough to change the world, so that the ninja realm will no longer witness the scourge of war. Lin Yang fell silent for a moment before responding, I can assist you. But the path to strength is invariably arduous and fraught with pain. Are you certain you wish to pursue this power? Wiping away his tears, a glimmer of purple light flickered through his bangs, and his gaze became resolute. I am certain. Very well, Lin Yang replied, crouching down with the intent to gently pat Nagato's small head. Instinctively, Nagato flinched, but recalling that Big Brother Rain sought to help him grow stronger, he remained still, allowing Lin Yang's hand to descend. A sense of warmth blossomed within Nagato's heart. It was the first time, aside from his parents, that someone had touched his head. As Lin Yang continued to stroke his hair, he inquired, by the way, little one, I do not yet know your name. Big Brother Rain, I am called Nagato. The young boy answered, gazing up at Lin Yang's face. I am Hans. Lin Yang paused, refraining from revealing his true name to Nagato. Hello, Brother Hans. Nagato immediately called out with another title. May I call you that, Nagato? Lin Yang asked first. Nagato nodded. After receiving Nagato's consent, Lin Yang feigned ignorance and asked, Did you seek vengeance for your parents? At this, Nagato was instantly transported back to the moment when two-leaf ninjas were about to stab him with kunai. In that fleeting instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of power erupt from within, propelling him to strike down both ninjas. The subsequent events remained a blur in his memory. Instinctively, Nagato touched the corner of his eye. Having already placed his trust in Lin Yang, he decided to reveal the truth. He gently pushed aside the hair that obscured his eyes, seemingly unveiling a crimson veil. His violet, mesmerizing eyes fixed intently on Lin Yang, and he whispered, yes. Lin Yang's heart trembled at the revelation of the ultimate power within the Hokage. The Rinnegan, he murmured to himself, then turned to Nagato with a serious expression. Do you know the origin of this power? Origin? Nagato blinked, shaking his head. I do not know. Lin Yang retrieved a mirror from his ninja tool pouch. Positioning it before Nagato, he beheld the boy's extraordinary eyes, which rippled like water. My eyes. Nagato stammered, a hint of fear in his voice. He understood that the power emanated from his eyes, yet he was unaware of the unexpected transformation they had undergone. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yang offered reassurance. Nagato, do not panic just yet. Once I finish my explanation, you will realize this is indeed a positive development. Nagato nodded, perking up his little ears to listen. Your eyes are known as the Rinnegan, harboring powers that exceed our wildest imaginations. With its assistance, it is merely a matter of time before you become the strongest in the ninja world. Lin Yang refrained from revealing the intricate schemes of Uchiha Madara, only providing a brief overview of the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan? Nagato's voice betrayed a rising excitement. He had heard tales of the Sage of Six Paths recounted by his parents. In their narratives, this legendary figure single-handedly quelled the chaos of the ninja world and subsequently established a sect dedicated to peace. A ludicrous thought surged through his mind. Could I be the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? Observing Nagato's dazed expression, Lin Yang discerned that the boy might be lost in fanciful thoughts. He tucked the mirror back into his ninja tool pouch and reassured him, do not overthink it, Nagato. Since the heavens have bestowed this power upon you, your task is to wield it wisely and not let these eyes go to waste. Nagato nodded, clenching his fists. Brother Hans, you are right. I shall strive for the peace of the ninja world, emulating the Sage of Six Paths. That's the spirit, Lin Yang said, gently patting the boy's head with a smile. Now then, he continued as he rose, let us go, Nagato. Brother Hans will arrange a new residence for you. With a firm nod, Nagato stood up, clutching Lin Yang's left hand tightly. Lin Yang recognized that the young Nagato genuinely believed in him. Thus, hand in hand, they stepped out of the room together. In a secluded corner of Amigakure, a peculiar organism resembling a carnivorous plant quietly bloomed, revealing an odd black and white creature within. White Zetsu, you stay here and continue monitoring. I will report this matter to Lord Madara, the black half of the creature stated. Understood, White Zetsu replied. With that, Black Zetsu detached from White Zetsu, transforming into a puddle of black liquid that seeped into the ground and vanished. As he swiftly traversed the underground, Black Zetsu reminisced about past experiences, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Uchiha Madara, do not disappoint me. After all, I am but a devoted son yearning for my mother's liberation from her seal. Nagato, from this moment on, this shall be your home. Are you pleased? Lin Yang had selected a rather luxurious residence for Nagato. Nagato nodded earnestly. I am satisfied. Brother Hans, will you visit me often? He understood that Lin Yang, as the village leader, would likely be very busy. Of course, you need not worry about that, Lin Yang assured him. Yes, Nagato replied, full of trust. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Yang took his leave. As Nagato had surmised, being a village leader meant Lin Yang would indeed be quite busy, particularly in these tumultuous times of conflict in Amigakure. Within the village, the dilapidated houses awaited his attention, among them the rain-hidden building belonging to Lin Yang. The mere thought of these matters caused Lin Yang considerable distress. That evening, Jiraiya's shadow clone successfully reached Konoha. Upon entering the village, he made a beeline for the residence of Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that moment, Sarutobi had just concluded his work and was fresh from a bath when he spotted a white silhouette standing in his bedroom. Jiraiya, I was under the impression that Orochimaru mentioned you were engaged elsewhere. What brings you back at this hour? He inquired, somewhat taken aback. Master, I have urgent matters to discuss, Jiraiya replied, his expression grave. Please, sit down, Sarutobi urged, his demeanor now serious as well. No need, master. This body is but a shadow clone, and once I finish speaking, it shall vanish, Jiraiya quickly explained. A shadow clone? What is it that you have encountered? Sarutobi asked. Intrigued. Master, due to certain circumstances, I may need to leave Konoha for a decade, Jiraiya stated without hesitation. A decade? Sarutobi's eyes narrowed. Is this effective immediately? Indeed. Jiraiya confirmed with a nod. At a loss for words, Sarutobi felt compelled to counsel his disciple earnestly. Jiraiya, you must understand that you are a Genin of Konoha. And we are currently in a state of war. The village requires your strength. I am aware, Master, but regrettably, it is a challenge I cannot surmount at this moment. Jiraiya replied, bearing an expression of deep-seated concern. Have you encountered some predicament? Speak freely. Both I and Konoha stand as your unwavering support, Sarutobi asserted resolutely. With a sigh, Jiraiya gazed at Sarutobi's steadfast demeanor and conceded, Master, surely, the Toad Sage is your most loyal combat companion. Indeed, Sarutobi acknowledged with a nod. Together, the Toad Sage and I have triumphed over numerous formidable foes. Jiraiya posed a hypothetical scenario. What if one day the Toad Sage fell gravely ill? And only a time-consuming and arduous method could save him? Would you pursue that course of action? Sarutobi paused, quickly grasping the intent behind his disciple's words. I would. He replied, Konoha is under our guardianship. Jiraiya, you may proceed without hesitation. Jiraiya bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Master, for your understanding. I shall take my leave. With a resounding pop, Jiraiya's shadow clone transformed into a plume of white smoke and vanished from sight. Sarutobi's expression turned melancholic as he picked up the pipe from the table and began to smoke, seated in contemplation. At that moment, his wife, Paipahu, emerged from the bedroom, her belly round with child. Upon catching a whiff of smoke in the living room, she shot Sarutobi a disapproving glance. Realizing his oversight, Sarutobi smacked his forehead and promptly placed the pipe down, turning to his wife with an apologetic expression. My dear, I am at fault. Seeing her husband's remorse, Paipahu felt no anger, instead responding with understanding. On this day, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the immense pressure of his role as Hokage, particularly during these tumultuous times of war. His heart was somewhat touched by the thought that a husband could desire no more than a wife like his. The following day, Lin Yang's subordinates diligently spread the word of their accomplishments from the Hidden Rain, swiftly replacing the former title of Sanins with that of demigod of the ninja world. Lin Yang's fame soared to unprecedented heights, and it was evident that both Konoha and Sunagakure had become mere stepping stones on his path to greatness. As Lin Yang's renown skyrocketed, the Hidden Rain began to show signs of aspiring to become the sixth great ninja village. In the conference room of the Hokage building in Konoha, the atmosphere was tense following a recent defeat. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a cold glance at the intelligence reports laid out on the table. The demigod of the ninja world indeed commands a formidable presence. He remarked with a hint of disdain. Hanzo, whose face resembled a darkened pod, attempted to justify their failure, but was swiftly interrupted by Hiruzen's unyielding reprimand. Hanzo, a loss is a loss. Any further excuses will only highlight your inadequacies. This time, Hanzo did not retort, for it was undeniable that as the chief commander, he bore the brunt of the blame for their misfortune. What he had initially perceived as a golden opportunity to garner credit had instead turned into a burden he could not escape. Taking a deep breath, Hiruzen acknowledged that the blame could not rest solely on Hanzo's shoulders. Based on the information available, the prowess of Hanzo was indeed far beyond their expectations. And his lethal summoning beast, the salamander, wielded toxins potent enough to incapacitate even the legendary beasts of the three great sanctuaries. Upon learning this, Hiruzen felt as though his understanding of the world had been upended. If even the beasts could not withstand such poison, what hope did mere ninjas possess? While this battle has been lost, we must now focus on Konoha's current predicament, Hiruzen stated. From my knowledge of Inoki and A, it is clear they will not let this opportunity slip by, and an assault on Konoha is only a matter of time, despite their ongoing conflict. Therefore, Hokage-sama, should we not discuss how to prepare for the inevitable attacks from these two villages? Asked Kakashi Hatake. We can only take precautions for the future. After all, we cannot afford to concern ourselves with the Hidden Rain at this juncture, Hiruzen replied. Indeed, we should adopt a wait-and-see approach, added the advisor, Tsunade. The meeting soon concluded, and the upper ninjas departed the conference room. Upon exiting, Tsunade noticed Jiraiya's absence and immediately sought out Orochimaru to inquire about his whereabouts. Orochimaru, where's Jiraiya? Did he not return with you? She asked. Orochimaru, recalling Jiraiya's determined visage, realized he was unaware of Jiraiya's fate and shook his head solemnly. No. He mentioned he had matters to attend to and instructed me to leave ahead. The fool. Konoha has been defeated. And what could he possibly be doing over in the land of rain? Tsunade, hands on her hips, seemed perplexed by Jiraiya's thoughts and expressed her irritation. Ahem. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi happened to pass by, clearing his throat to draw Tsunade's attention to the decorum. Publicly declaring Konoha's defeat in the Hokage building could only lead to negativity. I understand, old man. I want to mention it again, Tsunade replied. Her cheeks puffed in displeasure. Hiruzen chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I can't help but wonder about that fool, alone out there. What is his situation now? Tsunade expressed her concern. Then, as if struck by inspiration, she invited Orochimaru to play rock, paper, scissors. Come, Orochimaru, let us engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors. If you win, it signifies that Jiraiya is safe. If I win, it will mean otherwise. Orochimaru gazed at Tsunade with a hint of confusion, as if contemplating the absurdity of it all. Very well, he reluctantly agreed. Hiruzen stood by, observing his two apprentices with keen interest. 1, 2, 3, rock, paper, scissors, Tsunade announced, and as she concluded the phrase, her right palm opened to reveal paper, while Orochimaru displayed scissors. Yes, I lost. Tsunade cheered, raising her hands in triumph, her joy in defeat more palpable than in victory. Orochimaru was left utterly baffled. All right, Tsunade composed herself. Just pretend this never happened. By the way, remember to keep an eye on Shoshin. He has been increasingly mischievous during my absence. Give him a thorough training. With that, Tsunade left, cheerfully heading off to find her boyfriend, Cat Dien. Hiruzen's previously tense and serious demeanor, weighed down by the burden of war, lightened slightly at Tsunade's antics. Turning to Orochimaru, he explained. Tsunade has inherited Lord Hashirama's penchant for gambling since childhood, though she tends to lose every time. This time, seeing you win. She likely believes her luck is still with her. From this, one could deduce that Jiraiya is safe. How does losing equate to Jiraiya's safety? Orochimaru inquired, puzzled. Hiruzen looked around cautiously before leaning closer to Orochimaru. Didn't I just tell you? Tsunade loses every gamble. She has never won. And do you know what happened the only time she did win? Orochimaru shook his head in response. Hiruzen lowered his voice further. That was when the invincible Lord Hashirama suddenly passed away. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils dilated in shock, his expression frozen for several seconds. After delivering this revelation, Hiruzen stepped back, appearing nonchalant, and cautioned, Orochimaru, this matter was entrusted to me by the second Hokage. Do not speak of it outside. Orochimaru nodded solemnly, realizing he had just brushed against the confidential affairs of the Hidden Leaf Village. Although the demise of the pillars may not be connected to Tsunade, the intricacies involved are truly enigmatic. Very well, Orochimaru, you may attend to your own affairs. I must commence my work. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and turned his back to Orochimaru, making his way towards the Hokage's office. Orochimaru nodded, having received a similar acknowledgement from Tsunade earlier. He too was eager to meet Nagato, to ascertain the progress of his training. In the Rain Village, Lin Yang, having been assigned to find the wayward children of the Land of Rain, was unexpectedly greeted with a delightful surprise the following day. Behold, Kitamura approached Lin Yang, accompanied by several children, aged merely 7 or 8, bowing respectfully. These children are the ones, Lord Hanzo. They have all demonstrated a talent for practicing ninjutsu through my assessment, Kitamura declared, before turning to the children with an authoritative gaze. Lord Hanzo is our esteemed leader in the Rain Village. Do you not wish to greet him? Greetings. Lord Hanzo. Hello, Lord Hanzo. The children chimed in unison, offering their polite salutations to Lin Yang. Well done. Lin Yang commended Kitamura, then surveyed the group of children. Among them, a red-haired boy stood out as the leader. Lin Yang recognized him immediately. He was Nagato's puppet, Yahiko, from the narrative. Apart from Yahiko, the other children appeared timid, unable to meet Lin Yang's gaze. Among them was a blue-haired girl, hiding behind Yahiko, her face smudged with dirt, her countenance gaunt, suggesting she had not eaten in quite some time. This girl was, of course, Konan. Yahiko and Konan would serve as companions for Nagato. With these thoughts, Lin Yang returned their greetings. Hello, children. He then called out, Mitsuba. Suddenly, as if a fierce wind had swept through, an armored figure wielding a weapon materialized beside Lin Yang. Mitsuba's demeanor was grave, his expression meticulously composed, an aura of menace subtly enveloping him. With his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword, he scanned the surroundings, ready to draw his blade at the slightest disturbance. Having endured the trials of war, Mitsuba appeared even more seasoned and composed. His deep voice resonated as he knelt on one knee. "Lord Hanzo, please assign me a task." Lin Yang's lips twitched slightly as he observed the children, who were now visibly frightened by Mitsuba's presence. He remarked, "Mitsuba, temper your aura. Look at the state you've left these children in." Mitsuba maintained his stoic expression, his face still set. "As you wish, Lord Hanzo." As his menacing presence receded, Yahiko's heart, which had been racing, gradually slowed. He felt a mix of relief and reverence. How formidable! Indeed, I have come to the right place in the Rain Village. I must strive to become a powerful figure like him. Yahiko silently vowed as he gazed at Mitsuba. "Very well, go and summon Nagato." Informing him that he has new companions, Lin Yang instructed Mitsuba. "Understood." After agreeing, Mitsuba, an efficiency-oriented individual, promptly vanished, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. "Kitamura, please bring over a few more chairs, and then assist the children in preparing some food. Look at them, they are all as thin as reeds," Lin Yang instructed. "Understood." Kitamura replied, departing swiftly. Within moments, Kitamura returned to the office, transporting chair after chair. Once he ensured that the seats aligned perfectly with the children, he finally disappeared from the office to accomplish another task assigned by Lin Yang. Left alone with the group of children, Lin Yang found himself in the makeshift office of the Rain Village. He invited them to sit on the chairs Kitamura had brought. Initially hesitant, they eventually took their seats after Lin Yang's repeated encouragement. Xiaonan chose to sit beside Yahiko, seeking a semblance of security. Lin Yang's warm demeanor, devoid of any of Ichinos' imposing authority, allowed him to quickly bond with the children, engaging them in laughter and conversation. Through their candid exchanges, he gained insight into the plight of the impoverished citizens of the Land of Rain. A few minutes later, there was a knock at the office door. The children, under Yahiko's watchful gaze, instantly fell silent. "Come in," Lin Yang called out. The door creaked open, revealing Mitsuba accompanied by a figure with red hair. Catching the children's attention. "Another child?" Yahiko mused silently. Mitsuba introduced the newcomer before vanishing once more, while Lin Yang gestured for Nagato, who appeared bewildered, to approach. "Come over and meet your new friends." "Yes." Nagato began to speak but paused, recalling something. "Yes, big brother from the Rain Village," he responded. Lin Yang nodded, internally pleased that little Nagato had not forgotten his words from the previous day. However, it became apparent that there weren't enough chairs. Just as Lin Yang contemplated relinquishing his seat, Yahiko spoke up. "You can take my spot. I'll give it up for you." Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback, appreciating Yahiko's kindness. Chapter 25, Capturing Jiraiya That Won't Do. "Please give me your seat." "Where will you sit?" Nagato quickly declined. "Not a problem, I can stand." Yahiko replied, his face beaming with kindness. "This." Nagato cast a pleading glance toward Lin Yang. Sensing Nagato's uncertainty, Lin Yang spoke directly. "Nagato, the kind-hearted Yahiko is offering you a seat. You should graciously accept." "All right, brother Yahiko." Nagato took a deep breath and walked slowly toward him. Yahiko made way for Nagato, positioning himself beside Conan. "Thank you." Nagato expressed his gratitude as he cautiously sat on the bench, feeling an inexplicable sense of stability in it. At that moment, Lin Yang, who occupied the position of Yuin, proposed, "While we wait for the meal, why don't you children introduce yourselves? Share your names, interests, and future aspirations." "Yes." "Lord Yuin, allow me to go first," Yahiko volunteered. With confidence, Yahiko began, "Greetings, Lord Yuin, and to my new friends and companions. My name is Yahiko. I enjoy fishing, and my future goal is to see peace in the ninja world." "Well done, Yahiko," Lin Yang praised with a hint of admiration. "Thank you, Lord Yuin," Yahiko replied with a respectful bow. "Next," Lin Yang encouraged. Yahiko gently patted Conan on the back. Startled, she shot him an annoyed glance before reluctantly speaking. "Hello everyone, my name is Conan. I enjoy origami, and my goal is to ensure that no child in the world goes hungry." Once all the children had introduced themselves, Lin Yang turned to Nagato, who appeared mesmerized and dazed. "Nagato, it's your turn to introduce yourself, following the same format." "Yes," Nagato responded, hurriedly standing up. His small hands fidgeted nervously as he stammered, "Hello everyone, my name is Nagato." Despite his stutter, he was met with no ridicule. In his line of sight, he noticed Yahiko giving him a thumbs up and mouthing words of encouragement. This sight boosted Nagato's confidence, And he spoke more fluently. I don't have any particular hobbies. But my goal is also to see peace in the ninja world. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Yang led the applause, followed by Yahiko and the others. In an instant, thunderous applause filled the room. At the center of this admiration, Nagato's lips curved into a sweet smile. Just then, Kitaguni arrived with several rain ninjas, finally delivering the meal. The rich aroma of food wafted through the air, tantalizing the children's taste buds and intensifying their already growling stomachs. Yahiko couldn't help but swallow hard. Following Kitaguni's instructions, each child received a metal bowl filled with plump rice and fragrant meat and vegetables. Lord Hans, is it inappropriate to dine here? They cast a glance at the children already indulging in their meal. It's fine. After all, this is merely a temporary rain hideout office. It doesn't matter. Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively. He then took an iron bowl for himself, filling it with food and joining the children in their meal. Bake observed the rain hideout, where Lin Yang was engaging in light-hearted conversation over dinner with the ragged, disheveled street children, and was momentarily taken aback. His admiration for Lin Yang grew even deeper. With a leader like Hans among them, how could their rain village not rise? He sighed internally. After a short while, a white-haired man arrived at the entrance of Lin Yang's office. It was none other than Jiraiya. After Yaoji brought Jiraiya in, he said, "All right, Lord Hans is inside. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave." Jiraiya expressed his gratitude and then brought his index and middle fingers together, gently knocking on the office door. "Come in," Lin Yang paused his meal to say. As Jiraiya pushed open the door, the scene before him left him momentarily stunned. Here was Hans, a figure renowned on the battlefield like a god of death, now mingling with a group of tattered street children, sharing a meal together. How remarkably easygoing. Jiraiya thought to himself. Upon noticing Jiraiya's arrival, Lin Yang set down his bowl and asked, "Jiraiya, are you prepared?" Jiraiya squinted at the group of children and then locked eyes with Lin Yang. "I will not go back on my word. And I hope Hans will uphold his promise as well." "Of course," Lin Yang replied. The children listened in silence, their ears perked up. Lin Yang began to introduce Jiraiya to the children. "Kids, this is your future ninjutsu instructor." As Lin Yang's words settled, Yahiko and the others began to scrutinize Jiraiya closely. Nagato, with his keen eyes, quickly noticed the Konoha forehead protector tied around Jiraiya's head, stirring a sense of animosity within him. "Hello, children." Jiraiya greeted the group with a smile, then prompted, "We shouldn't delay. After all, my summoning partner is in grave danger." "Not a problem," Lin Yang shrugged. "Let us head outside. It's the perfect opportunity to broaden these children's horizons." He then turned to Yahiko and said, "Yahiko, lead them as we go out together." "Yes." Yahiko, somewhat taken aback, hadn't he expected the exalted rain hideout leader to remember his name, and quickly acquiesced. Thus, the group made their way to an open space outdoors. "Let us begin," Lin Yang said, looking at Jiraiya. "Indeed," Jiraiya replied, under the eager gazes of the children. He first bit into his left thumb, allowing it to bleed, then pressed his bloodied thumb into his right palm, drawing a vertical line that formed the number 1. He then knelt on one knee, placing his right hand firmly on the ground. Summoning technique. Instantly, a complex and obscure pattern surged forth from the earth. With a resounding boom, a vast expanse of white mist erupted forth. As the wind howled, the white mist dissipated, revealing a massive toad. Its body shimmering with a purplish hue, sprawled upon the ground in a state of near death. "Wow, it's a giant toad." Someone from the group of children exclaimed in astonishment. "But it looks terribly ill and weak," Shan'an remarked compassionately. With Jiraiya summoning the toad Fumida, Lin Yang promptly conjured up the creature in Nukubo. A resounding thud echoed as an enormous giant salamander, even larger than the toad, appeared, standing menacingly on all fours. "How terrifying!" Shan'an murmured, seeking refuge in Yahiko's embrace, unable to face the creature directly. Nagato trembled in fear, visibly shaken. Inukubo, Lin Yang merely glanced at Inukubo, and the creature, attuned to his thoughts, understood its purpose immediately. Inukubo opened its jaws wide, unleashing a torrent of saliva that cascaded upon Fumida, akin to a heavenly rain. One mouthful after another, soon Fumida was entirely covered in a glistening white slime. Witnessing this transformation, the toad's purple hue gradually faded, giving way to a vibrant orange-red. Jiraiya's expression brightened with hope. Minutes later, the gigantic toad suddenly rose, its gaze wandering in confusion as it surveyed its surroundings. "Where am I? Yay! The giant toad has awakened." Yahiko and the others cheered joyfully. At last, You are awake, Fumida. Jiraiya exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. Why are you crying? Jiraiya? Wait. Fumida instinctively reached for the long blade at its side upon spotting a Nukubo, causing Jiraiya to panic and hastily intervene. Hold on, Fumida. Please. Do not act rashly. Why? Fumida asked, puzzled. Jiraiya quickly explained the situation to the giant toad. Upon understanding, Fumida's expression softened as he addressed Inukubo. Very well. I shall spare you today. Inukubo, displeased, retorted, You wretched toad, were it not for my saliva, you would still be lying there. Fumida, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed its slimy body. All right, Fumida, you should hurry back to Mount Mayaboku. Sage Fukasaku and the others are quite worried about you, Jiraiya suggested. Then I shall take my leave. Jiraiya, remember to inform me immediately if any battles arise, Fumida stated before swiftly vanishing from sight. Jiraiya, having risked 10 years of service in the hidden rain village to save him, felt a deep sense of gratitude, yet was burdened by helplessness. The only thing Fumida could do was to exert more effort the next time Jiraiya summoned him. As Jiraiya watched the fading silhouette of Fumida, his anxious heart gradually found solace. Thankfully, he had managed to save Fumida. Failing to do so would have left an indelible regret in his heart. Lin Yang also dispelled the summoning, and Inukubo rapidly disappeared, returning to the sacred realm of the giant salamander. So, you want me to serve as a teacher in the hidden rain? Once the poison of the toad was thoroughly eradicated, Jiraiya approached Lin Yang and earnestly scrutinized the group of children. Indeed, Lin Yang affirmed. Oh, that child, Jiraiya remarked, his gaze fixed on Nagato, as if he had noticed something peculiar. Your insight is quite astute, Lin Yang chuckled. How so? Jiraiya inquired. Having pledged to serve Amigakure for a decade, he was preparing to fulfill his obligations, soon to become their mentor. Thus, it was only prudent to familiarize himself with the backgrounds of his students. You are aware of the Sage of Six Paths, I presume? Lin Yang began. Who wouldn't know that? Jiraiya replied swiftly. And what about the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths? Lin Yang asked, directing his attention to Nagato, who was mingling with Yahiko and the others. Are you implying? Jiraiya's pupils widened in astonishment. Indeed, Lin Yang nodded. Those are the divine eyes bestowed upon him. Internally, Lin Yang scoffed, for they were, in truth, a gift from Uchiha Madara. Initially, Jiraiya's thoughts did not dwell on whether Nagato was the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, but rather if he was the destined child foretold by the great Toad Sage. This revelation added yet another reason for Jiraiya to remain in Amigakure, regardless of his fate. Jiraiya deduced that as long as Nagato matured successfully, he would undoubtedly become one of the most formidable forces in the ninja world. Even if he were not the destined child, Jiraiya resolved to impart his teachings to Nagato, recognizing his unparalleled potential. I will devote everything I have to teach him all the ninjutsu I know, Jiraiya declared earnestly. Of course, I shall extend the same generosity to the others, he added. Indeed, you are a commendable teacher, Lin Yang confirmed. And look at that crimson hair. Being of the Uzumaki clan, I trust you can surmise the implications. Yes, I am well aware, which is why I speak of his terrifying potential, Jiraiya responded with a hint of alarm. The Uzumaki clan, akin to the Senju clan, were descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, inheriting his formidable physique and substantial chakra reserves. While the specifics of the Renegade's abilities eluded him, Jiraiya was certain they surpassed even the remarkable qualities of Nagato's Uzumaki heritage, for they belonged to the eyes within the Sage's own orbits. Indeed, those hailing from large villages are truly exceptional, Lin Yang jested, giving Jiraiya a friendly pat on the shoulder. Jiraiya, I entrust the future of this village entirely to you. Huh? Jiraiya looked at Lin Yang in bewilderment. We have only just met. Do you place such trust in me? Absolutely, Lin Yang asserted with unwavering conviction. Your selfless act of saving the summoning beast speaks volumes about your character. Hans, you are a capable leader. Jiraiya suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of trust and looked at Lin Yang with a newfound respect. The adage to trust those you employ, and not to employ those you doubt resonated with him. Aware of the narrative arcs within Naruto, Lin Yang understood the renowned personalities of the characters, thus allowing him to confidently delegate responsibilities. A capable leader, you say? Lin Yang's lips curled into a subtle smile as he slowly opened his right hand, then suddenly clenched it tightly. Do you believe that I will one day become the leader of the entire ninja world? A formidable aura of supremacy emanated from Lin Yang. Jiraiya's gaze appeared somewhat dazed, as if the figure beside him was not from the Rain Village, but rather the sovereign unifying the ninja realm. The future held unpredictable twists. Jiraiya did not refute this claim. However, I wish to convey that I will serve the Rain Village for merely 10 years. After that, I shall depart without hesitation. Rest assured, Lin Yang assured him. After a decade, the gates leading beyond the Rain Village will always be open for you. At that time, the choice to stay or leave will be entirely yours. All right, your words bring me comfort, Jiraiya replied, confident that Lin Yang was not the type to break his promises. Then let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. Lin Yang extended his right hand forward. To a fruitful partnership. Jiraiya glanced at Lin Yang and then clasped his right hand in a firm handshake. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Would you like to claim your reward? Lin Yang's eyes sparkled as a notification about the completed system task appeared before him. Wait a moment. Jiraiya seemed to have realized something. In the future, you won't instruct my students to attack Konoha, will you? That remains uncertain. Lin Yang suddenly grinned, a fierce smile spreading across his face. I only know that I am a person who always seeks retribution. Chapter 26. The Cloud Village attacks Konoha. Upon hearing the news, Jiraiya's heart sank, and he implored. I can only ask you to go easy on Konoha. Lin Yang responded. Very well, I shall spare those who surrender. As he spoke, he strode directly towards Nagato and his companions. Nagato, observing the cheerful interaction with his new friends, remarked, It appears you are quite enjoying yourself. Lin Yang glanced at Nagato, who was nestled among the children, sharing laughter. Indeed, big brother of the Rain Village, Nagato replied. All right, children, please return indoors, Lin Yang instructed, then waved at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, you may take your position now. Jiraiya, feeling a sense of melancholy after their conversation, set aside his thoughts upon hearing Lin Yang's call. He resolved, I can only take it one step at a time now. What lies ahead is beyond my control. From this moment forth, I am no longer Konoha's Jiraiya, but a mere teacher in the Rain Village. With a renewed mindset, Jiraiya strode forward confidently, declaring, I'm here. Meanwhile, at the Cloud Village's encampment in the Land of Earth, the Tsuchikage delivered the latest intelligence from the ninja world to the third Raikage, A. After reviewing the information, A's expression turned slightly disdainful. The so-called demigods of the ninja world, the people of Konoha are truly regressing, allowing the inhabitants of a small nation to earn such a title. I share your sentiments, Lord Raikage, Tsuchikage replied in agreement. And those useless Sand Village ninjas. I never imagined that the old hag Chiyo would meet her demise at Hanzo's hands. A's tone was tinged with excitement. Hanzo, I will inevitably confront him one day. Lord Raikage, what are our plans moving forward? Tsuchikage inquired cautiously, bowing slightly. Though I am not fond of unearned victories. The dream of establishing our village as the foremost among the 5 great nations is one that my father and the entire A clan have long cherished. Now, an opportunity presents itself before me. Tsuchikage, do you believe I should seize it? The third Raikage asked suddenly. Absolutely. Lord Raikage, I believe this is an unparalleled opportunity. Tsuchikage affirmed resolutely. Excellent. Without hesitation, the third Raikage issued a command. Relay my orders to all Cloud Village forces. We shall officially withdraw from the Land of Earth and redirect our efforts to launch a full-scale assault on Konoha. Yes. Tsuchikage exited the tent swiftly to convey the third Raikage's message. The entire Cloud Village army executed their orders with remarkable efficiency. Before long, they departed en masse from the Land of Earth. When the scouts from the Rock Village investigated the area, they were astonished to find the Cloud Village encampment utterly deserted. The news quickly reached Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, who, upon hearing it, furrowed his brow. Combining this latest intelligence with his insights, he discerned the truth. The barbarians of the Cloud Village intended to take advantage of Konoha's moment of weakness to attack and wrest the title of the greatest ninja village from them. The barbarian remains a barbarian, truly acting on whims. Inoki could not help but remark. His meticulously arranged plans were thoroughly disrupted by the third-generation Raikage's unconventional tactics. Fortunately, their forces in Iwagakure had not suffered significant losses. Nestled in the northwestern corner of the Land of Earth, Iwagakure is renowned for being a fortress that is easy to defend, yet difficult to assault. This rugged terrain, filled with rocks and towering mountains, is indeed a veritable stronghold. It is one of the reasons why the third-generation Raikage, A, swiftly shifted his focus after receiving news from the ninja world, because assaulting Iwagakure is exceedingly challenging. However, the current state of Konohagakure resembles that of a sickly tiger, Inoki mused. Unlike the mindless brutes of Kumogakure, everything Inoki undertook was the result of profound contemplation. He pondered whether he should involve himself in the current predicament of Konoha. As he considered this, a vivid scene suddenly flashed through his mind. It was an exceptionally dark night, during which he and his master, Mu, had traversed mountains and rivers, finally arriving at Kanahagakure to discuss an alliance with the legendary god of shinobi, Hashirama. Instead, they encountered an unforgettable figure, the fearsome shinobi of the battlefield, Uchiha Madara, who had just quarreled with Hashirama. Onoki vividly recalled that moment. The blood-red eyes glimmered in the night, and the towering figure of the blue-skinned deity rose from the ground. With a mere flick of his arm, he and his master were sent flying without any means of resistance. From that moment on, Onoki grasped an essential truth: weak nations lack diplomacy. The Sharingan, the Uchiha clan, and the ultimate power symbolized by the Manjiki Sharingan haunted his thoughts as he whispered to himself, a tinge of fear flickering in his eyes. Such power, if not wielded by me, truly unsettles my heart. Onoki dreaded the emergence of another individual within Kanahagakure who could awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, akin to Uchiha Madara. Although his current strength was a far cry from that of his younger self who had faced Madara, the psychological scars from that encounter loomed large. Alas, let Konoha not blame me. Blame instead your terrifying potential. Onoki began to entertain thoughts of attacking Kanahagakure, though not immediately. Rather in the days following the conflict between Konoha and Kumogakure. When it comes to survival, Onoki had yet to bow to anyone in the entire ninja world. In the Rain Village, Lin Yang, now alone, began to claim his system rewards. System, grant me my rewards, Lin Yang declared, and instantly, a surge of chakra flooded his being. With this substantial enhancement to his chakra, Lin Yang's strength grew ever more formidable. He pondered to himself when his chakra might evolve into something akin to Chakraton. Lin Yang cast a glance at the system panel. Current binding, Rain Hidden Village, status, extremely poor, prosperity, 654. Host, Lin Yang Hans, age, 42, chakra amount, for 70594. Ninjutsu, summoning technique, fire release. Exploding tag flame formation. Water body flicker technique, water chakra breathing method, Iron Country samurai martial arts, teleportation technique. Summoning beast, salamander, weapon, dawn. Item, infinite space ninja tool bag, talent. Sage level ninja beast, strength, peak shadow level, faction, salamander secret realm, weapon, dawn. The prosperity has dwindled to a mere 654. It cannot fall any lower. At that moment, a task illuminated before him. Please ensure that the Rain Hidden Village becomes one of the 5 Great Ninja Villages before the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War. Reward, poison release. Lin Yang gazed at the system task, lost in deep contemplation. To become one of the 5 Great Ninja Villages, the system demands that I replace one of the existing villages with Rain Hidden. This presents quite a challenge. Lin Yang pondered which of the 5 Great Ninja Villages was the weakest, and the name that emerged in his mind was clear: Sunagakure. Considering the current circumstances, the Mist Village has not participated in the war and remains uncertain, while Konoha, though defeated, still possesses considerable strength. Iwagakure and Kumogakure are formidable as well. Thus, at this moment, Sunagakure stands as the weakest. Moreover, having already slain several of their high-ranking generals, it is evident that a bitter rivalry exists between them. Consequently, Lin Yang's annihilation of Sunagakure could be deemed justified. But how to bring about their destruction? This is a matter Lin Yang must deliberate upon. Chapter 27. The Night of Murder. As the Cloud Village launched a massive invasion of the Land of Fire, the Leaf Village, well prepared, swiftly dispatched ninjas to respond. This unexpected turn of events caught the entire ninja world off guard. Who would have anticipated that the Cloud Village, embroiled in conflict with the Rock Village, would suddenly divert its attention to assault the Leaf? Saratobi Hiruzen himself donned his battle attire, stepping onto the battlefield. It was a confrontation of shadows, a struggle between villages. Days later, in the Rain Village, a notification echoed. Alert to the host. The 10-day period has elapsed. Your habitat for the pepper fish has automatically produced a small pepper fish. Another pepper fish had emerged in the habitat, now, including the existing ones. The entire pepper fish sanctuary boasted a total of 7, occupied with administrative duties. Lin Yang decided to set aside his work and visit the pepperfish sanctuary in the back mountains. In mere moments, Lin Yang arrived at the sanctuary. At that moment, Jingfu was nestled in a cave, his substantial form filling the entrance. The 5 pepperfish acquired through previous rewards were frolicking about the sanctuary. Lin Yang had named them Fish 1, Fish 2, Fish 3, Fish 4, and Fish 5, thanks to the nurturing from the colossal serpent dwelling in the Dragoness Cave. These 5 pepper fish had grown to an impressive 2 meters in length. Although they were still dwarfed by Jingfu, their rapid growth was commendable. To an emerging mental link. Lin Yang located the newly produced small pepper fish. This particular fish was approximately the size of a thumb, feeble and lethargic, its consciousness barely coherent. Gently, Lin Yang lifted it, examined it, then placed it back on the ground, saying, "From now on, you shall be called Fish 6. Fish 1, Fish 2, Fish 3, Fish 4, and Fish 5, please take good care of little Fish 6. After entrusting the care of the newcomer to the others, Lin Yang departed from the pepperfish sanctuary and arrived at a spacious building in the Rain Village. Inside one of the rooms, tables and chairs were arranged, and he could hear Jiraiya's voice lecturing from within. Glancing through the doorway, he observed the students attentively engaged in the lesson, while the teacher patiently imparted knowledge, creating a serene atmosphere. The students included both homeless children from the North Village and youngsters from the Rain Village. Among them were Nagato, Yahiko, and others. Having once been wanderers themselves, they understood the value of the opportunities Lin Yang provided. Each student was determined to learn fervently, having previously lived in uncertainty, where every meal was a gamble and even their safety was not guaranteed. Now, they enjoyed regular meals without worry, and aside from designated study hours, they had the freedom to structure their own time. Lin Yang had arranged 2 primary courses for them, one theoretical and the other practical. The theoretical aspect encompassed literacy and fundamental knowledge of the ninja world, while the practical involved physical techniques and ninjutsu. In terms of physical techniques, Lin Yang is relying on Mitsuba to impart knowledge. As for ninjutsu, it is Jiraiya who takes the lead. Currently, they are engaged in a ninjutsu class conducted by Jiraiya. For a village to flourish, foundational education is indispensable. In the absence of Lin Yang, the concept of schools was virtually non-existent in the Rain Village. Now, as a modern individual who has traversed time, he places greater emphasis on grassroots education. As for when a ninja school will be established in the Rain Village, Lin Yang estimates it will be after the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War. At present, he merely wishes for these children to experience the essence of schooling. Lin Yang's visit serves solely as a means to oversee the educational situation in the Rain Village, and after his observation, he vanished from the corridor. As several minutes passed, Jiraiya successfully concluded a ninjutsu lesson. Parched and fatigued, he took a sip of water and stood at the podium, awaiting questions from the eager students below. His gaze fell upon the crowd of students, where a stark disparity was evident. Exceptional students like Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan had mastered the body replacement technique within mere days, while others struggled to comprehend Jiraiya's teachings, perceiving them as an enigma. Among them, Nagato stood out as an extraordinary talent, having already perfected the body replacement technique in just a matter of days, a feat that was truly astonishing. It was only 4 days. Jiraiya recalled how he had taken an extended period to grasp the same technique in his youth. He mused that this was indeed the child of destiny. Without a doubt, Jiraiya had come to regard Nagato as the prophesied child of fate foretold by the great sage Toad. After class, Jiraiya did not cease his busy endeavors. As he set down his cup, a multitude of students gathered around him, posing various inquiries. Once he addressed all their questions, he beckoned Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan, who promptly followed in his wake. Where was Jiraiya leading them? Naturally, he intended to provide them with special guidance. There was no ulterior motive. He simply wished to mentor these 3, having taken them as his disciples, with Lin Yang's tacit approval. Of course, Jiraiya was restricted to teaching them only ninjutsu. Any attempt to impart alternate ideologies would be swiftly reported to Lin Yang by the Rain Village's Umbu, who would then issue a warning to Jiraiya. After all, he had previously transgressed in this regard. Lin Yang's admonition was clear. Jiraiya, should you attempt to teach Nagato and the others anything beyond ninjutsu, I shall personally take charge of Nagato's instruction. The implication was unmistakable if Jiraiya strayed into unrelated matters. The so-called child of prophecy would no longer be under his tutelage. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya became quite agitated. Previously, he had been compelled to serve as a teacher in the Rain Village, but now he yearned to personally guide Nagato onto the right path. Thus, he felt it was imperative that he remain Nagato's instructor. Henceforth, he resolved to refrain from discussing unrelated topics with Nagato, instead opting to lead him through his own actions and demeanor. This, he believed, was far preferable to leaving Nagato's fate in Lin Yang's hands. A group of individuals arrived at the residence arranged for Jiraiya by Lin Yang. As they entered, Nagato eagerly shared with Jiraiya, "Master Jiraiya, I have become proficient in the earth release, heart decapitation technique that you taught me yesterday." Jiraiya gazed at Nagato with an expression akin to that reserved for a peculiar creature, then praised him. "Excellent, Nagato. Keep up the diligent effort." I shall teach you a new ninjutsu shortly. Understood, Nagato nodded, showing no signs of impatience. Jiraiya then turned his attention to Yahiko and Konan. Yahiko, Konan, is there anything you do not comprehend about the body flicker technique? Feel free to ask, do not hesitate. Yes, Master Jiraiya, both responded, promptly posing their respective queries. Jiraiya swiftly addressed their concerns. Yahiko, your control over chakra is not sufficiently precise. Konan, you are too hasty. Remember, everything must be approached step by step. Indeed. After receiving Jiraiya's guidance, Konan successfully utilized the shadow clone technique, summoning a replica that bore an identical resemblance to herself. I did it, Master Jiraiya, Konan exclaimed, sharing her joy. Well done, Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction. At this point, Yahiko was the only one lagging behind in progress. However, he maintained an optimistic attitude and congratulated Konan. Congratulations, Konan. You are impressive. Nagato also gave a thumbs up to Konan. Thank you, Konan said shyly. Observing this, Jiraiya felt quite pleased with Yahiko's disposition and remarked, Yahiko, there is no need for you to rush. Just follow the training methods I have taught you and practice steadily. Yes, Master Jiraiya, Yahiko replied. Subsequently, Jiraiya began teaching Nagato a new ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Yahiko and Konan listened attentively, eager to absorb whatever knowledge they could. Nagato, the ninjutsu I am about to teach you is called Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique, which is a higher-ranked C-rank ninjutsu compared to the Earth Release, Heart Decapitation Technique. Pay close attention. The following day, Lin Yang received news that both the Rock and Cloud villages had declared war on Konoha. Upon learning this intelligence, Jiraiya's expression turned grave. He even contemplated beseeching Lin Yang to send Rain Village forces to assist Konoha. However, upon reflection, he realized this was an utterly impossible request. Setting aside the fact that the situation in Rain Village was precarious, it was absurd to expect Konoha to rely on an enemy they had just fought. Such naive thoughts lingered in his mind for only a few seconds before being dismissed. Far away in Rain Village, he could only silently hope that Konoha would weather this crisis. As evening fell, a dark curtain of night enveloped the sky. Torrential rain streamed down Lin Yang's cheek. And the reason it was his cheek was that he had removed his filtering mask. Under the moonlight, his strikingly handsome and cool demeanor was illuminated. Had Chiyo still been alive, she would undoubtedly have been taken aback. The man known as Old Man Pipe by him, Lin Yang, turned out to be an unequivocal handsome fellow. In Hanzo's recollection, Lin Yang had undergone the transplantation of the pufferfish's poison sac at the tender age of 8, which led Hans to don a filtering mask for the remainder of his life. Upon gazing into the mirror, he realized that Lin Yang's visage was a striking amalgamation of his own appearance at 18 and that of his previous life. Thus, his countenance was exceedingly unfamiliar to the shinobi world. As long as Lin Yang stood upon the battlefield without employing Han's signature ninjutsu, no one would suspect that he was, in fact, the leader of the Rain Village. Moreover, Lin Yang's evening attire was markedly different from before. He now donned the armor of a samurai from the Land of Iron, a gleaming silver and black ensemble, with a helmet cradled in his hands. A glint flashed in his eyes as he recalled an unfinished mission. Detection indicates that the Land of Rain is under invasion by enemy ninjas. As the renowned Hans of the Salamander, how can this be tolerated? Please repel the invaders and launch a counter-invasion of the Land of Fire. The invaders were, of course, from Konoha, but Lin Yang had already repelled them. Now, the task of counter-invading the Land of Fire remained. Lin Yang pondered the nature of this invasion, whether it necessitated taking Rain ninjas along or if he could proceed alone. Would the objective require him to eliminate Konoha shinobi within the Land of Fire, or would a mere stroll suffice? Uncertain of the specifics, he found no reason to forego a journey to the Land of Fire. Bringing Rain ninjas would create undue commotion, especially considering the 3 great villages were currently embroiled in battle. How could a small ninja village, accompanied by hundreds, hope to join such a fray? Thus, Lin Yang resolved to venture forth alone. Moreover, should he indeed take the Rain ninjas with him, Jiraiya would undoubtedly sense the disturbance. Upon learning of Lin Yang's assault on Konoha, there would be no telling how he might react. What if he decided to cease instructing? While Lin Yang could eliminate him swiftly, he could not afford to jeopardize the grassroots development of the Rain Village. A decline in prosperity could imperil his very life, as the chain of consequences could directly influence his existence. After careful contemplation, Lin Yang concluded that undertaking the mission alone was the wisest course of action. With the aid of his teleportation technique, he could traverse the shinobi world, provided his chakra reserves were sufficient. If the situation became dire, he could always return instantly. As for the completion of the mission, that could be postponed until the Rain Village flourished. Having weighed all the pros and cons, Lin Yang slowly placed the helmet upon his head. He had utilized his teleportation technique to exit his home, ensuring the curtains were drawn, leaving no inkling for White Zetsu to suspect that he had departed. Swiftly, he retrieved a sheathed blade from his ninja tool pouch and secured it at his waist. The dawn upon his wrist transformed into a katana, perfectly fitting within its sheath. With a swift motion, the blade was sheathed in an instant. Thus, Lin Yang underwent a profound transformation, emerging as a warrior of the Iron Nation. Even if others cast doubt later, they would merely question the emergence of a formidable warrior on the battlefield, never suspecting Lin Yang or Yuan. Under the darkened moon and the howling wind, it was indeed a night for bloodshed. A portion of chakra within Lin Yang abruptly vanished, and he swiftly disappeared from his original position. Chapter 28. The third generation Reikage. Before Lin Yang, the landscape underwent a dramatic transformation. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the rain-hidden village. Finding himself in the bountiful and picturesque land of fire, he briefly assessed the chakra expended during his instantaneous travel, estimating it to be approximately 50,000. Reflecting on this, he surveyed his surroundings and realized he had arrived at a ninja encampment. Tents were pitched across the flat terrain, stretching as far as the eye could see. The bright moon above cast dappled shadows, while the rustling of the trees added a touch of nature to the otherwise tranquil camp. Who might be stationed here? The Leaf Village? The Cloud Village? Or perhaps the Rock Village? As he pondered, a rugged voice reached his ears, calling out, "Who goes there?" Lin Yang turned towards the source of the sound. He beheld a towering figure, approximately 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles and a forehead protector etched with a lightning motif. Holding a torch, the man squinted at Lin Yang and swiftly approached. Upon recognizing Lin Yang's visage, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Enemy attack!" This single exclamation roused the slumbering ninjas of the Cloud Village, who hastily donned their battle gear and rushed from their tents. Lin Yang observed as countless figures surged into view. His current attire stood out in the Cloud encampment like a torch in the night, making him conspicuously noticeable. The Cloud ninjas quickly identified this uninvited guest and soon enveloped him within their ranks. They surrounded him, all clad in similar uniforms. Yet, Lin Yang remained calm and composed, standing tall amidst the chaos. With the ability to teleport, he had no reason to panic. The Cloud ninjas closed in, reducing the distance between them and Lin Yang. "Do not move. Allow me to confront him," bellowed a deep voice belonging to the third generation Reikage. Instantly, the Cloud ninjas halted in their tracks. Lin Yang witnessed a flash of blue light darting through the crowd, descending from above to land mere steps away from him. Before him stood a muscular man, bare-chested and with wild hair, glaring down at Lin Yang with arms crossed. His flowing white hair danced in the air, while his chest bore the emblem of yellow lightning, crackling with arcs of electricity. His imposing stature exuded a formidable sense of pressure. This was the third generation Reikage, known as the strongest spear and shield in the ninja world, capable of contending with the Eight Tails in physical combat. "Not a leaf ninja?" the third Reikage inquired, scrutinizing Lin Yang, who donned a samurai's attire. "Samurai, what brings you to our Cloud encampment?" His voice resonated like thunder in Lin Yang's ears. In response, Lin Yang, with a fierce determination, drew his sword and pointed it at the Reikage, beckoning him forward with his left hand. "You dare!" The Reikage snarled, revealing his gleaming white teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. This was the first time someone had dared to provoke him in such a manner. The Cloud ninjas around them wore expressions of amusement, intrigued by this audacious little samurai who had appeared from nowhere. "Daring to provoke our esteemed Lord Reikage is truly a sign of recklessness," the Cloud shinobi murmured among themselves. With the third Reikage leading the charge, they prepared to confront this audacious rogue with unwavering resolve. Suddenly, he activated his lightning release chakra mode. Arcs of electricity crackling around him as his long, silken white hair stood on end. In an instant, he vanished from sight, moving with the swiftness of lightning, and his index finger shot toward Lin Yang with ferocity. This technique, known as the Spear of the Strongest, was the third Reikage signature move, its overwhelming force surging toward Lin Yang like a torrential flood. Just as the sharp index finger, famed for its lethal precision, was about to strike Lin Yang, the body flicker technique activated. Lin Yang's form dissipated like a wraith, eluding the blow that met only empty air. Where did he go? The third Reikige's eyes widened in fury as he scanned his surroundings, yet Lin Yang was nowhere to be found. What manner of jutsu is this? He recalled that he had not witnessed any hand seals being formed. Could it be the flying thunder god technique of Konoha? The third Raikage was instantly reminded of the elusive second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, from the First Shinobi World War. No wonder he acted with such audacity. The third Raikage then addressed the gathered Cloud Shinobi. Everyone, return to your tents and rest well to prepare for tomorrow's battle with Konoha. Yes. The Cloud Shinobi responded in unison, stifling yawns as they retreated to their respective tents. Meanwhile, Lin Yang, having teleported to the woods, reflected on the third Raikage's earlier strike. That attack, he mused, was a testament to speed and power at the zenith of the current shinobi world. Without the body flicker technique, he would have had no choice but to endure it head-on with his armed haki. In terms of raw strength, without his summoning beast, J-Butsui, Lin Yang considered himself evenly matched with the third Raikage, perhaps a 6-4 in favor of the Raikage. This disparity largely stemmed from the Raikage's ability to counter his skills. The third Raikage embodied the perfect synthesis of speed, strength, and physical prowess among ninja. Apart from his ninjutsu, he was truly among the strongest in the shinobi world. Lin Yang, on the other hand, was a jack of all trades. Facing the third Raikage, he naturally found himself at a disadvantage. After all, he could not match the Raikage in physical combat, speed, or power. However, this assessment did not factor in his summoning. If J-Butsu were to be included in the equation, Lin Yang believed that neither side could easily claim victory. After all, he could not compel the third Raikage to linger in J-Butsu's toxic miasma, nor would the Raikage dare to suffer J-Butsu's deadly poison. In a one-on-one confrontation, with J-Butsu at his side, Lin Yang considered their chances to be evenly matched. Yet, in the broader context of the battlefield, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage, perhaps a 9-to-1 ratio in favor of the third Raikage, a figure that still spared the Raikage some dignity. Of course, it would be unacceptable to take pride in one's advantages while belittling another's shortcomings. In terms of personal strength, Lin Yang recognized the necessity for further improvement. With this realization, he steeled himself to complete his mission. The task at hand involved infiltrating the Land of Fire, but what truly constituted an incursion? Lin Yang believed it prudent to locate the Konoha camp before proceeding further. He assessed the chakra expended during his previous use of the Shunshin technique, which amounted to approximately 1,000 chakra. This indicated that he had not teleported a great distance from the cloud-hidden camp. This was, of course, not by his design. Given the ongoing conflict between the cloud-hidden and Konoha, it was reasonable to assume that the encampments of both factions' ninjas were not far apart. Thus, Lin Yang had initially contemplated utilizing the Shunshin technique to slip into the Konoha camp and create chaos. However, his plans fell through, necessitating a more methodical search. After enduring half an hour and expending 30,000 chakra in his pursuit, Lin Yang finally discovered the Konoha camp. Armed with the Dawnbreaker, an aura of lethal intent emanated from him, radiating outward with an unmistakable fervor. Chapter 29. Water Release Chakra Mode. At this moment, the Konoha camp lay ensconced in tranquility, the silence so profound that even the fall of a pin could be heard. The patrolling ninjas moved like specters in the night, drifting through the entire camp. Crack! The sound of a branch snapping pierced the stillness. Who? A Konoha Chunin, clad in a standard vest, turned to look. Behind him, a figure in armor silently approached. Drawing near without a sound, Lin Yang, wielding a kunai, made a swift motion, and in an instant, a crimson stream flowed from the ninja's neck, his body collapsing like a deflated balloon, devoid of breath. The first one. After concealing the fallen ninja's body, Lin Yang moved gracefully through the darkness. Akin to a spirit bird. Puff, puff. One after another, Konoha patrolling ninjas were swiftly dispatched. Soon, the flickering flames within the camp dimmed entirely. Lin Yang approached a tent and listened intently, catching the resounding snores from within. They seemed to be sleeping quite soundly. Lin Yang mused, then quickly affixed a palm-sized explosive tag to the tent. Once he had adhered all the explosive tags from his pack, he exhaled deeply, envisioning the scene of thousands of explosive tags detonating simultaneously. In that moment, Lin Yang could hardly suppress a shout. Art is an explosion. Such a vivid image filled his mind. Nonetheless, despite his youthful exuberance, he refrained from uttering those words and instead prepared for a prank. After a brief pause, he shouted with a voice that cracked, "Long live Danzo." The proclamation resonated through the night like thunder, shattering the serene silence. Countless Konoha ninjas jolted awake, all sharing a singular thought. Who was this fervent admirer of Lord Danzo, shouting in the dead of night? A white-haired figure with sharp brows and piercing eyes. The elite shinobi Sakumo Hatake awoke immediately, his instincts alert as he scanned his surroundings, murmuring with a hint of confusion, "Danzo." As the ninjas, brimming with various emotions, prepared to step outside their tents to investigate, they found themselves ensnared by the explosive tags buried near the tent's entrance. At that moment, Lin Yang formed a hand seal. Fire release, explosive tag flame array. Upon executing this technique, he vanished from his position with a shunshin, and as he departed, a brilliant red light illuminated the Konoha camp. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions erupted in succession, akin to a stunning display of fireworks. In an instant, the Konoha ninjas were engulfed by the billowing smoke and debris. Minutes later, the camp fell into a profound silence. The ground lay charred and scarred, crisscrossed with deep trenches. While the air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke, the Konoha ninjas faced a devastating toll. A swift white-haired figure darted through the remnants of the Konoha camp. Kakashi Hatake gazed upon the ravaged land, his expression grave. He himself had been caught in the explosion, leaving him disheveled and covered in dirt. Was it the hidden cloud or the hidden stone? His suspicions fell upon these two villages currently clashing with Konohagakure. Moreover, the final cry of "Long live Danzo" must have been uttered by the enemy. What conspiracy lay behind it? Was it a veiled hint to us? Or perhaps there was something amiss with Lord Danzo? The more Kakashi pondered, the more unsettling his thoughts became, his heart racing with apprehension. He sensed that this matter involved the Hokage's council. And with so many Konoha ninjas suffering casualties, it was undoubtedly beyond mere speculation. He must report this to the Hokage. Kakashi's demeanor hardened with resolve. Meanwhile, the instigator of this affair, Hate, had returned to the Hidden Rain village. He stowed away his samurai attire from the Land of Iron into his ninja tool pouch and changed into a casual outfit. After freshening up, he reclined on his bed, ready to claim the rewards for completing his mission. Indeed, upon successfully detonating the explosive tags, the system had notified him that his task was accomplished. Surely, it was a sleepless night for those in Konoha. With this thought, Hate received his reward. Rewards are being distributed in an instant. A plethora of techniques pertaining to the water-breathing method surged into Hate's mind. He envisioned himself repeatedly practicing the water-breathing technique. First, he ingrained the technique into his instincts, and with the passage of time, he naturally grasped the second realm of the water-breathing method, the water-release chakra mode. Expelling a breath of murky air, he felt as though, after understanding the water-release chakra mode, his entire being had become as light as a balloon. It seemed that his physical prowess had also been slightly enhanced. Hate rose from his bed and moved about momentarily. In the blink of an eye, he activated the water-release chakra mode. Streams of water coiled around his body like serpents. With the water-release chakra mode activated, Hate could unleash water-release techniques without hand seals, and the potency of his water release was significantly amplified while consuming less chakra, emphasizing an unceasing flow of water. Additionally, his own defenses were fortified by the water-release chakra mode. Each individual's strength had notably increased. Hate marveled at this, then lay back down, practicing the water-breathing method as his consciousness gradually slipped into slumber. On the front lines, Saratobi Hiruzen, engaged in combat against Inoki, was informed of a distressing piece of news that ignited his fury. The Konoha forces, battling against the hidden cloud, had suffered devastating losses due to an inexplicable explosion from the explosive tags the previous evening. This incident also implicated an old friend of his, Shimura Danzo, the man whose face was darker than the bottom of a pot. Learning from the prior misfortune in the Land of Rain, Hiruzen had hesitated to rely on Danzo for this assault by the hidden cloud and hidden stone, opting instead to reassign him. Consequently, a heated argument resembling a dispute between shadows ensued between them. However, Saratobi Hiruzen would naturally harbor no regrets. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Regardless of whether this matter was connected to his old friend Shimura Danzo, upon returning to Konoha, Saratobi Hiruzen would certainly take the opportunity to admonish him. No matter the circumstances, Danzo would inevitably bear a small share of the blame. Meanwhile, Danzo, blissfully unaware of the unfolding situation in Konoha, had no inkling that a substantial burden was heading his way. "Shikamaru, you have truly worked hard," Saratobi Hiruzen began, praising his subordinate as was his custom. "I shall increase the manpower dispatch to the Cloud Village, but it appears your responsibilities may weigh heavily. Lord Hokage, wherever Konoha stands, the flames of our spirit shall never be extinguished. I vow to protect the village, even at the cost of my life," spoke Hatake Shikamaru, embodying the will of fire that Saratobi Hiruzen held dear. It is indeed a blessing for our village to have someone like you in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, stroking his distinguished goatee with a sigh of admiration. I am willing to serve the village with unwavering loyalty, Hataki Shikamata replied earnestly. Chapter 30, Assault on the Hidden Sand of the Land of Earth. In a dimly lit and confined cave that resembles a graveyard of mountains, an elderly man, with hair tinged with gray and a face adorned with deep wrinkles, sits with his frail body supported by a sofa fashioned from wood. Behind him, 3 lengthy black tubes stretch for dozens of meters, connecting to a monstrous entity of considerable size. At that moment, a pool of black liquid materializes before the elder. He lowers his gaze, his lips moving slowly as he speaks in an expressionless manner. Black Zetsu, what is the status of Nagato? I have sensed that he has awakened the Rinnegan, replies the black liquid, which now possesses a pair of round eyes and a mouth. Adopting a humanoid semblance as it reports to Uchiha Abido about Nagato's condition. Lord Abido, indeed, Nagato has awakened the Rinnegan, and he currently resides in the village hidden in the rain. The village hidden in the rain? Uchiha furrows his brow, a look of confusion crossing his features. Which village is that? Black Zetsu hastily clarifies. The village hidden in the rain is merely a small settlement established by a ninja named Hanzo after the First Shinobi World War. Ah, I see. Uchiha Abido responds with a look of relief. Since it is a small village, I am thoroughly reassured regarding the safety of the Rinnegan. In his understanding, such diminutive ninja nations surely lack formidable powerhouses, and their overall strength is not significant. Thus, should this small village covet his Rinnegan, he would not hesitate to demonstrate the remnants of the terror once wielded by the late-stage shinobi world. Just then, Black Zetsu shifted the topic. However, I believe there is one individual in the village hidden in the rain that warrants caution. Who? Uchiha Abido scoffs dismissively. That would be the founding ninja, Hanzo of the Salamander. Black Zetsu recalls recent achievements in the shinobi world and expresses some astonishment. A ninja emerging from such a minuscule territory? Why should we take heed? Uchiha Abido remains perplexed. Black Zetsu then enumerates Hanzo's accomplishments, elucidating them one by one to Uchiha Abido. After listening to Black Zetsu's description of Hanzo, Uchiha Abido falls silent for a moment, his expression shifting between contemplation and frustration before he critiques the current state of Konohagakure. This leaf village truly seems to be regressing. In collusion with the village hidden in the sand to besiege the Rain Village, they have suffered a resounding defeat. Is this the outcome of the policies cultivated under Senju Tobarama's leadership? How absurd. As he speaks, Uchiha Abido's face reveals a gleeful satisfaction, taking pleasure in the downfall of a village once governed by his adversary. Nothing brings him more joy than witnessing such a fate befall those who once opposed him. Having jested about Tobarama, Uchiha Abido reflects on the current state of the Uchiha clan. My descendants seem to be regressing as well. It appears that the three-tomo Sharingan has become their ultimate limit. As he ponders, memories of his isolation upon leaving the village and the betrayal from the Uchiha clan flood his mind, prompting a cold snort from him. He shifts the conversation back to Hanzo. Demigod? Does this young man believe himself worthy? Uchiha Madara truly believes that the current elite forces of the ninja world are exceedingly feeble, allowing a mere village leader to attain the title of god. It is worth noting that, in his view, the only one worthy of such a name is his old rival, Hashirama. Nevertheless, despite his words, Madara holds a certain admiration for Hans. Although the title may be somewhat exaggerated, Hans is undeniably a formidable figure. Were he placed in the era of warring states that I once knew, he too would earn a title, but it would certainly not be God. Madara's emphasis on the term God reveals the high regard in which he holds Hans. Deep down, he genuinely appreciates this younger generation's prowess. Lord Madara, how shall we proceed? Korazetsu inquired. Let us observe Hans's attitude towards Nagato. Should he attempt to seize the Rinnegan, I will have no choice but to intervene personally. If he refrains from such actions, let Hans keep an eye on Nagato for the time being, Madara contemplated thoughtfully. Yes, Lord Madara. Based on recent intelligence gathered by my subordinates, it appears that even if Hans encounters the Rinnegan, he seems to harbor no ulterior motives, Korazetsu reported. That is certainly for the best, Madara sighed in relief. Given his current state, he considered himself capable of defeating Hans. Yet he was acutely aware that the cost of such a victory could far exceed his expectations. After all, he had yet to select a suitable successor to carry forth the Moon Eye plan. What if he were to perish in the process? That would indeed be a tremendous loss. Thus, the two, each harboring their own hidden agendas, concluded their conversation. Korazetsu departed the cave, needing to personally oversee the safety of the Rinnegan, while Madara gently closed his eyelids. reminiscing about his glorious past. Unbeknownst to Lin Yang, he had just received an exceptionally high evaluation from Uchiha Madara. In the Rain Village, he continued to lead a life marked by routine. He supervised the reconstruction of the Rain Village headquarters, interacted with Nagato and others, and dealt with official documents, among other tasks. Time passed gradually. Soon, a month slipped by like water flowing through one's fingers. During this month, aside from his daily routine, he also took on the role of a warrior from the Land of Iron, making rounds in the camps of Konoha, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure to gather intelligence. His reconnaissance was indeed genuine, devoid of the grandiose actions of his first outing, since that fateful night when he had caught the Konoha camp off guard. Their nighttime patrols had significantly increased. As a result of the butterfly effect, they had also perfectly thwarted a nighttime raid from Iwagakure. It can be said that Iwagakure was left utterly bewildered. Similarly, Kumogakure increased their patrols at night in an attempt to guard against Lin Yang. However, these measures proved ineffective against him. With his teleportation technique, as long as he possessed sufficient chakra, he could roam freely wherever he pleased. Through this month of observation of the ninja from the three villages, it became evident that the intensity of the conflict was escalating. Both Kumogakure and Iwagakure had successively deployed their ultimate weapons, tailed beasts, onto the battlefield. The Leaf Village finds itself in a dire predicament, steadily retreating deeper into the Land of Fire. In times of adversity, heroes emerge, and heroes shape the tides of fate. Hatake Tsukumo, through his remarkable stand against the Third Raikage, earned the esteemed title of Konoha's White Fang. The fearsome Uchiha Fugaku's reputation resounded across the battlefield of the Land of Grass. When the kaleidoscope of his ocular prowess was unveiled, it incited relentless pursuit from Noki. Similarly, amidst the chaos of the battlefield in the Land of Grass, when ambushed by foes and with his comrades on the brink of peril, Might Guy unleashed the Seventh Gate, bravely confronting the rock ninjas and dispatching them one by one. Following that battle, Might Guy's reputation soared at an astonishing rate, transforming from a long-forgotten lower ninja into a celebrated hero of Konoha, the Azure Beast safeguarding his comrades. As for why a notorious lower ninja, shunned by potential allies, would venture onto the battlefield, it is simply because Konoha finds itself at an impasse, cornered with no alternatives. Deploying a ninja like Might Guy into combat was a desperate measure. The fact that he achieved such feats was merely a stroke of fortune for Konoha, akin to finding gold amidst refuse. Meanwhile, Lin Yang, seizing the opportunity, contemplated launching a surprise attack on the seemingly dormant Sunagakure while the three factions were embroiled in turmoil. Ever since Sunagakure suffered a significant defeat at the hands of Lin Yang's Rain Village, they had seemingly vanished from the narrative of the ninja world. Lin Yang, however, restrained himself, biding his time. Now, he believed the moment had arrived to fulfill another mission assigned by the system, to elevate the Rain Village to the rank of one of the 5 great shinobi villages. He had identified his target, Sunagakure, the weakest among the 5. Lin Yang needed to act swiftly before the other 4 villages could react. To eliminate Sunagakure and allow Rain Village to seamlessly ascend and take its place among the 5 great villages. Otherwise, it would be Rain Village that would suffer the consequences. If news of Sunagakure's destruction were to leak, Rain Village would undoubtedly face immediate retaliation from the other villages. There is no mystery to this. It is simply due to Rain Village disrupting the balance. Throughout the world of Naruto, Sunagakure has had numerous opportunities to be annihilated. Yet it persists even into the era of Boruto. This is attributed to the balance maintained among the 5 great shinobi villages. These villages may engage in conflict with one another, but the ultimate consequence has always been limited to reparations and treaties, never actual annihilation. The reason for this restraint lies in the overarching authority of the 5 great nations, which prohibit the destruction of a village, as it would directly jeopardize their vested interests. The high-ranking officials are united in their opposition to such occurrences, bound together like grasshoppers on a single string. The myriad of interwoven interests among them is extensive. Thus, they cannot tolerate the eradication of any village among the 5 great shinobi villages. Of course, these are merely Lin Yang's contemplations and his summation of the Naruto narrative. Regardless of the circumstances, he firmly believed in one principle: to vanquish the sand-hidden village with unprecedented swiftness, ensuring they were utterly defeated without a moment's respite. Thus, Lin Yang summoned the Rain Ninja forces early in the morning for assembly. Jiraiya was taken aback by Lin Yang's sudden action and promptly inquired, "Hans, what are you planning to do?" Lin Yang gazed at the Rain Ninjas, clad in armor, orderly and methodical, and replied to Jiraiya, "What else could it be? We are going to war." "War?" Jiraiya's mind raced, pausing momentarily before urgently asking, "Where are you leading the troops?" "Rest assured, it's not Konoha." Lin Yang reassured the increasingly anxious Jiraiya. "I am setting my sights on the sand-hidden village." Upon hearing the mention of the sand, Jiraiya's tension eased somewhat. After all, he had initially feared Lin Yang intended to assault Konoha. Although Jiraiya resided in the rain, he remained vigilant about the various intelligence related to Konoha. From the information he gathered, he understood that Konoha's current situation was far from optimistic. Should a renowned demigod join the fray at this juncture? Jiraiya surmised that Konoha would likely face dire consequences. Relieved that it was not Konoha, Jiraiya let out a sigh. But he immediately tensed again upon hearing Lin Yang's next words. "You must accompany me," Lin Yang stated emphatically, pointing directly at Jiraiya. Chapter 31. Arrival at Sand-Hidden Village. Jiraiya was somewhat taken aback and retorted, "Wasn't it agreed that I would merely serve as a teacher, without the need for my involvement in the war? Moreover, I cannot reveal myself. If Konoha learns that I am currently in the Rain-Hidden Village, assisting them in their assault on the Sand-Hidden Village, I would undoubtedly be branded a rogue ninja." He expressed his predicament with a troubled expression. "Do not worry, Jiraiya. No one will recognize you," Lin Yang said confidently. "That is still not acceptable," Jiraiya insisted. He contemplated the repercussions of his defection being revealed to Tsunade, Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his disciple Minato. He wondered if he could even face them again. Lin Yang furrowed his brows, since a gentle approach would not suffice. He resolved to adopt a more forceful stance. He boldly threatened, "Jiraiya, you wouldn't want the situation in Konoha to deteriorate further, would you?" "You." Jiraiya was taken aback, then pointed at Lin Yang in surprise. "Hans, I once thought you were quite trustworthy, but I did not expect you to resort to such intimidation." Lin Yang shrugged, expressing his helplessness. "It is indeed disappointing for you, but I have no other choice. After all, the Rain-Hidden Village lacks the talent that Konoha possesses." Jiraiya paused momentarily before responding, "Let me think about it." Lin Yang added, "Of course, you may bring your 3 disciples along to show them the ropes." Jiraiya sighed deeply and ultimately acquiesced. "Very well, I agree." However, he quickly added, "Hans, I hope this is the first and last time." "Absolutely," Lin Yang replied, satisfied that he had successfully persuaded Jiraiya, a powerhouse of the shadow level, to join him. As for whether Jiraiya would be needed afterward, Lin Yang could only leave that to the future. "I will call Nagato and the others over now," Jiraiya said, and he turned to walk away. A few minutes later, he arrived at the makeshift classroom, interrupting the ongoing lesson, and took Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan out with him. "What are we doing, Teacher Jiraiya?" Yahiko asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. "You will find out soon enough," Jiraiya replied, withholding the exact purpose from the 3 as they chatted and walked. They soon spotted Lin Yang waiting for them. "Lord of the Rain-Hidden Village. Lord of the Rain-Hidden Village. Brother Lin Yang." Yahiko and the others hurriedly greeted him. "Hello," Lin Yang responded with a warm smile. At that moment, Nagato raised his head, puzzled, and asked, "Brother Lin Yang, what are we going to do?" "Teacher Jiraiya refuses to tell us." Yahiko silently gave Nagato a thumbs up, thinking that only Nagato would dare to boldly inquire about matters concerning the Rain-Hidden Village, as he himself would never have the courage to do so. Lin Yang first cast a glance at Jiraiya, noticing the furrowed brow that nearly formed a character, indicating his reluctance to disclose the impending war to Nagato and the others. However, Lin Yang believed there was no need for concealment. After all, his army of rain shinobi was poised outside the village, brimming with an undeniable aura of lethal intent that could hardly be masked. Furthermore, the 3 children were not fools. Thus, Lin Yang candidly replied, "We are going to war." War? The mere mention of the word ignited a torrent of thoughts within the 3 children, each reacting with a myriad of emotions. Jiraiya looked at Lin Yang in utter astonishment, unable to fathom that Hanzo had truly let slip such information before the children. Upon hearing the word war, a faint shadow of sorrow crossed Nagato's face, clearly recalling something, prompting him to inquire further, "Brother Rain, what will we need to do on the battlefield?" "Just observe. This time, it will merely broaden your horizons." Lin Yang gently caressed Nagato's forehead. "Do not worry. I and your teacher will ensure your safety." Nagato nodded earnestly. In his heart, Jiraiya couldn't help but grumble about Lin Yang, reflecting that ultimately, he would have to safeguard his own disciples. Lin Yang led them outside the Rain Village, where they encountered the Rain Shinobi, all brimming with murderous intent and ready for action. A sense of satisfaction welled up within Lin Yang. These Rain Shinobi were seasoned veterans, having survived several battles, and their spirits and strengths had notably improved since their inception. This time, Lin Yang brought along just over 300 rain shinobi, leaving around 200 in the village as a precaution. Simultaneously, the amphibious creatures of Mount Zai could serve as a defensive force for the village. Currently, the number of these creatures totaled 9, with the sage of Mount Zai, Butsu, bringing the count to 10. The original creatures, Fish 1 through Fish 5, had developed considerable combat abilities and had grown to approximately 10 meters in length, achieving a strength akin to that of elite shinobi. Fish 6, on the other hand, lagged behind, barely reaching over 3 meters. It was worth noting that Fish 6 had only been born a few days later than Fish 1 and the others, and the disparity in their development could be attributed to misfortune, as Fish 6 had arrived just after the white serpent, transformed by the serpent sage, had been dispatched by Butsu and the others. Although Butsu claimed the lion's share, Fish 1 and the others had still garnered a substantial benefit from the encounter. This was the fighting strength of the village in Lin Yang's absence. Of course, should a crisis arise, his ability to teleport meant he could return to the village at any moment, providing the greatest assurance for its safety. After thoughtful consideration, Lin Yang promptly issued orders to the army to march towards the Land of Wind in the southwest direction. The distance from the Land of Rain to the Land of Wind was not particularly great, with the Land of Birds lying in between. Considering the stamina of the 3 children, Lin Yang decided to pause briefly while traversing the Land of Birds before continuing onward to the Land of Wind. The entire army pressed on tirelessly, arriving in the Land of Wind by dusk. At the horizon, there lay an endless expanse of golden sands. The sun hung high in the sky, its fierce rays resembling a flashing beacon, rendering the rain ninjas, who were accustomed to a life devoid of sunlight, momentarily unable to open their eyes. The stifling heat enveloped Lin Yang, causing a bead of sweat to trickle down his brow. He began to practice the water-breathing technique, calming his agitated heart. In his current state, his rain ninjas were naturally drenched in perspiration. Among the trio of children, the frailest, a girl named Xiaonan, succumbed first. Her vision began to blur, dizziness ensued, and her lips turned pale, a clear sign of heat stroke. Jiraiya hastily produced a water flask and offered it to Xiaonan, then suggested to Lin Yang, "Hanzo, let us take a moment to rest here." Lin Yang, observing the steadfast determination of Nagato and Yahiko, nodded in agreement. "Then let us rest for a while." With Lin Yang's words, many rain ninjas exhaled in relief. Jiraiya, unable to contain himself, plopped down directly onto the golden sands. Instantly, the scorching heat radiated from beneath him, prompting Jiraiya to leap back up almost immediately. Nagato and Yahiko, with their heads drooping, gazed at Jiraiya, bewildered by his reaction. Clearing his throat, Jiraiya awkwardly explained under their scrutinizing gazes, "The ground is too hot. Be cautious." "You too, teacher," Nagato replied with concern. "Are you all right, teacher? Your backside seems to be in distress," Yahiko observed, noticing Jiraiya's incessant rubbing of his rear. I'm fine, Jiraiya grinned, attempting to dismiss their worries. What a stark contrast, Lin Yang mused, comparing the Land of Rain to the Land of Wind. One was perpetually drenched in rain, while the other basked in relentless sunlight. Let us cool things down a bit. Lin Yang swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, rainfall. Suddenly, the once azure sky adorned with white clouds darkened as a thick layer of black clouds rolled in. Subsequently, a gentle drizzle fell. An unusual sight for the Land of Wind. Big Brother of the Rain Village is truly impressive, Nagato exclaimed, extending his palms to catch the descending raindrops, filled with admiration. Is this the power of Lord Hanzo? The weather has changed in the blink of an eye. It's utterly astounding. Yahiko stood speechless in shock. Such formidable mastery of water release, Jiraiya noted with keen insight. He immediately recognized the essence of Lin Yang's jutsu, which required an extraordinary level of control over the chakra of water. With this display alone, Jiraiya could ascertain that Hanzo was the most potent water release ninja he had ever encountered. As Lin Yang executed this technique, the sweltering heat transformed into a refreshing coolness. The rain ninjas marveled at the remarkable abilities of their Lord Hanzo. To this, Lin Yang could only modestly respond that it was merely a trivial feat. Before Lin Yang even reached the ninja world, Hanzo had already been a master of water release. Coupled with the daily practice of the water-breathing technique and the activation of the water release chakra mode, his prowess had only grown. Lin Yang's comprehension of the art of water manipulation has grown increasingly profound. Raising his hand to summon rain has become a routine affair. After the entire ninja battalion rested for an additional hour, they resumed their journey. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Yang issued another command to rest. The time had now reached 7 p.m., and even the sun of the land of wind had descended beyond the horizon. The light of day transformed into the cloak of night, with the oppressive heat giving way to a chilling cold. The sky remained remarkably clear, devoid of stars. The ground, aside from Lin Yang and his companions, bore no signs of life, save for a few cacti growing in haphazard formations. Lin Yang approached Jiraiya and inquired, "Have you ever visited Sunagakure?" Jiraiya shook his head, indicating he had not. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yang declared, "All Rain Shinobi, set up camp here. We shall rest for the night." "Understood." The Rain Ninjas replied in unison. Chapter 32. The initiation of the Sand Village collapse plan. The night in the Land of Wind was frigid. So much so that Lin Yang could see his breath in the air. From his ninja tool pouch, he retrieved a paper packet containing a collection of items. Upon opening it, he discovered a heap of small black pellets, each the size of a thumb. These were military rations, designed to stave off hunger and replenish a ninja's chakra and stamina. Lin Yang took 2 of the pellets and placed them in his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. The taste of the military rations was rather unremarkable, akin to the bitterness of traditional herbal medicine. Essentially, these rations were crafted for emergencies. Comprised of nutrient-rich ingredients such as vegetable juice, legumes, and nuts, they were not something Lin Yang would have ever considered consuming in his previous life. Yet, the amalgamation of these elements yielded a flavor that was far from delightful. As he swallowed the military rations, Lin Yang sensed his chakra and stamina slowly beginning to replenish. Although the recovery was gradual, it was indeed effective. Consequently, he settled cross-legged in his tent, actively focusing on restoring his chakra. He employed the water-breathing technique to rejuvenate his energy. After approximately an hour, Lin Yang felt his mental state, stamina, and chakra reach their zenith. Rising to his feet, he strolled out of the tent in search of Jiraiya, who was instructing Nagato and the others in ninjutsu. "I need to scout the exact location of the Sand Village. Jiraiya, please keep an eye on things here," he entrusted to Jiraiya. "Of course," Jiraiya replied after a brief pause of contemplation. With a nod, Lin Yang prepared to depart the Rain Ninja camp. Just then, a youthful voice called out from behind him, "Go, Brother Hans." A slight smile crept onto Lin Yang's lips. He recognized the voice as belonging to Nagato without a moment's thought. Turning back, he met Nagato's concerned gaze and gave a slight nod before vanishing in an instant with the body flicker technique. "He's gone," Jiraiya murmured, fixated on the spot where Lin Yang had just stood. "The more I understand him, the more I sense the depth of his power." Shaking his head, he returned to instructing Nagato and the others. "Jiraiya-sensei, do you think something will happen to Brother Hans?" Nagato inquired anxiously, gripping the hem of his clothing. Jiraiya paused briefly before offering his analysis. "From what I know, after the Sand Village suffered the loss of Grandma Chio, they lack the means to pose a significant threat to Hans, aside from the One-Tail. Don't worry, Nagato. Lord Rain is immensely powerful. Altering the weather is merely a matter of moments. How could a small village like the Sand pose any danger?" "Indeed," Yahiko chimed in, speaking with a nonchalant air. "And I still recall Lord Rain's colossal summoning beast. Just think about it. Someone capable of forming a contract with such a formidable creature could hardly be in peril." Nagato felt a sense of reassurance from Yahiko and Conan's words. "Indeed, Brother Hans will certainly be fine." Nagato lifted her chin, and her cascading hair instantly soared upward, revealing a pair of violet, rippled eyes filled with unwavering determination. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yang teleported to a location within the vast desert. Here, the fierce wind swept through, and the swirling yellow sands hung suspended in the sky, as if draping a curtain across the heavens. Surrounding him was an endless expanse of golden sand. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yang vanished from his spot once again. After several rounds of teleportation, he finally discovered traces of civilization amidst the sands. Gazing into the distance, he was relieved to find not just the omnipresent sands, but rather a village nestled within the desert. A flicker of joy crossed Lin Yang's eyes. He had at last located Sunagakure. With a decisive step, he vanished from sight, only to reappear within the confines of the village. The outskirts of Sunagakure were encircled by a series of small hills, and the architectural style within leaned toward grand ceramic structures. The vigilant gatekeeper ninja stationed atop the watchtower held a telescope firmly, meticulously surveying the surroundings of Sunagakure. Unaware that Lin Yang had already infiltrated their village, Lin Yang paused atop the eaves of a house, surveying the nearby buildings while simultaneously committing the position of the sentry to memory. He then vanished once more. After a few more swift movements within Sunagakure, he finally gleaned a comprehensive understanding of the village and discreetly affixed explosive tags in certain locations. With the explosive tags in his ninja tools pouch now depleted, Lin Yang utilized his teleportation technique to return directly to his camp. Upon his return, Lin Yang greeted Jiraiya and the others before retreating to his tent to rest, replenishing his energy for the battles awaiting him the next day. The following day, the dawn's light pierced the darkness like a sharp sword, and the sun rose from the east, casting a shimmering golden hue upon the ground. Lin Yang emerged from his tent, swiftly consumed his breakfast, and began to summon his comrades. 10 minutes later, the rain ninjas stood in an orderly line, standing tall before Lin Yang, awaiting his command. "Everyone, follow me towards Sunagakure," Lin Yang proclaimed, leading the way forward. Guided by the memories of his reconnaissance from the previous day, he advanced step by step toward the village. Upon reaching a certain distance, he instructed the rain ninjas to halt while he pointed ahead. "Sunagakure lies just beyond. Continue straight. However, you will wait for me here until I fire the first shot, at which point I will signal you to advance." "Understood," the rain ninjas replied in unison. "Lord Hans, may I accompany you?" Mitsuba inquired eagerly, resembling a blade poised to be unleashed, his presence radiating an undeniable sharpness. "There's no need," Lin Yang declined. "I will notify you when your assistance is required." "Very well," Mitsuba responded, a hint of disappointment gracing his features. "Jiraiya, please keep an eye on the team." Lin Yang directed towards the silver-haired figure among them. "Of course," Jiraiya assured him. Jiraiya silently rolled his eyes at Lin Yang. After all this time, he had called him over merely to act as a caretaker. Upon seeing Jiraiya's acquiescence, Lin Yang transformed the dawn on his wrist into a chain scythe, wielding the weapon with deftness before vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself at the outpost tower of Sunagakure. Several sentinels on watch had yet to register his presence when Lin Yang swiftly executed them with a precise samurai cut, ending their lives in an instant. Their heads rolled away, and as Lin Yang surveyed the tranquil Sunagakure before him, he whispered softly, "The plan for Sunagakure's destruction has officially commenced." With a graceful leap, he descended to the ground, then raised his hand to press down upon the sand swirling around him. Summoning Technique. Chapter 33. The Distribution of Fortune. As Lin Yang employed his spiritual summoning technique, the formidable creature known as Jingfu, far away in the sacred land of the mountain pepperfish, was instantaneously conjured forth, towering at the entrance of the hidden sand village. His colossal form overshadowed the surrounding structures. Lin Yang stood atop Jingfu's brow, and soon witnessed the creature parting its jaws, unleashing a torrent of purple venom from its poison sac, which coalesced around its mask. In an instant, a vast cloud of purple mist erupted from its mouth, swiftly enveloping the buildings near the entrance of the hidden sand village. The noxious vapor seeped through the walls, infiltrating the interiors, where unsuspecting inhabitants inhaled the toxic fumes, their faces turning a ghastly shade of purple as they succumbed to the lethal poison of the mountain pepperfish. Yet this was merely the beginning. With swift hand seals, Lin Yang invoked the fire release, exploding tag flame array. At that moment, the explosive tags he had affixed to the structures of the hidden sand village the previous night detonated violently. A conflagration erupted at the village's heart, consuming numerous oval-shaped edifices in a fiery embrace. Those hidden sand ninjas who had still been slumbering found their lives extinguished in the blink of an eye. "What is happening?" The third Hokage was abruptly awakened, startled by the deafening sound of the explosions. He hastily donned his white Hokage robe and stepped outside. In an instant, several shadowy figures appeared before him. "What transpired?" The third Hokage inquired coldly. One of the hidden sand's covert operatives gestured towards the immense mountain pepperfish. "Lord Hokage, the village is under attack." Turning to survey the scene, the third Hokage beheld the gigantic creature standing imposingly on the ground, the unmistakable purple mist visibly advancing towards them. Recognizing the mountain pepperfish, the seasoned leader furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. "This is Hanzo seeking retribution against us." He then issued swift commands. "Quickly assemble the covert operatives of Hidden Sand and use wind release to disperse that toxic gas. Additionally, release the Elder Monk of Fortune. Should it be said that Hidden Sand is on the brink of destruction, he will intervene." With the orders given, the operatives vanished without a moment to spare. The third Hokage gazed intently towards the mountain pepperfish, his demeanor grave. Two massive iron sand wings materialized from his back, and he flew directly towards the creature. Wind release, tornado, wind release, great gale, wind release, howling wind. One after another, the ninjas of Hidden Sand unleashed their wind release techniques. The previously drifting purple mist, propelled by the fierce winds, began to recede. The powerful gust halted Jing Fu's advance, forcing it to crawl upon the ground, struggling against the onslaught of wind pressure. Lin Yang was also affected by the turbulence, yet he had already employed his body flicker technique to evade, landing behind a ceramic structure within the Hidden Sand village. Fixating his gaze upon a covert operative, Lin Yang's form abruptly vanished. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared beside the Hidden Sand operative. As the sand-hidden Umbu prepared to employ wind-release ninjutsu, a black scythe, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's weapon, ominously approached his neck. With a swift squelch, his enormous head fell to the ground. Wind release, blade of wind, a rapid and fierce gust of wind sliced through the air towards Lin Yang from a diagonal angle. In an instant, several streams of water began to swirl around Lin Yang, who activated water release in chakra mode. Just as the wind blade was about to strike him, he murmured, "Water release, water column wall." In a flash, chakra transformed into water release chakra, and a towering column of water surged up beside him, deflecting the wind blade. What? The sand-hidden Umbu, who had been so confident of his impending success, found himself questioning his choices upon witnessing the scene. No seal ninjutsu? Lin Yang's gaze shifted towards the sand-hidden shinobi standing atop the eaves. In an instant, he conjured a small water dragon and hurled it towards the shinobi. Though diminutive in size, the water dragon moved with astonishing speed, swiftly piercing through the Umbu's body. After executing this maneuver, Lin Yang lifted his gaze and saw the third wind shadow soaring towards him, wielding a pair of sand iron wings. Magnetic release, sand iron rain. Countless iron sands swirled around the third wind shadow, transforming into a barrage of flying needles that rained down upon Lin Yang. Magnetic release? Lin Yang pondered. In his line of sight, several puppets, controlled by chakra threads, brandished weapons and advanced towards him. With the technique of body flicker, Lin Yang vanished as the chakra within him flowed away. Where did he go? The third wind shadow, realizing that his sand release had achieved nothing, began scanning the surroundings for Lin Yang's whereabouts. Suddenly, he heard something and turned around sharply, narrowly avoiding the deadly scythe. Had the ambush failed? A flying ninja is indeed a challenge to eliminate. Before Lin Yang even touched the ground, he disappeared once more. Meanwhile, several sand-hidden Umbu arrived at a prison. Behind the iron bars of a cell sat a bald elder, his hair as white as snow, with a serene yet weary expression as he sat cross-legged, hands clasped in prayer. As he sensed their presence, he slowly opened his tired eyes. One of the sand-hidden Umbu, with a look of disdain, shouted, "Hey, old man. Hurry out. The village is in trouble and needs your assistance." "Is the sand hidden in peril?" the elder murmured. In an instant, his perspective shifted dramatically as he entered a realm of consciousness. Before him stood a massive creature resembling a tanuki, known as Shikaku, who greeted him with a gentle demeanor. "Shikaku, what brings you to me?" the elder inquired. Shikaku, visibly excited, trembled with anticipation and bellowed in his deep voice, "Old man, did you not hear what those sand-hidden ninjas said? Shine has encountered misfortune. If we seize this opportunity, the sky will be high and free for the bird to soar, and you shall no longer be confined within this endless, dim prison." In the face of such fervent emotion from Shoha, my heart, already as tranquil as still water, merely expressed, "Let everything unfold naturally. For now, I must assist Shine in overcoming this predicament." "What?" Shoha was momentarily taken aback, then fervently questioned Finfu. "They have treated you this way, and yet you still offer them your help? You foolish monk, has your pursuit of enlightenment rendered you senseless?" In response to Shoha's scathing remarks, Finfu calmly withdrew from the realm of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, he found himself back in the cell, facing the increasingly impatient members of Shan's dark faction, who awaited his response. "Ahmad-Ba," Finfu uttered softly, gradually rising to his feet. With his hands still held in a prayerful position, he met Shan's piercing gaze with an unwavering calmness, and slowly declared, "I shall accompany you." Chapter 34. The Death of the Wind Shadow. Old man, you have shown wisdom. The sand-hidden Umbu swiftly opened the prison's iron gates. Re-emerging into the light, Finfu maintained a serene expression as he slowly stepped out of the prison. "Hanzo, do you truly wish for a relentless confrontation with me and the sand-hidden?" Seeing Lin Yang mercilessly slaying his sand-hidden Umbu, the third Hokage's eyes burned with fury, his demeanor bordering on madness. "Today, either the sand-hidden perishes, or I shall meet my end here." With a swift motion, Lin Yang's blade fell once more, claiming another sand-hidden Umbu as he lifted his gaze to respond. At that moment, Jing Fu's venomous sack had charged once again. A formidable and toxic purple mist was expelled once more. This time, the purple haze spread directly to the heart of Sand-Hidden Village. Those attempting to thwart the mist's advance with wind techniques were swiftly quelled by Lin Yang's overwhelming will. The third Hokage gazed at the encroaching purple mist, his heart bleeding. Was this the day when the vast Sand-Hidden Village would fall by his own hands? Bah! Funfu looked upon the now chaotic Sand-Hidden Village, a profound sorrow welling within him. He never anticipated that after years of seeing the sun again, he would find himself in such a dire situation. Old man, act quickly. Yes, hasten to employ the power of the tailed beast to repel the enemy. The Sand-Hidden Umbu beside him urged anxiously. Shikaku, let us join forces to combat this threat. Funfu implored the entity sealed deep within him. Why should I assist you? This is a matter of your Sand-Hidden Village, not mine. Shikaku's voice conveyed a palpable irritation. I beseech you. Funfu's gaze fell, his normally tranquil visage now reflecting a flicker of emotion. Ha! You wretched monk. I never expected that after all these years, you would seek my aid. Very well, in light of your plea for mercy, I, Lord Shikaku, shall acquiesce. In an instant, a torrent of chakra surged into Funfu's being. His once gentle features now bore a hint of ferocity. The skin on his face cracked like a web, and a massive, deep yellow arm enveloped his left limb. You old fool, what has happened to you? We must flee. Several Sand-Hidden Umbu, filled with trepidation, began to withdraw. Suddenly, Funfu let out a thunderous roar. Moments later, a 50-meter-tall creature resembling a raccoon appeared at the center of Sand-Hidden Village. Ha! I have finally emerged, Shikaku declared, arms wide, laughing maniacally. The moment Shikaku manifested, Lin Yang felt the volatile chakra radiating from it. He regarded the colossal figure, equal in size to Jingfu, with a grave expression. This was the power of the tailed beast, yet he questioned whether Jingfu could withstand it. The third Hokage, witnessing his tailed beast's emergence, still bore a solemn countenance. After all, he was uncertain whether the old monk, having spent years in confinement, could still master Shikaku effectively. Shoha, do not forget to attend to serious matters, Funfu reminded. Understood, you foul monk, Shoha retorted with a dismissive pout, his gaze fixated on Jingfu. A menacing grin etched upon his face. Surely, this is the adversary I must confront. In my very first battle after emerging, I shall use you to hone my skills. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Showa's right hand struck fiercely against his rotund belly, instantly converting the tailed beast chakra into wind release chakra. With a flash of white light, he expelled a rapidly spinning sphere of wind from his mouth. The intense wind pressure propelled the surrounding purple mist directly toward Jingfu. The efficacy of Showa's wind release alone surpassed that of all the Sand-Hidden Umbu combined moments ago. Faced with the oncoming wind sphere, Jingfu displayed astonishing agility. He gathered strength in his limbs, his massive form leaping into the sky. In midair, he concentrated Sage Chakra. Sage Art, White Snake Technique. Two massive white-scaled serpents, each stretching several dozen meters, erupted from Jingfu's mouth like dragons. The serpents collided with the wind sphere, resulting in a violent explosion that consumed the surrounding sand-hidden structures. The third Kazekage, witnessing the scene, remained silent, his heart wrenching in anguish. After all, these were the very edifices of his sand village. Snake-based ninjutsu? Shoha was momentarily taken aback. No matter how he looked at it, Jingfu bore no resemblance to a serpent. How could he wield snake techniques? Thus, he inquired in confusion. Aren't you a stinky fish? How can you use snake-based ninjutsu? Lin Yang chuckled inwardly, remaining silent. In truth, Jingfu had acquired this ability after consuming a colossal white corpse. Now, Jingfu was not merely capable of expelling toxic gases, he had also mastered sage art involving serpents. Why should I heed you, foul cat? Jingfu retorted as he landed heavily, demolishing numerous sand-hidden structures and stirring up clouds of dust. Alas, you are utterly insufferable. Shoha seethed with fury, preparing to unleash a tailed beast bomb. However, he was immediately halted by Funfu. No, Shoha. If you unleash the tailed beast bomb, the entire village will be leveled. Bah, if it's not needed, then so be it. Shoha promptly altered his technique, forming hand seals for wind release, sand scatter bullet. Suddenly, grains of sand materialized before him, which he then expelled. A powerful gust erupted from his mouth, propelling the sand toward Jingfu. Meanwhile, as Jingfu battled against the tailed beast, Lin Yang was also preparing to unleash his full might. During his earlier skirmish with the sand-hidden ninjas, he had deliberately withheld his full strength, conserving chakra. He understood that the focal point of the battle was indeed the tailed beast. Should Jingfu falter against Shoha, Lin Yang would still have the capacity to cover his retreat. However, it seemed Lin Yang had underestimated the situation. Jingfu appeared to be handling it with ease. Thus, Lin Yang needed to expedite his actions. His utmost priority was to swiftly eliminate the third Kazekage. The third Kazekage, observing the two colossal beasts entangled in conflict within his village, felt his heart bleed with despair. He believed that soon, the entirety of Sand Hidden would be reduced to rubble under the assault of the two colossal beasts. Thus, he suppressed his indignation, gritting his teeth as he addressed Lin Yang. Hanzo, in this war, we Sand Hidden have lost. You should hastily take your summoning beasts and leave our territory. I will arrange a compensation contract with your Rain Hidden afterward. No, a mere compensation contract is insufficient. What I desire is for your Sand Hidden to vanish completely from the shinobi world today. Lin Yang replied with a sinister grin. You are going too far, today. Sand Hidden will confront you to the bitter end. The third Kazekage also felt the weight of the insult and resolved to unleash his full fury. Lin Yang clapped his hands, and the chakra within him, along with his Sage Chakra, began to deplete rapidly. Sage Art, Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A tremendous water dragon, over 40 meters long, suddenly coiled above Lin Yang. This dragon was forged from countless chakra and Sage Chakra, enhanced through the Water Style Chakra mode. In terms of strength, this water dragon belonged to the S-rank ninjutsu category. Regarding its power, this strike was already brushing the edges of the Super Shadow Realm. Compared to previous water dragons, this one exuded a more formidable and majestic presence, its form more solid than ever. Go forth and consume all that exists. Lin Yang cried out in madness. With a roar, the water dragon surged forth, its serpentine body lunging toward the third Kazekage. The third Kazekage watched, momentarily stunned by the sight of the colossal water dragon. Is this truly the water dragon bullet technique I know? Its power is utterly absurd. Realizing this, he decided to unleash his ultimate move. Before he could complete the hand seals for the sand style, he felt a sharp pain in his head, as though a steel needle had been embedded in his mind. There was no need to think. This was Lin Yang employing Conqueror's Haki to disrupt the third Kazekage's focus. Defense was his only option. The third Kazekage pressed his temples, gazing at the overwhelming figure that had opened its gaping maw before him. There was no escape. He could only defend. Suppressing the headache, he formed another seal. Magnet style, Sand Iron Defense. Suddenly, Sand Iron coalesced around him, forming a sphere that enveloped the third Kazekage. The water dragon's massive jaws clamped down on the Sand Iron sphere. Lord Kazekage. Protect Lord Kazekage. Several Umbu, upon witnessing this, unleashed their respective ninjutsu against the water dragon. But to no avail. Crack, crack, crack. The sphere could hardly withstand the pressure, its surface fracturing like a spider's web. Perish. Lin Yang's eyes glinted with murderous intent. The water dragon lunged downward, biting into the sphere and dragging it down. No. The third Kazekage screamed from within the sphere, his voice filled with anguish. Crack, crack, crack. Boom. The sphere shattered completely. The water dragon clamped down on the third Kazekage's frail body, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The remaining Umbu felt disheartened at the sight. After confirming the Kazekage's demise, Lin Yang continued his slaughter of the sand-hidden shinobi. Minutes later, without the interference of the Wind Shadow, he would have completely annihilated the entire sand-hidden village's dark faction. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the battlefield of the Guardian Crane and the Insect Venerable. Currently, both sides were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand over the other. Seizing the moment, Lin Yang continued to gather energy for another water dragon bullet of the same magnitude as before. With a thunderous roar, the sinuous water dragon crashed into the rear of the Guardian Crane, ensnaring him. The Insect Venerable seized the opportunity to unleash the full potency of the poisonous pouch filled with the toxic essence of the pufferfish. The purple mist finally approached the Guardian Crane. Upon inhaling the lethal toxin, his expression changed dramatically, and his entire body began to tremble violently. A deep purple hue appeared on his deep yellow raccoon-like face. What sort of poison is this? He found it hard to believe that a toxin existed in this world capable of incapacitating him. As time passed, the signs of his poisoning grew increasingly severe, ultimately forcing him to retreat from his complete tailed beast transformation mode, leaving only a purple-faced old monk, unconscious on the ground. Thus, the tailed beasts of the sand-hidden village were all dealt with. It was now time to summon the Rain Ninja. Lin Yang felt a tinge of weariness. In this assault on Sand Hidden, he and the Insect Venerable had taken on the lion's share of the work. If one were to liken the attack on Sand Hidden to cooking, then Lin Yang and the Insect Venerable had already prepared the meal and plated it, leaving the Rain Ninja merely to serve it to the guests. Although Lin Yang was reluctant to take on such a burden, he felt it was unavoidable. Take, for instance, the earlier confrontation between the insect venerable and the one-tailed deity. Had the rain ninja been present in Sand Hidden, they would undoubtedly have been caught in the crossfire. Ninjas primarily rely on ninjutsu, and their physical resilience tends to be relatively fragile. Thus, the repercussions could either lead to lifelong disabilities or a fatal cost. If that were the case, Lin Yang would certainly object. Since he could manage everything himself, why engage in actions that would jeopardize prosperity? Furthermore, his intention in bringing the Rain Ninja over was primarily for them to play the role of spectators. This way, he could directly promote the narrative that the Rain Village had vanquished the Sand Hidden Village, rather than having to explain himself upon returning home after personally obliterating it. With this thought, Lin Yang felt a slight easing of his heart. However, the village was in dire need of talent. Lin Yang sighed deeply. If he had to personally intervene in future matters, would his role as the Rain Shadow not become futile? Of course, finding talent was no simple task. Currently, the village's talents consisted of only 3 individuals, Mifune, Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato. Mifune was a stable combat force, while Nagato and his companions were still in a stage of genius development and had yet to demonstrate substantial combat capability. What the Rain Ninja desperately needed now were both geniuses and immediate combat power, considering the current talents within the Sand Hidden Village, such as the Scorpion of the Red Sand and Rashi. Lin Yang realized he had not encountered either of them in Sand Hidden, but undoubtedly, they had emerged. However, it was possible that they had already fallen victim to the chaos. Lin Yang thought it might be worthwhile to have the Rain Ninja search for them. As for immediate combat power, Lin Yang cast a fleeting glance at the unconscious old monk beneath him. As for the old monk, he was of little consequence. What truly captured Lin Yang's attention was the tailed beast residing within the monk's body. With Sunagakure effectively rendered defunct, this tailed beast would now belong to him. The hidden rain. Until a suitable Jinchuriki could be found, it would remain housed within the old monk. Lin Yang stroked his chin, contemplating this. As for the poisonous fish virus within the old monk, it would be prudent not to provide the antidote just yet, especially given the uncertainty surrounding his awakening. Allowing him to linger on with just enough breath would suffice, serving as a vessel to contain the sealed crane. Having organized his thoughts, Lin Yang transported Fuku to the entrance of Sunagakure before employing his teleportation technique to return to the ranks of the Rain Shinobi. Upon his arrival, the members of the Hidden Rain turned their gazes towards him. What is the condition of Lord Hanzo? Mitsuba inquired on behalf of the others. He is stable. I have nearly eradicated the majority of Sunagakure's forces, Lin Yang replied casually. Suddenly, a chorus of admiration erupted among the Rain Shinobi. Lord Hanzo is truly remarkable. He is indeed the invincible demigod of our hidden rain village. Lin Yang felt a rush of elation, yet to avoid wasting time, he interrupted them. Enough, everyone, quiet down. At his command, the disciplined Rain Shinobi fell silent. Now, follow my lead as we advance towards Sunagakure. Yes, Jiraiya, along with Nagato and the others, trailed at the rear of the formation. At this moment, Jiraiya's heart was a tumultuous blend of emotions, for he sensed that the hidden sand, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, would meet its total demise today. Chapter 35, The Stinging Scorpion. As Lin Yang arrived in Sunagakure with Yuren, Jingfu had also reached the entrance of the village, preparing a sumptuous feast for the Yuren. This was due to the fact that the entire Sunagakure had transformed into the village of purple mist. The poisonous pepperfish, as insidious as a parasite, had deeply infested Sunagakure. Without Jingfu's antidote, ordinary individuals would find it nearly impossible to enter the village. Hence, this was the reason Lin Yang felt at ease leaving, unperturbed by the thought of the villagers fleeing. For even if they wished to escape, they were utterly incapable of doing so. Bring all the surviving children from Sunagakure to me, Lin Yang commanded the Yuren, crossing his arms. Yes, Lord Yuing. Whoosh. One figure after another dashed swiftly past Lin Yang. At this moment, Nagato noticed an elderly monk lying beside Lin Yang. His complexion a shade of purple yet with a benevolent expression. Brother Hans, who is this grandfather? Lin Yang chuckled softly and replied, he is a Jinchuriki from Sunagakure. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya and Yahiko gasped in astonishment. It was well known that a Jinchuriki served as a village's weapon of war, a pinnacle of combat power. Yet here lay the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure, akin to a lifeless dog upon the ground. Such a sight was bound to shock them. Lin Yang had once again reshaped Jiraiya's expectations of him. What about the Kazekage of Sunagakure? Jiraiya inquired. Dead, Lin Yang replied nonchalantly. Jiraiya's mind momentarily buzzed. The leader of a village? Killed without hesitation? And spoken of so casually? Hans, are you human? Jiraiya remarked, his expression peculiar as he gestured towards Sunagakure. So, there is really no danger inside? Lin Yang countered, Jiraiya, do you truly believe there are any conscious individuals left in Sunagakure, shrouded in the poison of the pepperfish? Indeed. Jiraiya could attest to the potency of the pepperfish poison. Even a creature as robust as Fukasaku could succumb to it. As for the ninja, it was hardly worth consideration. Do you wish to take a stroll inside? Lin Yang inquired. Jiraiya did not respond, but gently turned to Nagato for his thoughts. Nagato, do you want to go in? Drenched and with his head drooping, Nagato fluttered his eyelashes, pondering for a moment before speaking. Teacher Jiraiya, I feel that since we are here, it would be a shame not to take a look. What about you, Konan and Yahiko? Jiraiya asked them. I feel the same as Nagato, Teacher Jiraiya, Yahiko quickly replied. So do I, Teacher Jiraiya, Konan added. Very well, Jiraiya exchanged glances with Lin Yang. The children have all agreed, so I have no objections. Indeed, Lin Yang nodded, reminding him, ensure the children's safety. Of course, Jiraiya straightened his attire, declaring proudly, let us embark, and I shall guide you in exploring Sunagakure. Yes. Teacher, as Lin Yang watched Jiraiya and the others gradually disappear into the purple mist, he too proceeded into Sunagakure. He teleported directly to the Sand Shadow Building. The current state of the Sand Shadow Building was one of disrepair, with debris strewn across the ground. However, after a thorough search, Lin Yang managed to uncover the legacy of puppet techniques from the Sand-Hidden Village, along with several secret scrolls of wind-release ninjutsu. Although some of the scrolls were damaged, it was still a fruitful expedition. Lin Yang carefully placed these treasures from the Sand-Hidden Village into his ninja tool pouch before using the body flicker technique to return to the entrance of the village, where he continued to await news from his subordinates. This is the Sand-Hidden Village. Its architectural style is completely different from that of the Rain-Hidden Village. Xiao Nan remarked, her mouth slightly agape in awe. Indeed, but the Rain-Hidden Village is considerably smaller than the Sand-Hidden Village, Jiraiya added. He silently mused that it was also significantly smaller than Konoha. What on earth did the Lord of the Rain-Hidden Village do in the Sand-Hidden Village? How is it that so few buildings remain intact? Yahiko found it hard to imagine the spectacle of Lin Yang bravely venturing alone into the Sand-Hidden Village. He is truly a monster, Jiraiya whispered, fully aware of the truth in that statement. The four of them navigated through the purple mist, passing by the ruins of what were once proud structures of the Sand-Hidden Village. They soon arrived at the heart of the village. At that moment, they spotted a slender figure lying across their path. With a cascade of vibrant red hair, the young man was clad in a black cloak now stained with mud, and his handsome purple-tinged face resembled a canvas splattered with color. Seeing the red-haired figure, Nagato felt a surge of compassion well up within him. He looked up and tugged at Jiraiya's sleeve, imploring, Sensei Jiraiya, let us save him. Jiraiya felt a sense of overwhelm as he pondered the situation. Yahiko and Xiao Nan chimed in. Please, Sensei Jiraiya, let us save him. He seems quite young. It would be a tragedy if he were to perish like this. Indeed. Sensei Jiraiya, they echoed in unison. Very well, Jiraiya sighed in resignation. He is the first unscathed person we have encountered since our arrival. We shall rescue him. Thank you. Sensei Jiraiya. Nagato breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to express his gratitude to Yahiko and Xiao Nan. Thank you, Yahiko, Xiao Nan. No need for thanks. Yahiko waved his hand dismissively. We are all friends, Xiao Nan smiled warmly. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya stepped forward, lifting the red-haired young man onto his back. All right. Let us continue to explore the Sand-Hidden Village for a while before we depart. Yes, Sensei Jiraiya, Nagato, and the others responded in unison. Outside the Sand-Hidden Village, Lin Yang gazed at the young children cradled in the arms of the Rain Ninja. Some had only recently been born, swaddled in blankets, while others appeared to be around 4 to 5 years of age. The number of children was few, totaling just over 20. Sand-Hidden Village. Do not blame me for not leaving any behind. They will all serve my Rain-Hidden Village in due time, Lin Yang thought to himself. He approached the Rain Ninja holding the children, examining each one carefully to identify the target he sought. Not this one. Not this one, Lin Yang murmured as he scrutinized them. At last, Lin Yang came to a halt before a child with vibrant red hair. The child appeared to be merely 3 or 4 years old, his features sharp and distinct, with a captivating countenance that promised handsomeness in adulthood. This boy was none other than the future Scorpion of the Sand, renowned in the ninja world for his mastery of puppetry. His striking red hair and resemblance to the character from the narrative made Lin Yang recognize him instantly. One could not help but wonder if this little scorpion would harbor any resentment towards him. After all, in the original storyline, Scorpion had betrayed his village, resulting in the demise of their wind shadow. The boy, while undeniably charming, likely concealed a myriad of thorns beneath his innocent exterior. Moreover, Lin Yang was, in fact, responsible for the death of his entire family. Contemplating these thoughts sent a chill down Lin Yang's spine, and he noted an unusual expression on Scorpion's face. "What's wrong, Lord Hanzo?" inquired the Rain Ninja, who cradled Scorpion, mistaking Lin Yang's countenance for disapproval of his actions. "It's nothing. You've done splendidly," Lin Yang reassured him, diverting his gaze from Scorpion. Nonetheless, while it was true that Scorpion might one day betray him, Lin Yang chose not to extinguish such a promising talent prematurely. Scorpion possessed the potential to bring significant advantages to the Hidden Rain Village. Thus, Lin Yang reasoned that the potential rewards outweighed the inherent risks. Besides, when Scorpion matured, it remained uncertain whether he would even be capable of besting Lin Yang in confrontation. Lin Yang was filled with confidence regarding his future strength. To employ a person is to trust, to mistrust is to dismiss. This little thorny Scorpion piqued his curiosity about how he would ultimately choose to strike. Chapter 36. Slaying the Renowned. After a while, Jiraiya and his companions emerged from the violet mist, with a young man with crimson hair slung over Jiraiya's back. Lin Yang maintained an impassive expression, feigning confusion as he gazed at Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, did I not mention only bringing back the little ones? Who is this young man you carry?" Before Jiraiya could respond, Nagato interjected to clarify. "Dear elder from the Rain Village, do not blame my teacher Jiraiya. It was I who urged him to rescue this red-haired brother. If you must assign blame, let it fall upon me." Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. Saving him is fine." Nagato's face brightened. "Thank you very much, elder from the Rain Village." Jiraiya's expression turned peculiar as he internally grumbled. "How is it that just moments ago Hanzo seemed inclined to lay blame on me, and now all is well? Truly hypocritical." However, he soon heard Lin Yang declare, "Jiraiya, in that case, you may carry the red-haired boy all the way to the village." With a resigned nod, Jiraiya acquiesced. After all, the weight of the boy was light, and carrying him felt no different than a leisurely stroll. Lin Yang's mission remained unfulfilled, as he clearly needed to find someone to disseminate the news upon returning to the Rain Village. He instructed his companions to bring along monk Bunfu, and subsequently set out for Rain Village once more. By evening, they successfully arrived at the Rain Village. Lin Yang first attended to the detoxification of the Sand Village children. Once completed, he instructed the Rain Shinobi holding them to stay put. "Teacher Jiraiya, elder from the Rain Village, we shall take our leave now. Farewell, Teacher Jiraiya, and farewell, Lord Hanzo." Nagato and the others also returned to their respective abodes in the Rain Village. Lin Yang then began to organize the Sand Village children. For those aged 1 or 2, still in the early stages of cognition, he decided to allow the Rain Shinobi to select one to take home for nurturing as a future successor. For the slightly older children, around 4 or 5 years of age like Scorpion, Lin Yang intended to group them together, similar to Nagato and the others, so they could attend school together. He turned to the Rain Shinobi holding the 1 to 2-year-old children and asked, "Would you be willing to adopt the child in your arms as your own?" "Yes, we are willing," the Rain Shinobi eagerly responded, each one vying for the opportunity. "Excellent. Truly commendable warriors of the Rain Village," Lin Yang remarked, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the crowd. "Rest assured, there will be provisions for you from the village in the future." Afterward, Lin Yang addressed the Rain Shinobi holding the 4 to 5-year-old children. "First, let us arrange these children in a single dwelling, and then send someone to provide them with ideological education. In the world of ninjas, children typically mature quickly. At the age of 4 or 5, they begin to develop the ability for independent thought. Thus, to cultivate them as future members of the Rain Village, gradual indoctrination was essential. As for how to manage the young man, Rasha, Lin Yang formulated a plan and turned to Jiraiya. "The poison has now been neutralized, and those children are likely to remain unconscious for some time. As for the red-haired youth, it is anticipated that he too will awaken shortly. It would be prudent for him to comprehend his predicament and act accordingly. Jiraiya, you need not concern yourself with this matter any further. Simply hand the red-haired boy over to Mitsuba." At this moment, a warrior radiating a murderous intent leapt forth beside Jiraiya. Mitsuba extended his hand towards Jiraiya, indicating his desire to take charge of Rasha. Jiraiya hesitated momentarily before finally speaking. "Hans, do not misinterpret Nagato's goodwill. Rest assured, I trust that this child will make a wise decision." Lin Yang gazed intently at the unconscious Rasha and spoke earnestly. "Very well. Jiraiya ultimately chose to entrust Rasha to Mitsuba. Mitsuba received Rasha on his back and instantly vanished from sight. The next task was to deal with the Jinchuriki, Bunfuku. Given that Bunfuku was a Jinchuriki and had a certain probability of going berserk upon awakening, Lin Yang's approach was to alleviate half of the venom from the salamander while simultaneously keeping him in a poisoned state. This would preserve his life in a vegetative state, allowing for better maintenance of the seal on Shikaku. Once the village had access to superior sealing techniques and an appropriate Jinchuriki, Bunfuku's role would become entirely obsolete. Subsequently, Lin Yang arranged for several range shinobi to escort Bunfuku to the prison. Bunfuku had effectively spent his entire life in confinement in Sunagakure. Now, upon arriving in Amigakure, he found himself still in a state of unconsciousness, yet still imprisoned. After ensuring that all matters concerning the Sunagakure personnel were settled, Lin Yang prepared to disseminate news of Amigakure's victory over Sunagakure. Given that Konoha, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure had already entered a phase of genuine conflict, it was best to announce this news as early as possible. You will declare that Amigakure has officially obliterated Sunagakure and seized Shikaku, thereby solidifying its status among the 5 great ninja villages. The vacant position of Sunagakure shall rightfully be filled by Amigakure. Lin Yang contemplated for a moment before addressing several range shinobi. It is as Hans Sama decreed. The range shinobi understood and swiftly vanished from Lin Yang's presence. Lin Yang watched their departing figures and mused to himself. I trust that my instructions will pose no issues. After all, viewed from any angle, the range shinobi have already attained the strength of the 5 great ninja villages. Furthermore, Amigakure is the only viable candidate to replace Sunagakure among the 5 great villages. All others simply do not measure up. The sole concern now is the potential interference from the daime of the Land of Wind. As is well known in the world of Naruto, the daime serves as the supreme leader of a nation. Take, for instance, the daime of the Land of Fire. Even the Hokage of Konoha must treat him with utmost respect, despite the fact that he is merely an ordinary individual. Indeed, the daime is an ordinary person. Yet, why does the status of an ordinary individual surpass even that of the Hokage of Konoha? It is simply because the daime possesses wealth. In the vast realm of ninjas, the daime resembles a sovereign ruler of a nation, while the ninjas serve as his enforcers, mercenaries bound by monetary incentives, assassins in their own right. Should Konoha exhibit even a hint of disrespect towards the daime of the Land of Fire, the daime could effortlessly withdraw his financial support, leading Konoha to a standstill devoid of resources. The consequences of such an event would be dire and easily predictable. Furthermore, if he were to assassinate the daime of the Land of Wind and this act were to become known, he would instantly become an adversary to the entire ninja world. The daime of the Land of Rain would be engulfed in trepidation, while those of the lands of lightning, fire, and earth would likely intervene to prevent any conflict involving Konoha, redirecting their efforts instead towards an assault on the hidden Rain Village. Thus, the act of eliminating a daime, an endeavor so shocking to the mundane world, must be executed with utmost discretion. At that moment, a sudden illumination sparked before Lin Yang. The ninja world is governed by the strong. How dare an ordinary person like the daime meddle in the power struggles of ninjas? As a demigod of the ninja realm, the host should be the one to fire the first shot. Please, host, assassinate the daime of the Land of Wind. Reward, maximum level observation haki. Lin Yang gazed at the system's task, momentarily taken aback. Just as he pondered how to deal with the daime, the system presented him with a mission. To avoid detection, he would need to assume a different identity. It appears that the guise of that nameless warrior is ready to make its reappearance. Lin Yang mused to himself. Chapter 37. The Scarlet Scorpion in a dimly lit and cramped room. A bright incandescent light suddenly flickered to life. The blinding illumination pierced through the air like a multitude of sharp needles, stabbing into the eyes of Rasha. He slowly opened his heavy eyelids, and the scene before him felt profoundly alien. He murmured, "Where am I?" "You are in my home." A weighty and authoritative voice resonated beside him. A figure clad in armor, fully equipped, came into Rasha's view. The man, with a turban wrapped around his head and a pointed goatee jutting downward, gazed intently down at Rasha, who lay on the floor. "You are a warrior of the Iron Country?" Rasha ventured, unable to restrain his curiosity about the man's attire. "Incorrect." The man shook his head. "I am now a warrior of the Hidden Rain Village." Hidden Rain? Rasha's brow furrowed, and a look of trepidation crossed his face. Memories of the moments before his unconsciousness flooded back to him. He had been asleep in his home when he vaguely heard the thunderous sound of explosions resonating throughout the village. As a high-ranking shinobi of the Sand Village, He instinctively awoke. Just as he donned his clothing and hastily stepped outside, he was suddenly engulfed in a purple mist, having never encountered such a scene. The prodigy of the Sand Village found himself in disarray. The purple haze infiltrated his being, and as he was on the brink of losing consciousness, he caught a glimpse of a colossal figure, accompanied by cries for help from Sand Shinobi, before he gradually closed his eyes. So, I have been brought to the Hidden Rain Village? A hint of confusion lingered in Rasha's eyes. Indeed, you stand before two paths. Join the Hidden Rain, or perish. Upon uttering these words, the man unsheathed a long sword, a sharp katana now hovering ominously above Rasha's head. An icy aura of murderous intent enveloped the air, leaving Rasha feeling as if he were trapped in a frost-laden chamber, the chill coursing through his veins rendering him somewhat lightheaded. He understood that uttering a simple no would provoke the blade above him to mercilessly sever his life. Cold beads of sweat began to form on Rasha's forehead, and he hastily spoke. Wait, allow me to ask one more question. Proceed, the man interjected swiftly. What of the Sand Village? How does it fare? Rasha was desperate to ascertain the current state of his home. It has been annihilated by the Hidden Rain, the man replied matter-of-factly. Annihilated? The word struck Rasha like a thunderclap, his pupils dilating in shock, leaving him utterly stupefied. The man continued, his tone unperturbed. Your questions are concluded. You now have 3 seconds to answer mine. However, to Rasha's ears, it did not sound calm. It resonated as if the very sanctity of the ninja world was beckoning him. A tumult of thoughts rushed through Rasha's mind, and he could no longer ponder whether the Sand Village held significance. He swiftly cleared his mind of distractions, his brain racing as he desperately sought a sliver of hope. 3. And at that moment, the man began his countdown. A faint sound reached Luosha's ears, akin to the countdown to his own demise. No. It would be futile to resist. My body struggles to channel chakra. The after-effects of the poison from the mountain pepper fish linger, and the notion of forcibly escaping this place was promptly discarded from Luosha's mind. No. No. One thought after another was swiftly eliminated. At this moment, Mikage had already counted down to 2. I cannot afford to hesitate any longer. After much contemplation, Luosha realized that if he wished to survive, there was but one course of action. That was to surrender. He cast aside his virtue and morality. At this juncture, Luosha's sole focus was on preserving his life. Forgive me, Sunagakure, I cannot accompany you into death. A flicker of regret surfaced within him, yet it only solidified his resolve to live. 1. Your time for deliberation has elapsed. Mikage remained utterly composed. Luosha exhaled a deep breath, steeling himself as he met Mikage's gaze and declared, I choose to join Amigakure. A wise choice indeed, Mikage responded swiftly, sheathing his blade before tossing Luosha a headband from Amigakure. The headband fell onto Luosha's heaving chest. You will stay here for tonight. A meal will be brought to you shortly, Mikage said before departing the room. At that moment, Luosha found himself alone within the confines of the chamber. Has he managed to navigate this ordeal? He glanced at the Amigakure headband, his eyes brimming with relief. Due to differing physical constitutions, Scorpion awoke slightly later than Luosha. He, along with a few other children from Sunagakure, had also been confined in a cramped little room. Possessing a maturity beyond his years, Scorpion remained remarkably calm amidst the impenetrable darkness. The pain of losing his family paled in comparison. Is my body still unresponsive? He attempted to rise but discovered his legs refused to obey, rendering him incapable of standing. The sound of several breaths reached his ears, indicating that he was not alone in the room. Thus, he endeavored to rouse the others. Hey, wake up, don't sleep, he urged. You all need to wake up. After several calls, the children of similar age gradually stirred. As they awakened, the room erupted into a cacophony. Where is this? I want to go home. Where are my mom and dad? I miss my mom and dad. Wah, what has happened? The noise unsettled Scorpion, and his expression betrayed a hint of irritation. Finally, unable to endure the clamor any longer, he erupted. Could you all be quiet? The other children paused momentarily at his outburst, only to respond with even louder cries. Scorpion, unable to contain his frustration, sighed and conceded internally, truly a bunch of fragile souls. The ruckus soon attracted the attention of those outside. The iron door creaked open with a key's insertion, prompting Scorpion to adopt a posture of caution. A faint beam of light pierced the room, allowing Scorpion to discern the identity of the visitor. As Urin entered the room, his expression was one of stoic detachment. He first removed the raincoat draped over his shoulders and then illuminated the room, instantly dispelling the darkness with a radiant glow. The sudden brightness was momentarily blinding, prompting Scorpion to instinctively shield his eyes with his hand. A frown creased his brow, as an uneasy sense of foreboding settled upon him. Ignoring the weeping children from Sunagakure, Yurin spoke for himself. I had intended to arrive here later, but I see you have awoken ahead of schedule. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sato-kin, your teacher from this point onward. Teacher? Scorpion found the notion exceedingly peculiar. Let me remind you that you are no longer in Sunagakure. This is Amagakure. As anticipated, Scorpion had already surmised this. As for Sunagakure, Sato-kin smiled faintly, then continued with reverence. It has been annihilated by a demigod of the shinobi world. You may now abandon any thoughts of returning home. Your focus should be on settling into Amagakure and serving it in the future. Demigod. The one who murdered my family. Scorpion's fingers unconsciously clenched into a tight fist, though he dared not voice his anger. In contrast, the other children from Sunagakure, lacking his fortitude, erupted into more deafening cries of distress. Sato-kin frowned slightly, but chose not to respond. Very well. I hope that by tomorrow, when I return, you will have acclimated to this place, he concluded, before exiting and closing the door behind him. The light remained aglow, while the sobs of the children persisted. Unlike the other children from Sunagakure, who were lost without their families, Scorpion quickly adapted to his new surroundings. Compared to the heart-wrenching memories of Sunagakure, this new environment felt more natural to him. In his heart, he set a resolute goal to personally exact vengeance upon the demigod of the shinobi world. Chapter 38. The venomous escape. Lin Yang refrained from launching an immediate assault on the Land of Wind, for he found himself utterly exhausted. He was, at present, both physically and mentally drained. Over the past 2 days, he had expended an immense amount of energy in his quest to obliterate the hidden sand village. It was imperative that he took some time to recuperate. As for the matters concerning the Land of Wind, Lin Yang deemed it prudent to postpone further discussion until after he had enjoyed a restorative slumber. The following day, through the Rain Ninja, information was disseminated widely, and an increasing number of individuals became aware of the news regarding the annihilation of one of the 5 great ninja villages, the Hidden Sand. The first to receive this intelligence were the neighboring countries of the Land of Grass and the Land of Birds. At this juncture, the Land of Grass had already transformed into a battlefield, embroiled in conflict between the Leaf Village and the Rock Village. Upon receiving this news, Noki was initially taken aback, followed by a slight furrowing of his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he promptly dispatched ninjas to the Land of Wind to ascertain the truth of the matter. The obliteration of a village was indeed a momentous event within the shinobi world, especially when it pertained to one of the 5 great villages. Thus, Noki exhibited a profound sense of gravity regarding the situation. Nonetheless, this revelation did little to deter his resolve to launch an offensive against the Leaf Village. He perceived this as a fortuitous opportunity. The shadows of years past were due for dispersal. In his heart, Noki harbored a deep-seated grievance against Uchiha Madara and the Leaf Village, akin to a thorn embedded within him. This time, he was determined to extract this thorn from his very being. As the news continued to circulate, it soon reached the ears of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Third Raikage. Sarutobi, too, dispatched individuals to investigate the veracity of the claims concerning the Land of Wind. However, he felt powerless to intervene further. The pressure from the Rock and Cloud villages upon the Leaf Village was exceedingly great, and his thoughts were consumed with devising a means to help the Leaf Village navigate through this dire predicament. Simultaneously, a sense of unease lingered within him. Should the rumors prove true, would Hanzo cease his actions after decimating the Sand Village, or would he embark on an unpredictable series of further endeavors? This uncertainty loomed large. The sooner those imbeciles from the Sand Village are eradicated, the better. They have truly embarrassed us, the 5 great ninja nations, remarked the Third Raikage, with a tone laced with disdain. Yet, regarding the Rain Village, he scoffed. Once I have dealt with the Leaf, I shall see what means you possess, Hanzo. In the Land of Wind, within the residence of the feudal lord, upon confirming the news that his own nation's ninja village had been vanquished by a smaller nation, the feudal lord felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. All those years of funding for the Sand Village have gone to waste. He roared, consumed with rage. Below him, several ministers of the Land of Wind dared not utter a sound. The Rain Village, what audacity they possessed to treat my Land of Wind with such disdain. He immediately issued a decree stating that if the Rain Village wished to continue its normal development, they must provide him with a reasonable explanation from Hanzo. The echoes of the feudal lord's fury reverberated through the palace, as a few ministers trembled and hastily departed. As they left, an inexplicable sharp pain suddenly pierced the feudal lord's chest. In a fit of rage, she unexpectedly fainted. causing her attendant beside her to panic and rush to support the esteemed figure, shouting within the palace, "Someone, come! The Lord has fainted." Another day passed. The news regarding the disappearance of the sand-hidden village was confirmed after extensive verification, sending shockwaves throughout the entire ninja world. The sand-hidden village, which had loomed over the Wind Country for decades, vanished without a trace, a truly astonishing turn of events. Fearing the might of the Wind Country, the Lord of the Rain Country hesitated for a while before dispatching someone to inquire about the matter with Lin Yang and the Rain-Hidden Village. Ordinarily, the 5 great nations are governed by their respective lords, holding significant power, often surpassing even that of a village leader. However, the situation in the Rain Country was quite different. Through Hanzo's memories, Lin Yang learned that although there was a lord in the Rain Country, his status was inferior to that of the Rain Shadow of the Rain-Hidden Village. The Rain Country had always been under the dominion of the Rain-Hidden Village, a realm belonging to Hanzo, rather than to its lord. In the past, the lord was merely an unfeeling cash dispenser for Hanzo. In the temporary office of the Rain-Hidden Village, Lin Yang gazed at the Rain Country's lord's envoy, a minister sent to ascertain the situation. This minister claimed to seek clarity about the events, but in truth, he had come to hold Lin Yang accountable. With his fingers pressed together, Lin Yang leisurely tapped the table, casually inquiring of the visibly anxious minister sitting directly across from him. "So, the old man Ren was unable to withstand the pressure from the Wind Country and sent you here to confront me?" "And no, that is not," stammered the minister, covering his mouth, shaking his head vigorously. "Do not be so tense," Lin Yang said, easing the pressure of his overwhelming presence and smiling. "Be honest with me, and I shall grant you clemency. Rest assured, I am a man of my word." To the minister from the Wind Country, Lin Yang's smile resembled that of a devil from the depths of hell, and ultimately, under the pressure, he divulged the truth. The situation regarding Lord Rain-Hidden is as follows. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's expression shifted, and he waved the minister away, saying, "So it is indeed as such. You may leave now." The minister from the Wind Country left the office trembling. Shortly thereafter, a sharp katana pierced through his heart, marking the end of his life. As the blade returned to its sheath, Murakami muttered, "Lord Hanzo said you could leave, but that does not mean I will let you off." This was the authority bestowed upon him by Lin Yang. After the deed was done, Murakami began to clean up the corpse of the Wind Country minister. It seemed the Wind Country could no longer contain itself. Reflecting on the minister's earlier words, Lin Yang concluded, "It is time for me to take action." He gazed at the text that appeared before him. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Would you like to claim your reward?" This was a prompt from the system that emerged following his dialogue with the Wind Country minister. As events unfolded and time passed, the ninja world gradually acknowledged that the Rain-Hidden Village had become one of the 5 great ninja villages, replacing the now-defunct Sand-Hidden Village. Poison release. I wonder how much my strength will be enhanced. Lin Yang did not collect his reward in the office. Due to the vigilant watch of Baiju, he planned to receive it under the veil of night. Time swiftly passed, and the forces dispatched by the daimyo of the Rain Country to the hidden Rain Village had all but vanished without a trace. As night fell, Lin Yang drew all the curtains in his home, a habit from Hanzo's sleeping patterns that would raise no suspicion. In the dimly lit room, Lin Yang claimed his system reward. Reward is being distributed. As the system's reward unfolded, streaks of purple materialized on Lin Yang's hands, reminiscent of the venom of the mountain pepper fish. Soon, excruciating pain coursed through his body, gnawing at his bones. Lin Yang stifled his cries, releasing only a faint grunt in response to the torment. He felt as though every inch of his being was undergoing a transformation. At last, after enduring half an hour of inhuman agony, Lin Yang finally mastered the art of poison escape. He opened his palm, and a sphere of lethal purple toxins coalesced upon his hand. A slight smile graced Lin Yang's lips, as the extraordinary power of poison escape clearly pleased him. At long last, I have brushed against the threshold of super shadow, Lin Yang murmured to himself. Chapter 39. Re-entering the Land of Wind, Poison Escape. This bestowed upon Lin Yang the ability to wield poison, enabling him to utilize the art of poison escape. However, the crux of the matter lies not merely in the technique itself, but in his newfound power to manipulate poison. Indeed, he can command not only his own venom but also that of others, encompassing all poisons in existence. This revelation implies that should Lin Yang encounter adversaries adept in the use of toxins, their attempts to assail him with poison would, paradoxically, serve to bolster his own strength. Moreover, a pivotal aspect of this development is that he can now execute combination techniques with Jingfu. while Jingfu possesses the ability to emit poison. He lacks control over its trajectory. With Lin Yang's proficiency in poison escape, however, he can now direct the poison spewed forth by Jingfu, significantly enhancing its efficacy and yielding a synergistic effect where 1 plus 1 surpasses 2. This is precisely what Lin Yang refers to as having grasped the threshold of the super shadow. Furthermore, the poison escape granted by the system is of a perfected nature, akin to a fully developed mastery right from the outset. Lin Yang's adeptness with poison escape surpasses even that of water escape, honed through years of practice. Various techniques mimicking water escape materialized instantly within his mind, and he even conceived a nascent form of a technique rivaling an S-rank skill. Is this the sensation of a prodigy solving problems? It is utterly exhilarating. Possessing the full-tiered chakra of poison escape, Lin Yang found the creation of poison escape techniques to be a mere trifle. After a brief interval, he thoroughly perfected the S-rank technique in his mind. Satisfied, he manifested a shadow clone and, with a mere thought, utilized the instantaneous technique to vanish from his home. Once more clad in the familiar armor of the Iron Country samurai, his helmet obscured his visage entirely. The dawn transformed into a long sword, sheathed at his waist. Though suspicion would undoubtedly fall upon him regarding the demise of the Wind Country's daimyo, the reality was that the daimyo must perish. Rather than waiting for trouble to seek him out, it was wiser to preemptively eliminate the threat. Torrential rain cascaded from Lin Yang's samurai helmet as dark clouds loomed overhead, occasionally resonating with thunderous roars. By the time the next clap of thunder resounded, Lin Yang had already vanished without a trace. He found himself in the Wind Country, a land strewn with yellow sands. The night in the Wind Country felt akin to the biting chill of winter. A layer of pristine silver frost adorning Lin Yang's black and white armor. The precise location of the daimyo's estate remained unknown to him. There was no need to search step by step with the instantaneous technique. He could simply find a guide within the Wind Country to lead him there. Recalling his previous quest for Sunagakure, Lin Yang reminisced about the oasis he had discovered. It appeared that there was a currency exchange operating in that oasis, also known as the black market. With a thought, he manifested near the vicinity of that black market. Most individuals entering and exiting the black market were clad in dark robes, wishing to remain inconspicuous. In stark contrast, Lin Yang's striking samurai attire rendered him conspicuously out of place. Unusual gazes swiftly directed towards him. Yet Lin Yang maintained a calm demeanor as he stepped into the black market. He subsequently entered a chamber adorned with an array of bounties. At the forefront were the shadows of various villages. Lin Yang's gaze fell upon his own name amidst the rewards. Sanamiya Hanzo, bounty of 200 million. Newcomer? Remarked the black market proprietor, shrouded in a dark cloak, his brow furrowing in inquiry. Lin Yang remained silent, offering no response. The proprietor pressed on. Are you here to accept a bounty or to post one? Yet, Lin Yang chose to disregard his questions, growing weary of this exchange. The black market owner huffed disdainfully and turned away. Lin Yang continued to scrutinize the bounties. Kanoa's White Fang, 50 million. Kanoa's Azure Beast, 30 million. Fierce-eyed Fugaku, 100 million. He could comprehend the bounty on White Fang, but the Azure Beast and Fierce-eyed Fugaku puzzled him. If memory served him right, the Azure Beast was a title belonging to Might Guy, yet at this juncture, even if he had been born, he would merely be a child. Thus, this title must belong to his father. As for Fugaku, had he revealed his Sharingan on the battlefield? For otherwise, how could he warrant such a staggering bounty? Moreover, in the ninja world, there were but a handful capable of affording such a sum. It bore the hallmarks of the notorious Noki. As Lin Yang examined the bounties plastered on the wall, he also surveyed the black market for potential allies. Before long, a group of cloaked figures entered the market with an air of secrecy. Upon sighting them, the black market owner's eyes sparkled with intrigue, prompting him to rush over and inquire. After a brief exchange, he led the group to a secluded area for further discussion. Although Lin Yang could not discern their conversation, an instinctive feeling told him that these individuals were extraordinary. Thus, he decided to leave the market, positioning himself outside to await their departure. After approximately 10 minutes, Lin Yang finally observed the cloaked figures exiting the black market. They scanned their surroundings, occasionally glancing back as if to check for pursuers. The more he watched, the more suspicious he became, prompting him to follow them openly. Noticing Lin Yang's pursuit, the figures quickened their pace, and he kept close behind. The chase ensued, gradually distancing them from the oasis. When the time felt right, the group suddenly halted. Lin Yang too came to a stop, curious about their next move. In an instant, The cloaked figures turned to face him, their faces obscured by metallic masks. The leader spoke. "Warrior, why do you follow us?" Lin Yang remained silent, swiftly drawing his blade. "Dawn." Seeing that Lin Yang ignored him, the leader glanced around and commanded, "Attack." As his words fell, Lin Yang sprang into action, a flash of lightning in motion. A chilling aura enveloping the cloaked figure before him. A long blade suddenly rested against his neck. Simultaneously, several of his companions fell to the ground, blood splattering around them. A formidable warrior. "It is over. It is over. Noble warrior, I implore you, spare my life." The man in the black robe immediately began to plead. Devoid of any dignity. "Speak. What were you doing in the black market just now?" Lin Yang asked in a low, grave tone. At the same time, an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki erupted from his body, converging entirely upon the man in black. The black-robed man suddenly felt an immense pressure. Cold sweat breaking out across his body. Under the compulsion of the haki, the black-robed man hastily replied, "I will speak. I will speak. I am a subordinate of the second prince. I came to the black market tonight at his behest to offer a bounty on the first prince." "The first prince? The second prince?" Lin Yang pondered. "Are they the first and second princes of the Wind Kingdom?" Yes, yes, noble warrior," the black-robed man replied urgently, desperate to preserve his life. "Currently, the Lord of the Wind Kingdom is still alive. Does the second prince not fear that the Lord will discover this?" Lin Yang inquired. Puzzled. It is not that the Lord is unaware, but rather that he has recently fallen ill due to the destruction of his own nation's sand-hidden village. After many doctors examined him, it has been determined that his days are numbered. Thus, in a desperate bid for the throne, the second prince has resorted to such underhanded tactics, the black-robed man explained. I see," Lin Yang replied, realization dawning upon him. He then removed the mask from the black-robed man's face, revealing a visage marked by terror and roundness, which he took in fully. "Very well. Now take me to the second prince. I shall accept your commission," Lin Yang urged, sheathing his blade. The black-robed man, sensing the gravity of the situation, dared not hesitate and led the way ahead. Chapter 40. Tetsuya Yamamoto under the guidance of the cloaked figure. Lin Yang arrived at the residence of the second prince of the Kingdom of Wind. The black-robed man shed his disguise, revealing his true visage. Lin Yang trailed closely behind him, resembling a vigilant guardian. "Master Steward, what has happened to you?" a servant inquired, noticing the steward's bruised and battered appearance. "Nothing to worry about," the steward replied succinctly, hastily departing with Lin Yang's assistance. Despite his injuries, the steward's heart was fraught with anxiety. For they were about to meet the second prince. To ensure their survival, he knew he must engage in a series of deceptions. Guided by the steward, their passage was largely unimpeded, and Lin Yang soon encountered the second prince. Much like the steward, the second prince was engulfed in trepidation. Fearing that his elder brother would discover their absence and uncover their plans, he paced anxiously in his chamber. Upon seeing the familiar figure of the steward, his anxiety eased momentarily, only to be replaced by concern upon observing the steward's injuries. "Fubo, what has transpired? Where are the others?" the second prince asked, worry etching his features as he regarded the steward's battered form. The steward glanced back at Lin Yang, coughed heavily, and, employing a prearranged narrative, feigned weakness. "Your Highness, this warrior is Tetsuya Yamamoto, the one you commissioned, and he is also my savior." The steward proceeded to elaborate on the events, alleviating the second prince's suspicions. According to the steward, after they had posted their request in the black market, they were ambushed by a group of unknown ninjas on their return to the city. Fortuitously, Tetsuya Yamamoto, who had accepted their commission, happened upon them and ultimately rescued the steward from the throng. Though the second prince felt an inkling of suspicion towards Tetsuya Yamamoto, he dismissed it from his mind. All that mattered was the prospect of eliminating his elder brother. He would embrace any alliance, however perilous. The steward coughed again, and the second prince's brow furrowed in concern, fearing that the steward might perish in his presence. "Fubo, you should take your leave to recuperate. I will converse with this warrior regarding our matters." "Very well, thank you, Your Highness," the steward replied, his eyes darting as he staggered out of the room. Only Lin Yang and the second prince remained. "So, you are Tetsuya Yamamoto. I shall refer to you as Tetsuya," the second prince initiated, hoping to forge a connection. "No, Your Highness, I possess another name," Lin Yang responded, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. The second prince's expression shifted, an unsettling premonition stirring within him. In an instant, a katana was poised at his throat. Faced with the imminent threat of death, the second prince regained his composure and coldly demanded, Who are you? Lin Yang grinned, introducing himself. The name Chao Yi was merely a moniker I had whimsically chosen. In the realm of ninjas, I am known as the demigod. The second prince's heart quivered at the mention of this title, his mind buzzing with apprehension. He stammered, Hanzo, what brings you to the land of wind? Lin Yang, wielding a blade in his right hand, casually raised his left and replied, my initial intention was to annihilate the land of wind, but unforeseen circumstances have altered my plans. Rather than slaughtering every inhabitant, I believe that having a controllable daimyo could yield long-term benefits for my rain-hidden village. Annihilation? The second prince's expression morphed into one of terror. The ease with which this individual spoke of destruction made it clear that he was indeed Hanzo, resigned to his fate. The prince compromised. Speak, what do you wish for me to do, and how might I preserve my life? Truly a man of understanding, Lin Yang mused, as he swiftly transformed his chakra into venomous energy. A shimmering purple light blossomed at his fingertip, which he flicked, and the poison took the form of a water orb, rapidly darting towards the prince's forehead and merging with him. The second prince felt a dizziness wash over him, sensing that something peculiar had entered his body. In a panic, he inquired, what have you done to me? Do not fret. I have merely introduced a potent toxin capable of easily claiming the life of an ordinary person. Lin Yang responded, sheathing his blade with a warning. Your life now rests entirely in my hands. Should you dare to make a move, I assure you that your existence will be extinguished before you can act. After calming himself, the second prince asked, now, can you reveal your intentions? You aspire to become the new daimyo, do you not? Lin Yang inquired, scrutinizing the prince's various actions. Indeed. Becoming the daimyo would make me the master of the entire land of wind. Of course, I desire it, the second prince confessed, his ambitions laid bare. Excellent. Lin Yang nodded in affirmation, continuing, I can assist you in eliminating your adversaries prior to your ascension as daimyo, but upon your ascendance, you must publicly declare an alliance with my rain-hidden village and allocate funds to us, as was done with the sand-hidden village. After a moment's hesitation, the second prince acquiesced, very well, I accept your terms. It appears to be my only viable option. It seems I need not persuade you further. Lin Yang declared with satisfaction. Now, tell me whom you wish to eliminate, and I shall assist you in resolving the matter. Hold on, the second prince interjected. Why do you hesitate? Lin Yang asked. The second prince replied, tomorrow, I will visit my father's palace with my elder brother. I believe it would be prudent to act then, considering my father has little time left. Tomorrow, you say? Lin Yang pondered while stroking his chin. Fortunately, he had left a shadow clone at the rain-hidden village. In his absence, his shadow clones would effortlessly carry out a myriad of tasks on his behalf. Thus, Lin Yang readily agreed, stating, no problem, I shall accompany you in the capacity of a guardian tomorrow. Very well, Lord Hans, the second prince responded with deference. Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively, saying, there is no need for such formality, Your Highness. You may simply refer to me as Tetsuya. The second prince felt a shiver run down his spine, and indeed addressed him as such. Brother Tetsuya, you are truly too gracious. Chapter 41. The terrified second prince. The following day, Lin Yang donned his warrior attire once more, accompanying the second prince of the Wind Kingdom into the Grand Palace. He closely followed the second prince, serving in the capacity of a guard. At the entrance of the noble's chamber, a man dressed in opulent garments and possessing striking features had long been waiting with his entourage. He was none other than the first prince of the Wind Kingdom. Upon hearing the footsteps behind him, the first prince turned, and upon seeing his brother accompanied by a lone warrior, he jested, Brother, you have arrived rather late. Haven't you? Is there a shortage of hands, bringing only one warrior with you? You truly bring shame to the Wind Kingdom. The second prince, observing the 4 or 5 attendants surrounding his elder brother, chuckled and replied, I cannot compare to you, brother. I merely came to check on father's health. Yet you have brought an entourage as if preparing for battle. The expression on the first prince's face shifted, and with a cold snort, he turned away, dismissing the second prince. In his heart, he scoffed, soon, you shall not be laughing. After a few moments, the grand doors of the noble's chamber slowly opened, revealing an elderly man with a stooped back and graying beard. He was the steward of the Wind Kingdom, a figure of considerable respect. The steward cast a glance at the 2 princes and announced, The noble has decreed that you may enter. Remember, only the 2 of you are permitted inside. Attendants must remain outside. Understood, Steward Maru. Both princes replied in unison before entering the chamber. After the steward spoke, he ambled away, his eyes glinting with an unnoticed malice. Lin Yang observed the steward's retreating figure, sensing something amiss. However, no matter how peculiar it seemed, he remained no match for him. The noble's chamber was extraordinarily lavish, with golden light dazzling the eyes. Through a white silk curtain, the first and second princes beheld their longed-for father. "Father, how are you? Father, are you well?" They voiced their concerns in unison as they approached the noble's bedside. At last, they laid eyes upon him, pale and clearly nearing the end of his days. "Sir Lang, when you," the noble uttered with all his strength, calling out the names of his two sons. Unbeknownst to the second prince, a small purple mark on the edge of his garment quietly transferred itself onto the noble. After a brief reunion, the two princes departed from the noble's chamber. The second prince swiftly approached Lin Yang, eager to leave the premises. However, the detestable first prince's attendants stealthily blocked their path. A mocking voice came from behind the second prince. "Brother, do not be in such a hurry to leave. It has been ages since we last caught up." Just then, an urgent rustling of footsteps echoed from directly in front of the second prince. To his dismay, the noble's steward appeared, leading the imperial guard of the Wind Kingdom, surrounding them completely. "Steward, brother, what is the meaning of this?" The expression of the second prince suddenly turned cold. The butler and the crown prince exchanged a glance. And then the butler triumphantly declared, "This title of the daimyo will henceforth belong solely to the crown prince. The second prince, I implore you, embrace your demise today under the guise of patricide." Patricide? The second prince was taken aback, unable to believe his eyes as he gazed at his elder brother. "Brother, your ambition knows no bounds." The crown prince shrugged his shoulders in feigned helplessness. "That old man is bound to die eventually. The butler and I are merely hastening his departure." As the conversation unfolded, Lin Yang harbored suspicions that these individuals sought to claim his head as well. In a swift motion, he detonated the poison embedded within the daimyo. In an instant, the daimyo within the palace transformed into a figure cloaked in purple venom. His already fleeting life was irrevocably extinguished. "Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Rewards are available for collection." The appearance of the blue text brought a sense of calm to Lin Yang's heart. At that moment, the butler eagerly began issuing commands. "Very well, commence the operation. Let us see the second prince off." The second prince respectfully bowed to Lin Yang and beseeched, "I implore you, Lord Hans, to deal with these scoundrels." Upon hearing this, the butler and the crown prince simultaneously turned their gazes towards the unassuming, low-profile warrior. "Lord Hans? Is he truly the famed Hans of the Salamander?" the butler thought, cold sweat trickling down his brow. "Impossible. How could you be Hans? He is still in the Hidden Rain village." The crown prince expressed disbelief, commanding, "Proceed with the attack." "Indeed, Hans just annihilated the sand-hidden village. How could he possibly be here in the Land of Wind?" The butler genuinely believed he had lost his senses. Nonetheless, he continued to issue orders to attack. At that moment, Lin Yang interjected, "This is but a trifling matter." He unleashed a tremendous surge of chakra, which transformed into an overwhelming presence that radiated from him. Thud, thud. The crown prince and the butler, along with their entourage, collapsed to the ground, their consciousness slipping into oblivion. Lin Yang's formidable presence had struck the adversaries with precision, leaving the second prince unharmed. However, he gazed upon Lin Yang with a face filled with terror. In that moment, he perceived Lin Yang as a sovereign of the mortal realm, wielding the power of life and death. Only then did he comprehend the true worth of a demigod in the ninja world. Observing the anxious second prince, Lin Yang retrieved a kunai from his ninja pouch and tossed it to him, directing his gaze at the fallen crown prince. "Go forth and slay him. From this day forth, you shall be the daimyo of the Land of Wind." With the kunai in hand, the second prince first glanced at Lin Yang and then resolutely approached the crown prince, grappling with his inner turmoil. He subsequently bent down and thrust the kunai directly into the crown prince's heart. Blood splattered onto his face, adding a fierce intensity to his demeanor. The crown prince let out a muffled groan before life wholly abandoned him. "My future ally, well done." Applauding the second prince, Lin Yang expressed his approval with a few claps. The second prince felt his heart racing wildly, as if it might leap from his chest. He gasped for breath, realizing that this was undoubtedly the most exhilarating and perilous act he had ever undertaken in his life. He licked the blood that had splattered onto his lips from his elder brother, the taste reminiscent of iron and rust, surprisingly palatable. From this moment forth, I shall be the lord of the Land of Wind, he thought, yearning to celebrate and rejoice. However, the current circumstances were entirely unsuitable for such festivities. Suddenly, he recalled something and hastily inquired of Lin Yang. My lord Hans, my father is not yet dead. I may have to wait a few days before ascending to the position of lord. Have you lost your senses, second prince? Lin Yang replied, his expression one of confusion. Your father has clearly been slain by the elder prince, and you have successfully dealt with that dutiful son, thereby inheriting the title of lord. Is it not so? Lin Yang's tone was flippant, laced with an undeniable certainty. Wait, but my father. The second prince seemed to grasp something. Gazing at Lin Yang with a visage of terror, Lin Yang gestured for silence. The second prince was left with no choice but to swallow his suspicions, daring not to pursue the thoughts further. Chapter 42, A Dangerous Gamble Father, is dead. The second prince was oblivious to when Hans had struck. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. His father was indeed deceased. The second prince was acutely aware that the murderer was Hans, however, compelled by the circumstances. He could only assert that the perpetrator was his deceased elder brother. His brother truly deserved his fate. To have committed patricide was a grave affront to filial duty. Gazing upon his father's lifeless body, the second prince spoke with a trembling voice. Indeed, such a person deserves death. He has forfeited his right to live. Lin Yang concurred, subsequently surveying the second prince with satisfaction. With Lin Yang's assistance, within a single day, the second prince subdued his subordinates and ascended to the coveted title of Daimyo. His sudden rise to power left the courtiers utterly astounded. The Daimyo's palace. All of this now belongs to me. The second prince reveled in his newfound authority, but his joy was short-lived as a warrior's silhouette swiftly appeared before him. The second prince's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily rose, exclaiming, Lord Hans. Lin Yang, with his hands clasped behind him, scrutinized the radiant second prince. How does it feel to be the Daimyo? He inquired. Good, exceedingly well, the second prince replied, nodding with excitement. Very well. Henceforth, we shall be allies. Remember to announce the collaboration between your wind country and my rain-hidden village in the coming days, Lin Yang reminded him. No problem. The second prince affirmed with a nod. Lin Yang inclined his head and, in an instant, vanished from sight. Once Lin Yang departed, the second prince let out a sigh of relief, though a sense of discontent lingered within him. Must I truly be a pawn? He then recalled the poison that Hans had infused within him, leading to his resignation. Very well, let it be. One step at a time. Newly appointed to the position of Daimyo, he had no desire for death. Meanwhile, Lin Yang materialized in a desolate expanse of the wind country, opting to claim his system rewards. Reward distribution in progress, in a fleeting moment, akin to when he previously acquired the Conqueror's Haki and the Armament Haki. Lin Yang felt a surge of energy enveloping his body. His mind illuminated with numerous applications of the Observation Haki, drastically enhancing its proficiency until it reached its pinnacle. Now, even the High GA clan could not rival my perceptive abilities. Moreover, Lin Yang discovered that he could foresee scenes from the future spanning several seconds. Although not as far-reaching as the predictions of the great Toad Sage, his observation Haki was evidently tailored for combat. This 10-second window was sufficient to evade a significant crisis. Lin Yang experimentally wielded his observation Haki as chakra flowed like water. He maximized its effects, and in an instant, a vast desert landscape materialized in his mind. Is 50 kilometers the limit? Lin Yang murmured, before closing his observation Haki. The scenes in his mind abruptly vanished, restoring everything to its prior state. In just a brief moment, approximately 10,000 chakra had been expended, yet the reward of a 50-kilometer perception was deemed worthwhile by Lin Yang. Thus, he contemplated as he utilized the technique of instantaneous movement to return to the hidden rain village. At home, Lin Yang's shadow clone dissipated with a resounding pop as he absorbed a fragment of memory in an instant. During his absence from the village, life continued to unfold as usual in the hidden rain, with no unforeseen events transpiring. Now, he could finally devote himself to agriculture and foster the prosperity of his village. Meanwhile, the Hidden Leaf, Hidden Cloud, and Hidden Stone villages were embroiled in fierce conflict. It was likely that once their war concluded, they would be left in a state of mutual devastation, rendering them incapable of interfering with the Hidden Rain village. Lin Yang planned to seize this opportunity to cultivate and enhance his village. Once the Hidden Rain village officially collaborated with the Land of Wind, his village would receive funding from it, thus accelerating its development. Such prospects filled Lin Yang with optimism for the future. However, a sudden blue text materialized before him. The war commences with the host. Thus, it shall also conclude with the host. Please assist in bringing the second Great Ninja War to a close. The reward, perfect sage mode. Lin Yang gazed at this unexpected system mission, lost in contemplation. Perfect Sage Mode was a rare opportunity not to be missed. However, to bring the Second Great Ninja War to an end, the Hidden Rain Village must inevitably participate in the chaos of battle. He examined the prosperity level displayed on the panel, 1001. Under his management, the village's prosperity had experienced a resurgence, successfully returning to a 4-digit figure. Yet, joining the war alongside the Leaf Village and others could very well jeopardize this prosperity. Even if he refrained from deploying the Rain Shinobi and personally entered the battlefield, avoiding a decline in prosperity might prove challenging. Nonetheless, it was certain that the Hidden Rain Village would face retribution from the other major villages afterward, unless he abstained from utilizing the symbolically potent poison of the mountain pepper fish. With his mastery of the observation haki, the full-fledged Iron Country warriors, and the Conqueror's haki, could he truly quell the 3 great ninja villages single-handedly? The answer was an unequivocal no, as his chakra was not boundless. Lacking the support of J-Nin level AoE techniques, his chakra would soon be depleted. However, his fully mastered poison release combined with J-Nin level toxicity could indeed confer Super Shadow level combat prowess. Furthermore, with his complete mastery of observation haki, he could guarantee the detection of enemy incursions into his land of rain at the earliest opportunity. In such a scenario, he could utilize instantaneous movement to dispatch enemy ninjas one by one, potentially resolving the prosperity issue. Yet, at the core of it all, Lin Yang still faced an unresolved dilemma: chakra. Although it appeared abundant, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, it proved inadequate when employing large-scale ninjutsu. If he were to unleash his full power akin to Hashirama with a mere clap of his hands, his chakra would indeed be swiftly drained. To speak frankly, the chakra of a celestial being combined with the reincarnation of an Asura is exceedingly formidable. This chakra could rival that of the tailed beasts. If one were to aspire to pacify the ninja world single-handedly like Hashirama, Lin Yang believed he could achieve it solely in terms of ninjutsu prowess. However, his chakra was undeniably insufficient. It appeared that he would have to resort to risky measures. Lin Yang's chakra was indeed challenging to sustain, as he had been exerting himself to the fullest. Yet, with his ability to teleport, why should he engage directly with these villages? He could simply teleport to their homeland and unleash poison, couldn't he? For instance, at this moment, Konoha was at a disadvantage. Lin Yang was well aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's tendencies. As long as Kumogakure and Iwagakure retreated to their respective territories, he would undoubtedly refrain from pursuing them. Thus, Lin Yang only needed to release poison in the homelands of Kumogakure and Iwagakure. Consequently, the Third Raikage and Inoki would be compelled to return to their villages. Unless these two were utterly irrational, forsaking their homes and recklessly challenging Konoha, Lin Yang had nothing further to say regarding any potential retaliation from Iwagakure and Kumogakure thereafter. Lin Yang merely needed to establish a pact with Konoha, ensuring that when Kumogakure and Iwagakure sought vengeance against Amigakure, Konoha would provide assistance. With such a formidable ally as Konoha, and leveraging Lin Yang's superior shadow-level combat strength, opposing both Iwagakure and Kumogakure would undoubtedly not pose a problem. As for whether Konoha would breach the agreement, Lin Yang was perhaps overthinking it. Konoha places great value on reputation and trust. They would not renege on the agreement. Nor would Lin Yang feel discomfort in collaborating with former adversaries. After all, if it serves to enhance his strength, what does it matter if he collaborates with erstwhile enemies? In any case, once his own strength increased, he would continue to confront Konoha without hesitation. Lastly, Lin Yang mused to himself, Konoha, you must surely accept the assistance I offer in your time of need. Chapter 43, The Breach of Rock. Hidden days passed, and a shocking event began to ferment and spread throughout the entire ninja world. The Land of Wind publicly announced its collaboration with the Hidden Rain Village. The leader of the Hidden Rain Village personally traveled to the Land of Wind to finalize the partnership agreement. Thus, the Hidden Rain Village found itself aligned with one of the 5 great nations. This news spread like wildfire through the ninja realm. At the rock-hidden encampment in the Land of Grass, Inoki's expression shifted as he received reports on the latest developments. He inwardly cursed, pondering why Hanzo was constantly stirring up trouble. Hadn't he just annihilated the Sand-Hidden Village? How could he now forge an alliance with the Land of Wind? The power behind the Sand Village? What was wrong with the daimyo of the Land of Wind? Inoki found it utterly incomprehensible. He decided to send several scouts into the territories of the Rain and Wind countries to investigate further. The Third Raikage was in a similar predicament as Inoki, unable to grasp Lin Yang's true intentions. However, the Yayue clan did not need to overthink the matter. He entrusted the strategizing to his trusted confidant, and he focused on strengthening his own power. In the Land of Fire, at the Konoha encampment, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the agreement in his hands, lost in contemplation. He was perhaps one of the few in the ninja world who understood Lin Yang's motives. The grand ceremony announcing the partnership between the Hidden Rain and the Land of Wind. Was it merely a guise for a covert alliance with Konoha? But what was Lin Yang's true purpose? The reason given to Sarutobi Hiruzen was the pursuit of peace in the ninja world. Yet, such an absurd rationale was not convincing. He was no Navi child of 7. The flames of war were not threatening the Hidden Rain village. Why offer assistance to Konoha? Confusion clouded his thoughts as he shook his head. After much deliberation, he decided to convene a meeting of the Jonin. Konoha had a designated tent constructed for such gatherings. Within the meeting room, notable Jonin of Konoha sat around the table. Sarutobi Hiruzen succinctly outlined the purpose of the meeting. Upon hearing his words, the assembled Jonin were momentarily taken aback. What were their thoughts on this matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. The head of the Akimichi clan spoke up, suggesting that Konoha had exhausted its options. Hanzo's offer of assistance surely came with ulterior motives, but since he had the capability to send Inoki and Yayue Ai home, what harm could it do to take a gamble? The Nara clan leader, known for his wisdom, concurred. Indeed, while Hanzo had his designs, it was still preferable to being sandwiched between two attacking villages. After extensive discussion among the ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately agreed to sign the agreement with Lin Yang. Once the contract was finalized, he immediately dispatched a messenger to deliver the signed document to the Rain Ninja scouts lingering in the Land of Fire. A day later, the agreement successfully returned to Lin Yang. After confirming its validity, he carefully stored the document in his ninja tool pouch. With Konoha's consent secured, he felt it was time to demonstrate his own sincerity. Lin Yang's figure flickered and immediately vanished from his original position, Iwagakure and Yungakure, as his homeland. The Land of Rain was nestled against the Land of Earth. Lin Yang resolved that his first destination would be Iwagakure. In the blink of an eye, he arrived within the borders of the Land of Earth. Dressed in casual attire and devoid of any filtering mask, he appeared to be a promising young man. Activating his observation haki, the surroundings imprinted themselves in his mind. He did not extend it to its maximum range, but rather limited it to 2 kilometers. Even with this limitation, Lin Yang remained the most adept sensory ninja in the ninja world, unparalleled in his abilities. It is well known that the strongest sensory ninja in the ninja realm belong to the Hyuga clan, possessing the Byakugan, which grants them a 360-degree field of vision. However, the maximum sensory range of the Byakugan is merely 1 kilometer. Lin Yang, with a mere flick of his observation haki, effortlessly surpassed the sensory range of the Byakugan, highlighting the stark contrast in their capabilities. Moreover, Iwagakure lacked sensory ninjas akin to those of the Hyuga clan, allowing Lin Yang to traverse the Land of Earth without the need for teleportation techniques, relying solely on his extraordinary perception. Using his observation haki, he deftly evaded the patrolling ninja of Iwagakure within the borders of the Land of Earth. He arrived at a marketplace and procured a map of the Land of Earth. With the map in hand, he swiftly approached the vicinity of Iwagakure. Finding a concealed location, he quickly changed his attire, donning his signature filtering mask and armor. Wielding a chain scythe, fully equipped, he prepared to strike. Activating his teleportation technique, Lin Yang vanished from his location in an instant. He utilized this technique to bypass the sensory barriers of Iwagakure, arriving at its heart. Taking advantage of the element of surprise, he formed hand seals with one hand, raising his index and middle fingers before his chest. Intricate and esoteric symbols coalesced within his palm. With a decisive thrust downward, a resounding boom echoed as a massive cloud of white smoke erupted from the ground. As the smoke dissipated, a colossal creature, standing on 4 limbs, emerged. What manner of beast is this? An invasion, an enemy incursion. The salamander has come to invade our Iwagakure. With the appearance of the salamander, chaos ensued among the ninjas and civilians of Iwagakure. The salamander and Lin Yang shared a silent understanding. With just a thought, Lin Yang conveyed his intent. In an instant, the salamander opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of venom laced with sage chakra towards Iwagakure. Lin Yang then formed a hand gesture, possessing mastery over the poison release chakra, enabling him to effortlessly manipulate the toxic emissions of the salamander. As the concentrated venom erupted from the salamander's mouth, it was swiftly controlled by Lin Yang, preventing it from spreading uncontrollably. Under Lin Yang's control, the lethal poison underwent a division, subsequently surging toward the Hidden Rock village, where numerous ninjas had congregated. At this moment, he remained in the state of observation haki, allowing him to precisely target the hidden rock ninjas within his line of sight. Soon, the village bore witness to a surreal scene. The divided clusters of purple toxin, resembling phantoms, swiftly infiltrated the nostrils of the unsuspecting ninjas. They were utterly defenseless. Even refraining from breathing proved futile, for the venom of the pepperfish would penetrate regardless. 2 minutes later, the poison sacs within Jingfu reached their capacity. Lin Yang continued his methodical onslaught. With the entirety of the hidden rock village having emerged, there were scarcely any ninjas left within its confines, rendering his task effortless. The entire village fell under his dominion with ease. Upon releasing the summoning technique, Lin Yang proceeded to scour the village, collecting every ninjutsu and secret technique he could find and stowing them away in his ninja pouch. After completing his plunder, he departed with a graceful nonchalance. His next destination, the Hidden Cloud Village. Chapter 44. The struggles of a Wagakure Yunnan village, situated within the Land of Lightning, is relatively distant from the Land of Earth. Lin Yang utilized his teleportation technique to swiftly arrive in the Land of Lightning, yet the expenditure of chakra was astonishing, consuming over 200,000 chakra. The depletion from a Wagakure, combined with the teleportation to the Land of Lightning, compelled Lin Yang to seek a place to recuperate his chakra. He was left with approximately 100,000 chakra, a situation he found somewhat intolerable. With such a meager amount, returning to a Maigakure would be a challenge. Thus, Lin Yang decided to find a suitable location to sit and rest. He consumed several soldier pills and gradually activated the water-breathing technique along with the chakra extraction method, aiming to restore both his stamina and chakra. The water-breathing technique facilitated the recovery of stamina while simultaneously enhancing chakra regeneration. The chakra extraction method allowed for both the extraction and restoration of chakra. After several hours, Lin Yang managed to restore his chakra to over 300,000. As for the situation in Awagakure, he was oblivious to whether they had received news of the theft at their home. However, it was evident that Yunnan had not yet learned of the incident, as their defensive measures remained unchanged. Through the perception of his observation haki, he noted that the scouts from the Land of Lightning were still few in number, and he observed no signs of Yunnan's army hastily returning to the village. Lin Yang proceeded as before, purchasing a map of the Land of Lightning before locating Yunnan village's position and traversing the sensory barrier with his teleportation technique. He materialized on a bustling street within Yunnan village. Just as he was about to summon Killer Bee, he was suddenly met with an inconceivable rap performance. Yeah. My name is Karabi. I love to sing, dance, and practice ninjutsu. Lin Yang turned to see a youthful figure with a large wave hairstyle and sunglasses, energetically performing in front of him. Karabi? The future Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, truly a remarkable talent that should be utilized for a Maigakure. As he contemplated this, Lin Yang unexpectedly displayed a devious grin towards Karabi. Despite wearing a filtration mask, the palpable malice was enough to prompt Karabi to instinctively take a few steps back. Regarding Lin Yang with suspicion, "Masked uncle, what do you intend to do to me?" Karabi inquired, his expression wary. With a menacing smirk, Lin Yang swiftly left behind a shadowy afterimage, appearing behind Karabi in an instant, delivering a swift chop that rendered him unconscious. Following this, he unleashed a swarm of insects to poison Yunnan village. After a mere few moments, Lin Yang effortlessly seized control of the now defenseless Yunnan stronghold. He proceeded to the Yunnan tower, acquiring the lightning release chakra mode and other secret techniques before carrying off the secretary along with Karabi as he departed from Yunnan village. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yang returned to a Maigakure, now enveloped in the cover of night, around 7 or 8 o'clock. He first summoned Yasi, entrusting him with all matters concerning Karabi, while he himself returned home, leaving everything else unattended. Upon returning home, he began to peruse the various secret arts and ninjutsu he had brought from the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages. An hour passed, and it was at this juncture that Noki, stationed in the Land of Grass, received news from scouts indicating that his rear had been compromised. This revelation startled him, prompting an immediate withdrawal of his forces from the Land of Grass as he hastened back to his village. The scouts from Konoha were quick to sense the retreat of the Hidden Stone. Their departure was so hasty that some tents remained pitched, abandoned in their rush. Upon grasping this critical news, the Konoha scouts swiftly returned to the Land of Fire to disseminate the information. The message rapidly reached Sarutobi Hiruzen through the chain of Konoha ninjas. He was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Lin Yang to act with such alacrity. He had no intention of pursuing the retreating forces of the Hidden Stone. opting instead to withdraw only a portion of his troops while retaining a small contingent to guard against a potential resurgence from the Hidden Stone. He resolved to concentrate all efforts on defending against the Hidden Cloud in the Hidden Stone village of the Land of Earth. The toxic mist from the salamander had dissipated with a gentle breeze, yet the sight of the myriad purple figures strewn across the ground rendered Naka's complexion ashen. There was no need for further contemplation. The only one in the ninja world capable of wielding poison with such proficiency and the might to breach his hidden stone was Hanzo of the Salamander from the Land of Rain, a figure who had recently captivated the entire ninja realm. Noki continued to assess the extent of the losses and soon realized that all those who had been present in the village had, without exception, contracted the salamander virus. Regardless of age, this was the very foundation of his hidden stone village's future. Noki felt as if his heart were bleeding. He yearned to declare war on Hanzo immediately. But he could not. First, there was the ever-watchful Konoha. Secondly, there were still those in his village who could be saved. They were merely poisoned, not necessarily doomed to death. The only antidote to this poison lay in Hanzo's possession. He pondered who in the ninja world possessed the capability to counter Hanzo's lethal toxin. Tsunade and Chiyo came to mind. However, Tsunade was incapable of dispelling the salamander's venom, if she could have. Konoha would not have suffered such a dire defeat at Hanzo's hands previously. As for Chiyo, her medical ninjutsu was indeed acknowledged by Noki. Yet she had recently fallen at Hanzo's hands, and her village of Sunagakure had been obliterated, leaving her fate tragically sealed. After much contemplation, Noki concluded that the only course of action was to negotiate with Hanzo. There were no alternatives. He had never been a reckless man. If he were to recklessly confront Hanzo now, it would not be long before the hidden stone was undone by his own hand. Thus, the sole viable option was to engage in dialogue. Consequently, Noki promptly organized a negotiation team and set forth towards the Hidden Rain Village. As the latter part of the night unfolded, the third Hokage received news of a fire in the back garden. Abruptly awakened from slumber, he found sleep to be elusive. Just like the great Yamanaka, they awakened the cloud dwellers and returned to the village. The scouts of Konoha swiftly received the news once again. After a series of twists and turns, this information eventually reached the ears of the slumbering Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, he found himself somewhat bewildered. Having been roused from his dreams, his mind was still hazy. Upon hearing the news, he was first taken aback, then felt it was utterly absurd. How could both Awagakure and Kumogakure return home in just a day? What sorcery had Hanzo employed to achieve this? Of course, Lin Yang had shown such great sincerity to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As the Hokage, he could not afford to be stingy. Thus, he promptly fulfilled the terms of the agreement and instructed that their partnership with Amigakure be announced, making it known to all. Should anyone dare to attack Amigakure, Konoha would unhesitatingly come to their aid, helping to repel any formidable foes. Meanwhile, Lin Yang remained blissfully unaware of the consequences of his butterfly effect, as events had already begun to unfold. He continued to indulge in sweet dreams, the sounds of his gentle breathing echoing throughout his room. Meanwhile, the beleaguered delegation from Awagakure hurriedly pressed onward toward Amigakure.